Part 3, Political Organizational Review of Post-Congress. Draft. Introduction. While undertaking a review of the party work and the development of the People's War and the Three Magic Weapons during the past 4 years, it is necessary to first understand the political developments during the same period. We have to assess the political situation both at the international and domestic level, and our political conduct at various points of time. Internationally, after the 9th Congress of the Party in February 2001, there has been a sea change in the situation, especially after the attacks on WTC and Pentagon on 11th of September 2001. U.S. imperialism intensified its brutal attacks against the world people in the name of snuffing out terrorism. It first invaded Afghanistan in the end of 2001 and installed its puppet regime in Kabul after destroying Taliban. After an orchestrated campaign of lies about the so-called WMD, alleged to be in the possession of Saddam Hussein, and arrogating to itself the right to maintain order in the world through preemptive strikes against any country that does not support its global hegemonic designs, U.S. imperialism invaded Iraq in March 2003, brought indescribable misery, death, and destruction to the people of Iraq. It has been threatening to invade Iran, Syria, and other countries. The acts of brutal aggression by U.S. imperialism had aggravated its contradiction with the world people as well as with the other imperialist countries. The hatred of the people, especially the Muslim people, against U.S. imperialists has reached an unprecedented degree during this period. The resistance of the people to the U.S. imperialist aggression has become a worldwide phenomenon, with daily attacks on the occupying U.S. mercenaries in Iraq, Afghanistan, and elsewhere. In India, the brutal fascist offensive by the BJP-led NDA government had been stepped up during this period against all sections of the people. The religious minorities particularly had become victims of continuous persecution by the Hindu chauvinist Sangh Parivar, led by the BJP RSS VHP Bajrang Dal Shiva Sena combine. The genocide of Muslims in Gujarat has shown the brutal fascist nature of these chauvinist gangs. The country had been further sold out to the imperialists during this period by the NDA government at the center, and by the various parties in power in the states. Thousands of Muslim youth had been eliminated in Kashmir Valley. The people had become so disgusted with the policies and misrule of the BJP-led NDA government that it was trounced in the April 2004 elections. In the past 4 years, since the 9th Congress, we tried to formulate and implement plans, policies, and tactics based on the higher level of understanding arrived in the 9th Congress regarding the concepts of People's Army, guerrilla zones, base areas, and the Revolutionary United Front. The 9th Congress derived lessons by reviewing the past practice in the light of MLM. It drew up the immediate ideological, political, organizational, military tasks for advancing the People's War in the country by taking into account the domestic and international situation, state of the subjective forces, situation in the various regions, and enemy tactics. The CCEM, CC, PB, CMC, RBs, CPB, SUCOMO, CMSC, and SCOPE took all the important political, organizational, military decisions and tasks related to Party, Army, and the United Front in the past 4 years, basing on the enriched understanding and the above tasks drawn by the Congress. The major decisions taken in the past 4 years are formation of PB, CMC, RBs, CPB, SUCOMO, CMSC, SCOPE, formation of commissions, commands, and various departments in states, special zones, carrying out education campaign throughout the party on the documents adopted by the Congress, and uniting the entire party around the party line, conducting the rectification campaign throughout the party, and strengthening the party ideologically and politically. Consolidation and expansion of PGA and intensification of the guerrilla war. Building guerrilla bases as part of the process of establishing base areas. Expansion and development of new perspective zones. Consolidation and expansion of the party. Consolidation and expansion of mass organizations and building UF in various forms. Political mobilization of the masses on political tactical slogans. Unity of the genuine Maoist revolutionaries, and so on. Let us review the decisions and practice of the past 4 years based on MLM and the direction given by the Ninth Congress so that we can make further advances in our people's war by strengthening the PGA and transforming it into PLA, establishing base areas and building a powerful united front under the leadership of our party. Positive achievements and weaknesses in brief. To sum up, in the past 4 years after the Ninth Congress, our positive achievements are primary, while the negative aspects and weaknesses in the movement are secondary. It is important that we analyze the positive and negative based on the concrete objective and subjective situation during this period. If we do not take into consideration the overall condition of the enemy and our forces, and try to arrive at assessments based on whether qualitative breakthroughs are made or not, i.e., purely based on the results achieved, then we will become victims of subjectivism and will lose sight of the positive achievements. Likewise, if we do not identify the serious weaknesses and shortcomings in the movement, then it will be impossible to rectify these weaknesses. Hence, it is very important that we maintain the correct balance between these two aspects and make a sober assessment of what we could have done with the existing subjective forces and in the given concrete conditions in various states and at the central level. What are the positive achievements during this period? Further consolidation and expansion of the party. Overall, during this period there has been a growth and further consolidation of the party, PGA, and the revolutionary mass organizations, and an increase in the United Front activity. The mass base of the party had expanded and further deepened. The rectification campaigns helped in the further integration of the party with the oppressed masses. Though the growth in the party membership and the number of professional revolutionaries was not very significant when seen as a whole, the quality of the cadres had improved in this period. The CC and the state committees, in general, had become ideologically, politically, organizationally more mature and more experienced and were further consolidated into collective leadership teams. The number in the SCSCCs and their quality has increased in some states. Likewise, the district/divisional committees had also become further consolidated into collective teams, and their ability to independently grapple with the issues confronting the movement has grown. Although the number of members in ACs increased in some states, overall there is not much improvement of quality. In some pockets of some states, village party committees have come into existence. In spite of heavy losses in AP and NT, our party has become steeled in this period. The party's numerical strength and quality on the whole has improved, though in a few states there has been stagnation. We gained new experience through firmly adhering and implementing our line. Non-proletarian trends, which were identified by the Ninth Congress, were sought to be rectified through ideological political education and remolding, as well as through further integration with the masses and deeper involvement in the class struggle. The education and rectification campaign had helped in the ideological political development of the party's rank and file. As a whole, the party became further consolidated during this period. 2. Formation and development of PGA. We gained rich experience in waging guerrilla war after the formation of the PGA. The formation, strengthening, and expansion of commissions and commands is an important feature. Carrying out planned, time-bound programs and involving the entire party around the principal task, such as TCOCs, as a part of intensifying the guerrilla war, with the perspective of building PLA and establishing base areas is a new experience. There is an increase in the recruitment into all the three wings of PGA. The People's Militia, which was quite weak at the time of the Ninth Congress, had relatively increased in both numbers and quality. There is regular training to the militia, arming of the militia, and involvement of the militia units in all types of activity against the enemy, including active armed resistance. In fact, wherever there is considerable growth of the People's Militia besides the secondary and main force, and an increase in the coordinated armed resistance of the main, secondary, and the base forces, the enemy had failed to destroy the mass organizations, organs of people's democratic power, and the party units in those areas. The growth and the active participation of the militia in the ongoing People's War is also an important factor that has contributed to the establishment and consolidation of the GB areas and organs of people's political power. There is not only quantitative growth in the PGA, but also in its quality, in its military fighting skills, training in different types of combat, waging guerrilla war in different conditions such as forests, semi-forest, hilly tracts, plains, etc. Analytical capabilities of the PGA leadership at various levels, coordinated actions and joint operations, and so on. The period has seen the formation of military commissions at the central and state levels, as well as operational military commands at the sub-zonal/regional and district levels. All the important tactical maneuvers and operations were conducted directly under the leadership of the commissions and commands. This had greatly helped in bringing about a qualitative change in the type of military operations, enhanced the awareness of the party as a whole in military matters, brought uniformity in military sphere in the party as a whole, imparted politico-military education through classes, training camps, and publishing military literature, and, most important of all, direct leadership was given by the commissions and commands to the PGA in the tactical maneuvers and operations. Good experience has been accumulated by the commissions, commands, and the units of the PGA's three wings in the past 4 years, which needs to be further synthesized. We had also understood the war we are waging against the vastly superior Indian state in a better way, and also how to wage the war in the concrete conditions prevailing in the country that is characterized by glaring unevenness in socio-economic development and vast differences in the terrain. 3. Development of guerrilla bases, guerrilla zones, and expansion of armed struggle into new areas. In accordance with the decision of the Ninth Congress, and basing on the enriched understanding of the concept of guerrilla zones, guerrilla bases, and base areas, we took up planned work in selected strategic areas within the guerrilla zones to develop guerrilla bases, done with the perspective of establishing base areas. Time-bound targets for completing the preparations were fixed and were fulfilled to a large extent. The development of the guerrilla bases and organs of people's democratic power at various levels had reaffirmed the correctness of our political military line. The armed resistance of the masses and their overall participation in the People's War had enhanced in the course of establishing the guerrilla bases. The past 4 years had given us rich experience in building the guerrilla bases with the perspective of establishing base areas, in building and running the organs of people's democratic political power, both at the village level as well as at the area levels, and the problems related to these. The experience is very valuable, as it has trained the party cadres in preparations, formation, and running the people's government at the village and area level, and to organize the masses against the enemy forces in defense of the people's power. Guerrilla war had further intensified and extended to new areas during this period. In AP, the Nala-Mala Guntur forest region was developed into a guerrilla zone within the target of 2 years, as decided by the State Conference. Thus, guerrilla war had expanded to other parts of AP during this period, and several tactical counteroffensive operations or campaigns were carried out. This expansion had assisted the ongoing revolutionary movement in NT and AOB. In BJ, after recognizing the level of the movement of KK Magad region as a GZ, we had intensified guerrilla war against the state, with the immediate task of formation of GBs with the perspective of BA. In BJO, the armed clashes with the class enemies had intensified, and the guerrilla war against the state had grown more intense. A new battle zone is developing in the strategic region of Western Ghats in Karnataka. We had also expanded into some new areas in some states. 4. Unification of genuine Maoist revolutionaries. Unity with the MCCI is perhaps the biggest achievement of the party since the 9th Congress. It signified a qualitative leap in party building and army building in India, and laid a stronger basis for the forging of a powerful revolutionary united front. Our party, just like the MCCI, played a principled, positive role in the entire process of merger. The CC, particularly the PB, had to spend quite some time in studying the MCCI documents, conducting unity talks and bilateral discussions on various ideological, political, military, organizational issues, and in preparing the final joint documents for the unified party. In the 9th Congress, we took the decision to hold talks with the MCC and strive to maintain fraternal relations. However, we placed the blame for the clashes and the tense situation in Bihar-Jharkhand only on the MCC and did not make proper self-criticism for the mistakes on our part. We stated that the clashes were due to the antagonistic attitude adopted by the MCC and its attacks against the erstwhile PU for over a decade. After the 9th Congress, starting with the first historic bilateral meeting between the two parties in August 2001, there was a qualitative change in the relations between the two parties due to realization from both sides on the urgent need for unity of the two major Maoist parties of India that have been consistently pursuing armed agrarian revolutionary war in the country for over 3 decades, basing on a correct ideological, political, military organizational line. Hence, with the proletarian spirit of achieving principled unity based on MLM and in the greater interest of the Indian Revolution, our party's high-level delegation, in spite of a serious political difference, boldly decided in the February 03 bilateral meeting to withdraw the 9th Congress's formulation regarding the fundamental contradiction between the CBB and the Indian masses from the common documents of the unified party. Our CC also approved this decision, which reflected its high degree of political maturity. It took another year and a half of bilateral discussions to finalize the common documents and the merger process. 5. Developing political tactics. There was a planned effort to build political mass movements around the political tactical slogans adopted by the 9th Congress, and we could succeed in developing such movements by forming broad-based united fronts in some states and at the central level. We exposed the policies of the ruling classes consistently and led the people in different movements against the neoliberal economic policies and fascist attacks of the ruling classes, targeted the WB, IMF, WTO, and the imperialists, particularly the U.S. imperialists. The understanding of the party has developed further with regard to political intervention in a concrete given situation. Political exposures and mobilizations had grown. The political tactics adopted in some states, especially the 3 zones in AP, as during the last elections and during talks in 2002 and 2004, had a positive political impact on the people as a whole. We could derive political advantages through these political tactics, which helped further advance the people's war. We could utilize the contradictions within the ruling classes on some occasions. Besides the above-mentioned major achievements during this period, there are also some more achievements such as our positive role in the international relations based on proletarian internationalism, particularly our bilateral relations with the genuine Maoist forces in the world, such as the CPI Maoist, Corim, CP, TKP, ML, etc. Formation of C-Compo-SA, and our participation in various international forums, along with several other Maoist and other anti-imperialist forces. Our consistent internal struggle against sectarianism in some of the Maoist forces with regard to building broad front against imperialism and uniting the various Maoist forces on a common platform, and so on. To sum up, we can conclude that three major breakthroughs: merger of the two major Maoist parties in our country, and the formation of a unified party after years of splits and disunity, expansion and strengthening of the guerrilla army with the merger of the PGA and PLGA, and the formation of organs of people's political power at the village and area level signify qualitative leaps in the ongoing people's war in our country. Our weaknesses and shortcomings. Failure to stop further losses in NT and AP. At the time of the State Conference of NT, we assessed that the movement has gone into the defensive. In the past 4 years, there were continuous attempts to revive the movement in NT, but we failed in achieving this. In the CC2 meeting, we assessed that the movement in NT was in the ebb, and that it would take a relatively longer period of time for the movement to recover. Basing on this assessment, we evolved specific tactics for implementation in the specific situation in NT. In October 2003, we tried to check further losses by consciously withdrawing a significant section of the comrades belonging to various levels from the zone and shifting them to other strategic zones. The enemy's all-round offensive was stepped up continuously, but we were not able to effectively counter the tactics of the enemy. Our resistance to the enemy remained weak. Overall, our condition had further deteriorated in NT, and we suffered heavy losses of our subjective forces, including leadership, some cadres during the period after the Congress. In AP too, we suffered serious losses during this period as a whole. In the guerrilla zone of South Telangana, our forces had become numerically weakened when compared to the strength at the time of the state conference. Although the tempo of the resistance is maintained in AP throughout this period, thereby keeping the morale of the cadres and people relatively high, our areas had shrunk and the cadre strength has come down to some extent. Weaknesses in party building. Our continuous attempts to build party units at the primary level did not bring any significant results during this period. In some important states, such as AP and NT, in DK and AOB there was some growth in the number of primary party units, but the local leadership has to be developed further politically. Heavy repression by the enemy in these states became a big hurdle for the functioning of the party cells. Destruction of the party cells, then rebuilding them. Again, being destroyed by the enemy, and once again rebuilding them. This is the process through which the party building has been going on in several states, particularly NT, AP, and AOB, where the enemy repression is continuously growing. Surrender of several party cadre, besides serious losses of leadership at various levels, had also contributed to our weakness in party building. We resolved in the 9th Congress to make special effort to build the party and develop leadership from the basic classes and special social sections, but the progress is not much satisfactory. Although we recruited a good number from Adivasis and women into the party, very few of them are promoted to the leadership positions. Our party is still weak in the working class, agricultural laborers, and the most oppressed sections of society such as Dalits, Muslims, etc. We have to more deeply review the shortcomings in our practice and rectify this by drawing proper lessons in this aspect. Shortcomings in urban work. We decided to allot forces for specialization in urban work and prepared the perspective paper on urban work by 2002 itself, but we did not achieve any significant progress in the urban front. Except in one or two states, there was no concrete planning by the CC and RBs to educate the leading cadres in their concerned states on the urban perspective, or to allot forces for specialization in urban work. Thus, lack of conscious effort and orientation on the part of the central leadership is a principal weakness in our work in the urban front. Another serious limitation is the shortage of able and experienced organizers suitable for urban work. The problem of proper coordination and guidance from the party leadership in the areas of armed struggle to the urban movement is another major hurdle for achieving progress in urban work. In these states, due to the problem of imparting regular education and guidance to the urban cadre by the party leadership and the severe constraints it had been facing in coordinating with the urban units in some of these states, even the few recruits from the urban areas had to be shifted to the rural areas instead of absorbing them into the urban movement in a planned manner. Weakness in building political movements and responding timely to issues. The overall consciousness to build mass political movements on the major issues of the day has no doubt grown in this period among our party cadres working in various fronts. However, given the growing favorable political situation in the country and the need for intervention in the political events occurring from time to time, the work in this front is far short of the requirements. Serious weaknesses continue in identifying the important political and mass issues and responding in time, in correctly analyzing the contradictions within the ruling classes and utilizing them, in tactically intervening in the political developments in the country and internationally, and so on. The party committees at various levels still lack the necessary political initiative in this aspect. Weakness in making concrete class analysis. The problem of making concrete class analysis in the areas where we are working still persists. In areas of armed struggle, where there has been a drastic change in class relations due to our struggle, our understanding has not changed accordingly. Hence, we have to change the tactics in accordance with the changing class relations, mobilize the masses in class struggle, take up necessary forms of organizations and struggles, and make the necessary changes in the functioning of the party committees, strengthening the party to successfully lead the People's War. Our party's 9th Congress made a historic review of the past, drew lessons, and formulated guidelines with the aim of strengthening the foundations for developing our party into an able, proletarian vanguard organization for leading the new democratic revolution as an inseparable part of the world revolution successfully in our country. Our party provided leadership to the people and the PGA in the past 3.5 years with the aim of achieving the goals set by the Congress. It faced new challenges in the new situation. By confronting these challenges, our party acquired new experiences. Although there were significant achievements in the past 4 years, in fulfilling the decided tasks, there were also some major failures. However, achievements are primary. Achieving unity with the MCCI, intensifying the guerrilla war, and strengthening the PGA under our party leadership, establishing people's political power in some pockets of guerrilla zones at village level as part of the aim of establishing base areas. These 3 victories have great significance in the history of the Indian revolutionary movement. These will have great influence on the development of the revolution in future. These are the result of the ideological, political, organizational, military effort that we made in order to fulfill the tasks adopted by the Congress. Our failures in politically mobilizing the vast masses into militant, powerful mass democratic political movements and class struggles and thereby deepen the party's mass base. In laying strong foundations and developing the urban movement in accordance with the urban perspective, in consolidating the party and PGA in accordance with the need of the movement and preserving our subjective forces, have hampered the fulfillment of the goals set by the 9th Congress. They had negative influence on the development of the People's War in the country. The main reasons for our failures and for non-fulfillment of the goals set by the various committees are failure to understand the party policies, tasks, and tactics in real spirit and firmly and creatively implement the same, not formulating the tactics and work methods appropriate to the changing situation and implementing them, enemy onslaught, non-proletarian trends, and so on. Now let us analyze the revolutionary practice of our party in the past 4 years in the light of MLM, and its development in the course of implementing the tasks set by the Ninth Congress. For this, the following aspects should be reviewed: consolidation of the party committees, functioning of the party committees, tactics, strengthening the party, ERC, education, unity, international fraternal relations. 1. Consolidation of party committees. In order to fulfill higher political military organizational tasks decided by the Congress and to provide effective leadership of the party to achieve the targets, we formed a large CC, a PB, CMC, RBs, Central Publishing Bureau, and 2 central subcommittees. Likewise, relatively greater number of members was elected to the state special zonal committees. Secretariats and military commissions and commands at the state special zonal level and regional subzonal level military commands were formed. Committees were formed in some states or special zones for education. For the first time in our party history, we formed various new bureaus, commissions, commands, subcommittees. Thus, by setting up separate party committees for specializing in a particular sphere, we overcame the situation where a single party committee looked after the military, mass organizations, and various fronts. These structures began to be set up in the course of holding the various conferences that were held as part of the preparations for the Congress, and continued to develop later in the course of consolidation of the party. Most of these leadership structures developed as collective teams of our party. In NT and AP, due to the heavy losses in the severe repression by the enemy, we had to either dissolve or shorten SMCs and regional/subzonal commands. In order to consolidate the central and state leaderships and the commissions, commands, departments, etc., as strong collective leadership or commanding teams, we have to take up specialized study in the concerned front, evolve the proper methods of functioning of each body and proper methods of coordination between the various bodies, provide direct leadership, gain experience and grip over the movement, and take new members into the bodies where needed. When we sum up the experiences of the past 4 years, we can certainly say that the tasks formulated by the Ninth Congress are correct, that we had mainly succeeded in consolidating party committees at various levels, and the party leadership in the military front has also strengthened. We have to further consolidate these bodies and expand them wherever there is necessity. But most of the leadership teams of the mass fronts and of the departments in various fronts are still quite weak, and we failed to consolidate them properly, and also failed to reconstitute scope. We could not consolidate them or make them function in accordance with the needs and tasks of the movement due to the following reasons: spontaneity in the committee functioning, shortcomings in developing necessary tactics and work methods, severe losses of leadership and continuous repression, non-proletarian trends, etc. When we keep the experience acquired in the past 4 years, we find that the need for these bodies has increased even more. We have to develop and expand more and more leadership teams consisting of new elements and basic class leadership from the village to higher levels. Sufficient members should be developed in all party committees and commands to provide party leadership to all fronts. Secretariats should be developed from SCs to ACs. Collective team functioning should be further strengthened at all levels, and thereby individual functioning should be rectified. Proper secret functioning methods and proper tech mechanism of all committees should be built to safeguard leadership from the enemy's multi-pronged onslaught. We have to ideologically, politically, organizationally consolidate and strengthen them by chalking out time-bound plans. For this, we should reconstitute scope and effectively use it to impart education in the party. We have to take specialization as an urgent task from the central to the area level. We should give special attention to strengthen the party and leadership of urban movement and the mass organizations. We should develop proper methods and mechanism for the coordination of open/legal and secret illegal work. 2. Functioning of the CC. The Ninth Congress reviewed the shortcomings in the functioning of the CC and suggested measures to rectify them so as to develop the functioning in accordance with the needs of the movement. We made an in-depth review of the shortcomings that occurred in implementing the central tasks, in analyzing the concrete socio-economic political conditions, enemy repression, level of the movement, etc., from time to time, and adopt appropriate tactics, and so on, and decided to rectify this work style and method of functioning. We undertook this review by recognizing that developing the functioning of the CC is the key aspect for developing the party as an able warrior skillfully using the two weapons of army and the united front for the victory in the revolution. In the past 4 years, there is positive development on the part of the central and state committees, commissions and commands in implementing the central and other tasks, in carrying out the task through planned, time-bound campaigns, and in functioning collectively. We had achieved significant developments in 4 years of People's War, as mentioned in the introduction. The CC, as the highest leadership committee in the party, bears the principal responsibility for the positive and negative aspects in all the decisions and practice of the party in the past 4 years. Hence, it is essential to go into the ideological, political roots of the weaknesses and shortcomings in the functioning of the CC, particularly its role in leading and advancing the Revolutionary War. Let us analyze its role and functioning in this period and conduct criticism and self-criticism for rectifying the weaknesses and shortcomings by going into the roots of the problem. This will be the decisive factor in uniting the entire party and strengthening the leadership. Response to the political changes in the international and domestic situation. Within a short period after our Congress, the September 11th incidents took place, which shook the entire world and brought about a significant change in the world situation with far-reaching consequences. The U.S. imperialists occupied Afghanistan and later Iraq by mobilizing some other imperialist powers and several comprador governments in the Third World countries. In the name of combating terrorism, the U.S. and other imperialist powers and their compradors in the Third World unleashed a worldwide campaign of brutal state fascist terror against the revolutionary and democratic movements and national liberation movements. The policies of LPG were more aggressively thrust on the various countries throughout the world, and the interference by the World Bank, IMF, WTO, and other imperialist agencies reached new proportions. In India, too, as part of the worldwide conspiracy, fascist acts like Pote were introduced. The nationality struggles, revolutionary movements, and various democratic struggles were brutally suppressed. Communal fascist attacks and massacres were organized against the Muslim minorities in Gujarat and elsewhere. Countrywide offensive was stepped up against the revolutionary movement. LPG policies were implemented on a far greater scale during the BJP-led NDA regime, opening up every sector to the domination of the imperialist capital. The World Bank and the imperialists, who made AP as their experimental state for implementing reforms and repression of the revolutionary movement, launched their multi-pronged attack through their trusted agent, Chandra Babu Naidu. Hundreds of our cadre, leadership and sympathizers were killed in fake encounters. Thousands of peasants committed suicide. The PB, on behalf of the CC, analyzed many of these developments and released circulars pointing out the political organizational tactics to be adopted. It issued press statements from time to time on the developments. Our party committees and mass organizations mobilize the people on most of these issues. In states where we have some strength, we tried to build political movements on these issues. At the all-India level, some centralized programs were taken up. We exposed U.S. imperialism as the #1 enemy of the world people, the anti-people nature of imperialist globalization, the great danger of Hindu fascism, and the fascist authoritarian rule of the TDP regime in AP. All these won over some allies to our side and exposed the main enemies before the people at large. However, due to the shortcomings in the functioning and coordination of PB, at times we could not promptly release the circulars and distribute throughout the party. Likewise, we could not build powerful militant political mass movements at the central or state level. We could not combine these political propaganda and agitation effectively with the guerrilla war in order to advance the people's war. By overcoming these weaknesses, we will be able to achieve greater victories in our tactics and enhance the role of the masses in the people's war. 2. Implementing the central task. It is a common Marxist principle that seizure of state power through war remains the central task in revolution in any country, from the initial stages to the final capture of power. However, this principle has to be applied differently to different countries depending on the concrete conditions. Moreover, as part of applying to the concrete conditions of a country, the party line, policies, and tactics have to be formulated and developed in the actual practice of the revolution. And the necessary changes in tactics have to be made, even as the basic party line remains unchanged during the various phases of the revolution and in accordance with the ebb and flow of the movement and major changes in the international and domestic situation. The ability and skill of the leadership lies in developing the tactics necessary for the victory of the revolution and driving the entire party rank and file, people's army and the masses, to implement these tactics with unflinching determination. With the above understanding, let us analyze the effort made by the CC in implementing the central task in the past 4 years, and identify the mistakes that occurred in practice. We decided our immediate central task as building guerrilla bases in DK, NT, AOB, Koel Kaimur as part of the process of establishing base areas in these zones by strengthening and expanding PGA and intensifying the guerrilla war. We drew up the ideological, political, organizational, military tasks from time to time in the past 4 years in order to implement the above central task. As part of this, we strengthened the PGA and expanded it, strengthened the commissions and commands, enhanced the political military training of the PGA, organized the TCOCs to defeat the counter-revolutionary war of the reactionary ruling classes. We succeeded to an extent in destroying the enemy forces, seizing weapons and improving the firepower of the PGA, and bringing military formations up to company. We conducted classes and collective study on the S&T, Central POR, and other basic documents throughout the party. A circular was released by the CC on RPCs, based on which the SCSZCs worked out circulars and concrete guidelines for RPCs in their respective states. DKSSC prepared the policy program for RPCs with the aim of consolidating the people's political power at the local level and developing it to higher levels. At present, the RPCs, as organs of new political power of the oppressed masses, are developing the political, economic, social, cultural life of the people. We are trying to expand them, basing on the strength of the party, PGA, and the consolidated strength of the mass organizations and the unity of the masses in these areas. We achieved positive results in implementing the central task in DK and AOB, but in NT, with the further decline in the movement after the Congress, we had to temporarily shelve the plan of immediately forming the GBs. We are intensifying the guerrilla war in the GZs of Nalamala, KK, and GOBL. We are making preparations in the new perspective areas, keeping the central task in mind. However, although we made positive effort and achieved some result in implementing the central task, and our understanding had grown in this respect, it is a fact that we could not fulfill the targets fully. The main reasons for this failure are our political, organizational, military shortcomings in advancing the central task, and the following long-term weaknesses in the party that are still persisting and which have to be overcome. Weaknesses in enhancing the active role of the masses in the war, thereby hastening the process of building a powerful army. In assessing the enemy offensive and defeating it. In adopting appropriate political tactics. In coordinating military actions and tactics with mass political movements and tactics. In concentration of the leadership on the task of establishing people's political power. Problem of orientation in building the peasant movement, and in continuously expanding the movement areas based on a policy of consolidation, expansion. There is also an urgent need for improving our firepower and various types of equipment and technology to take on the superior enemy, equipped with highly sophisticated technology, to increase the number and level of our military formations, and to solve the problems that are arising in the process of transforming guerrilla war into mobile warfare. We have to enhance the political consciousness and military skills of the part members and PGA forces who hail mainly from the peasantry. By studying and creatively applying the Maoist principles of people's war to our concrete conditions, by learning from our rich experiences and striving hard to solve the problems of building the PLA and establishing people's political power, we can overcome the above-mentioned shortcomings. Shortcomings in studying the problems of the movement in time and implementing the resolutions. Our 9th Congress had identified the 3 major shortcomings in NT, i.e., failure to assess the changes in enemy tactics in time and adopting counter-tactics, failure to form the PGA in appropriate time, and failure to concretely study the changes in class relations in the areas of our armed struggle. We tried to rectify these shortcomings in the period after the Congress. However, we could not bring any qualitative change in the situation, and in fact, we suffered more losses in NT during this period, but were able to sustain our organization in the zone in face of fascist repression. The CC's study of the concrete condition and tactics to be adopted in NT in order to bring a resurgence of the movement is still partial. The CC has to study how to more creatively apply the principles of people's war to the concrete conditions in NT and AP, develop the tactics for such areas, solve the problem of involving the masses on a large scale in guerrilla war and other forms of struggle in such areas of white terror, and thereby achieve a breakthrough in the people's war in the country. The CC has to accomplish this through concrete field study, collective study and discussion, and firm implementation of the resolutions adopted. The danger of right and left deviations in the party can be defeated only by strictly doing the above. We also failed to undertake the study of the agrarian, relations and class analysis in Punjab and other advanced areas in the country, though we resolved to do so in the Congress. This certainly has a negative impact on developing the movement in Punjab and other areas of advanced socioeconomy. The main shortcomings in the CC in implementing the decisions taken are failure to run scope for imparting ideological political education to the party and to reconstitute it after its dissolution in end 2002, failure to bring out people's war regularly as an ideological political weapon of the party, failure to run Sukomo effectively, and lapses in completing the social investigation of our struggle areas and to develop our tactics basing on these studies. Overall, when we keep the needs of our movement, our work in the ideological sphere has been inadequate. Hence, this is reflected on all spheres of our movement. It is very much necessary for the CC to overcome the spontaneity and liberalism in its functioning and develop proper methods of collective functioning to overcome the above shortcomings. Weaknesses are continuing in the work style of the CC firmly and effectively implementing the tasks and decisions taken throughout the party. This is not only affecting the implementation of the decisions and tasks taken, but is also resulting in making superficial and one-sided reviews. This is becoming a hurdle for learning from our experiences. We are not able to achieve the desired results as we are not implementing some of the decisions taken in the various fronts in time and executing the plans effectively. We have to more seriously work out time-bound plans in the states once the task is taken in the CC. Mobilize the entire party to execute the plans with firm determination, and apply the plans creatively at the lower levels and mobilize the vast masses. The CC has to shoulder the responsibility of educating and driving the entire party around the task. The individual CC members have to personally bear the responsibility of carrying this out in his/her area of work division. Functioning. The formation and functioning of a larger CC with 3-in-1 combination in line with the direction of the Congress to advance and expand the People's War, the formation of the various central bodies, solution of the problems of functioning and coordination in course of the work, and consolidation of these bodies is the foremost positive achievement. Another positive achievement in the functioning of the CC and other party committees is the formulation of tasks and tactics by assessing the overall situation, fixing time-bound targets, and carrying out campaigns to fulfill the major tasks. During this period, PB concentrated mainly on achieving unity with MCCI, guiding the various RBs and central bodies, and releasing circulars and press statements on developments in the international and domestic situation. It established and developed the functioning of the center. The ERC helped in rectifying the non-proletarian trends to some extent, and improving the functioning of the various bodies. Along with the CC, all central bodies held their meetings regularly. As our CC is a larger body, and there is regular functioning of other bodies such as PB, CMC, RBs, CPB, there were 3 meetings of the CC in the past 3.5 years. The PB meetings were held regularly as planned. Due to the need for coordinating various works, repression and technical difficulties, spontaneity in the functioning, and other factors, RBs could not hold meetings regularly and could not allot sufficient time for the meetings. The CC and all the central bodies have to improve the methods of conducting the meetings, such as making proper preparations, submitting comprehensive reports, fixing optimum duration for the meetings, rectifying the method of discussion and method of synthesis, implementing democratic centralism, taking more serious precautions in safeguarding the secrets of the committee meetings, and rectifying our work style and method of conducting the meetings to keep on par with the intensity of enemy repression. These changes in the method of conducting our meetings are very essential for successfully solving the problems that our revolutionary movement is facing and for strengthening the central leadership, especially at a time when the enemy is hatching plans to specially wipe out our leadership. The experience of the past 4 years shows that the decision to enlarge the CC and set up the various central bodies is correct and had helped greatly in fulfilling the objectives set by the Party Congress and for the development of the party core. There were some problems in the functioning of the CC as the Supreme Collective Leadership Team of Party due to some shortcomings in old comrades and the gap between the old and new comrades. There were problems with regard to common understanding and assessment of the movement, particularly regarding the important tasks and problems faced by the movement, work style, coordination, lack of experience, etc. Likewise, There were some problems between the central bodies related to the CC, such as between PB and all other central bodies, and between CMC and RBs on such questions like rights and duties, coordination, and mutual relationship. These problems are being resolved by enhancing our collective understanding regarding democratic centralism, upholding the party line and spirit, and rectifying the mistakes in functioning. The PB also could not concentrate on some planned tasks, and some had to postpone some due to its involvement in the unity process during this period. There is need to resolve some more major problems arising in the functioning of the CC by basing on the principle of democratic centralism and developing proper methods of work. These are I. Improving the coordination between PB and various central bodies, and between the central bodies and state committees and other departments. 2. The question whether CCMs with dual membership, i.e., those who are also acting as state secretaries, can express their difference of opinion in their concerned SCs, right? Developing common understanding in the entire CC regarding the movement in various states, particularly those in the guerrilla zones and areas of advanced class struggle. Plus, problem of speaking outside the committee in such a way as to dilute the decisions of the committee, or expressing one's own differences with the committee decisions after the meeting with other members. V. Overcoming the strong trend of petty bourgeois individualism along with liberalism in firmly implementing the decisions made. VI. Developing the method and mechanism for conducting inter-party struggle in a healthy manner, and thereby rectify wrong trends and further enrich the party line and achieve higher unity, and so on. It is necessary to conduct inter-party struggle and debate in a healthy, democratic method and reject the wrong trends and weaknesses by going into the ideological roots of the differences that arise in the party. Identify the problems arising while implementing the party line, and deeply discussing and taking up the study of these questions. The wrong opinions, wrong trends, and methods that are of a serious character cannot always be confined to organizational framework, but may have to be elevated to ideological, political level and inter-party debate conducted at various levels. Such debates should be conducted based on Maoist methods of unity, struggle, unity. During this period, inter-party struggle broke out in Karnataka and West Bengal. In Karnataka, there was right trend in a section of the state leadership regarding how to advance the armed struggle in the prospective area in the state. There is influence of the phase theory regarding the preparations for armed struggle. The inter-party struggle was conducted throughout the Karnataka party, based on healthy, democratic method, and the struggle was resolved in a special conference. In West Bengal, the state secretary Manik and some others raised some political issues in the state plenum which were defeated. Later, Manik and his handful of followers left the party and fled from the revolutionary movement as they were not prepared to conduct the struggle within the party. It is unfortunate that they did not try to adhere to the principle of democratic centralism or to wage inter-party struggle in a principled manner, but chose to liquidate the party by hurling all sorts of lies and abuse and bring an alternative right revisionist line in place of the line of PPW. However, even after they left the party, we conducted polemical debate on some of the questions raised by them. Right and left deviations and trends had appeared in some party committees and individuals, and in some cases, these are being expressed in an anarchist, non-organizational manner. Such wrong methods and practice might ultimately lead to liquidationism and disruption. Hence, we must educate the cadres to raise their views in proper democratic methods in their concerned party units so as to conduct the debate in a healthy manner. At the present juncture, it is very essential for the CC to enhance its ideological, political, organizational, military abilities, to lead the movement, analyze, and synthesize the experience, to fulfill the growing needs of the revolutionary movement. For this, The CC and PB should develop as collective political centers and concentrate on developing their ideological political depth, organizational military abilities, creatively apply MLM to the problems that our revolutionary movement is facing in various states, drive the entire party rank and file to implement the decisions and tasks taken by the CC and PB. Identify and rectify the non-proletarian trends that arise in the party from time to time, and Bolshevize the party, synthesize the experiences to further advance our people's war, and develop their overall abilities to provide direct leadership to the various party committees and fronts. The problem of holding PB meetings frequently persists due to the type of responsibilities that the PBMs are shouldering at present. Hence, we must try to form a standing committee which can act as a regular center and give directions to the party without any gap. Even if this cannot be done, at least 3 comrades of PB should stay in the center and perform this task. We do not have our party units in many states, and in some states where our party committees exist, these are weak or at primary level. The efforts by the CC and PB to train all the committees in the various fronts and departments will be a decisive factor for the development of the leadership of our party. Besides effectively running the existing departments, CC has to set up and develop them as full-fledged departments to fulfill the growing needs of the movement. It has to evolve the proper secret methods of coordinating with these bodies and set up the necessary mechanism for the purpose. 3. Tactics. Although the understanding of the party has improved with regard to tactics, there is still great need to develop the ability to analyze the new and complex situation arising from time to time and adopt appropriate tactics. The continuing weaknesses in this aspect have to be overcome. The most important and foremost duty and task of the CC is to give direct leadership to the people's war. Although we formed the CMC, SMCs and sub-zonal commands with an important section of the central and state leadership in order to specialize in military matters and lead the war directly, the CC has to give ideological political leadership in the military front. The Indian Revolution, principally the People's War in Andhra Pradesh, is continuously confronting the counter-revolutionary armed onslaught of the Indian ruling classes. Today, a significant feature of the Indian society is that revolutionary war is confronting counter-revolutionary war. It is an important task before our CC to synthesize the experiences of the 3 zones in AP in order to minimize our losses in AP, and elsewhere to resolve the problems faced by the movement in AP and also in other states, and to develop the people's war to a higher stage, and expand it both in AP and throughout the country in a planned way. We can qualitatively influence the Indian Revolutionary War and achieve tactical leaps depending on how correctly we can fulfill this task. The new document on S&T of the Unified Party and also the experiences of the MCCI also will be of help for such a synthesis. The main issues that are to be synthesized in the context of the movement in AP are I. Enemy's counter-revolutionary all-round onslaught. 2. Political tactics. 3. Ebb and flow tactics. V. Sufficient area for maneuver. V. Offense, defense, and retreat. VI. Interrelation between the 3 zones in AP and between different zones in the country. Let us analyze and synthesis these one by one. I. Enemy's counter-revolutionary all-round onslaught. The movement in AP, i.e., all the 3 zones that constitute the state, has the longest history of sustained armed struggle in India. It has always been an inspiration to the revolutionary movement in the country and a continuous source of recruitment into the party, PGA, and for expansion into various areas in the country. Since the movement in AP has been the cradle of our movement and continues to play an important role in the Indian Revolution, it is but natural that the enemy, too, has taken it as a special challenge to suppress the movement in AP. We have to keep this background in mind when making an assessment of the situation and adopt the appropriate tactics. The state has been an experimental ground for all the tactics of white terror unleashed by the Indian state and imperialists since the past 2 decades or more. With the aid and guidance of the imperialists, the Indian ruling classes have launched a multi-pronged offensive, first in AP itself ever since the Congress government that came to power in 1991, and particularly since 1996 under the TDP led by Chandrababu Naidu. The World Bank had taken special interest and released a package of extensive reforms starting from laying the necessary infrastructure throughout the state, particularly roads and communications, initiating several so-called welfare and development schemes aimed at weaning away the masses from the revolution, and assistance for the modernization of the police forces, and so on. Massive funds were also allotted by the successive central governments for modernizing the repressive machinery, and for achieving coordination between the police forces in AP with those of the center and the neighboring states. The police force in AP had become more modernized. Top officers received further training by the U.S., Britain, and Israeli military and intelligence agencies. Better coordination had been achieved between the police and paramilitary forces in AP, with those in 8 other states under the Joint Operational Command. The specially trained Greyhounds police forces and the cruel SIB had specialized in the techniques of fighting a covert war by employing covert agents, building a vast informer network, setting up and training the vigilante gangs, and numerous methods of enforcing surrenders, counseling of the parents of squad members, organizing attacks through counteraction teams, TEATs, and so on. In the 4 years since the State Conference of AP, NT, and AOB, the repressive machinery in the state had been further strengthened. The TDP was in power in AP until April 2004. During its regime, it had served as the most loyal agent of the World Bank, WTO, and imperialists as a whole, and tried to make AP an experimental state for the implementation of the reforms proposed by the World Bank. It unleashed the most brutal repression against the revolutionaries, particularly against our party. The methods of suppression employed by the state in AP need special mention, as they are taken as the model by the other state and central governments, which are trying to implement them. There are differences in the scale of repression unleashed by the governments of AP, MP, Chhattisgarh, MR, Bihar, Jharkhand, and Orissa. An understanding of these methods employed by the enemy in AP is essential not only to make a review of our own tactics in countering them and to objectively sum up the development of our movement in the state in the past 4 years, but also to counter the enemy effectively in other states. State terror and state-sponsored terror in AP. A Joint Operational Command, JOC, was formed with AP, MP, MR, Orissa, and Bihar under the leadership of the central government. The ban on our party and the mass organizations has been continuing since 1992 in AP. As a result of this all-round attack, our losses were heavy. Over 2,500 comrades became martyrs in NT, AP, and AOB alone since 1985 and in the past 4 years. They had unleashed a brutal military campaign against the revolutionary movement by arresting and torturing thousands of people and destroying houses and other property. We rendered ineffective the bloody campaign let loose by the central and state governments in AP in 1985 and 1991 to suppress our movement through our undaunted heroism and sacrifices in blood. We are thus able to further advance our revolutionary movement. The enemy, of course, has been continuously making preparations on a long-term basis to suppress our movement. Specializing in the counter-guerrilla strategy and tactics, i.e., strategy of low-intensity conflicts, the AP government had set up the Special Task Force, STF, in 1985, and later Special Intelligence Bureau, SIB, to suppress the revolutionary movement. An informer network was set up in the struggle areas, and basing on this information, the Greyhounds forces launched their operations. These killer police gangs, which are trained in the most sophisticated methods and techniques, conduct raids with sophisticated weapons based on the information supplied by the SIB. Besides achieving progress in the military campaigns, they were able to carry out covert operations, converting anti-people lumpen elements, criminals and degenerated elements into informers, and organizing attacks and murders of several of our comrades through specially formed killer squads such as Green Tigers, Kranti Sena, etc., consisting of renegades and cruel policemen. The TDP government introduced the method of counseling to encourage surrenders through pressure on the family members. They have stepped up their psychological war and malicious propaganda against the revolutionary movement without a let-up through all means available to them. 2. Political tactics. Once the general line of the party is decided, the growth or decline of the movement will principally depend on the political tactics adopted from time to time, and the forms of struggle and forms of organization that are taken up to implement the political tactics and slogans. The importance of political tactics assumes even more significance in a state like AP, where our party has a long history of armed struggle, and people expect our party to provide leadership to their struggles. Given the massive offensive of the enemy, there is a need for a counterattack on our part in all fronts: political, military, moral, psychological, and cultural. It is not enough, nor is it possible, to deal heavy blows to the enemy militarily, given the vast difference in the balance of forces and the historical weaknesses of our party and movement. We have to unleash not only political movements to isolate the enemy, but also unleash psychological war to demoralize the enemy forces and take effective measures to counter enemy's psychological war. We must also convince the people and win over the vast majority morally to our side by showing the justness and legitimacy of our cause and the methods that we adopt to counter the enemy. Our revolutionary sincerity in carrying out the war that is thrust on the people by the exploiting and oppressing ruling classes, and our self-criticism and rectification of the mistakes that we commit in the course of the war will also have a positive impact on the masses, and it would be difficult for the enemy to justify his brutal offensive by pointing to a few incidents of indiscriminate violence on our part. Hence, political tactics. 3. Ebb and flow tactics. The movement in NT is continuing in ebb in the past 4 years. After the assessment by the State Conference and Congress that it is in defense, SDC and CC drew up tactics to develop this movement and regain initiative. However, it continued to suffer serious losses and had further weakened. In 2002, CRB, CC, and SCC assessed that it had gone into ebb and made some major changes in tactics. Once again, in 2003, the situation was discussed in depth, and some more important changes were made in the tactics to be adopted. However, some of the tactics, such as formation of the platoons and special committees in the concrete situation prevailing in NT, were not implemented in NT. In AP, the squads took the form of platoons after the decision in SC in December 2003, which helped in giving more confidence to our forces and in defending ourselves from enemy attacks. Although we are working with the understanding that relatively more time is required for overcoming the ebb situation in NT, we have not been able to achieve any major change in the situation. The situation is, by and large, similar in some parts of AP. In order to understand the ebb situation in NT, we have to theoretically understand the problem of ebb and flow in protracted people's war. Only then we can formulate proper tactics to bring the movement into flow once again and to avoid repetition of such a situation elsewhere. The development of the revolutionary movement in our country will be uneven due to uneven economic and political development and historical reasons. The entire development of the Indian Revolution proves this fact. When the movement surged ahead in one region, many other regions remained in the initial phase, or not yet made preparations for armed struggle. Such uneven development has also helped the ruling classes in unleashing brutal suppression campaigns in the one or two regions where the movement had gone to a higher stage by concentrating their forces and striving to isolate it. Thus, the movement in many areas in India, particularly in the plain areas with relatively advanced socio-economic conditions and with stronger state infrastructure like roads and communications, will witness several ups and downs. The intensification of struggles in other regions will contribute to the resurgence of the movement in areas facing intense repression and heavy losses. In our party history, particularly since 1978, we had seen this happening in several areas, districts, and even regions in AP. In the period after the Congress, while the movement in NT faced a situation of ebb, there is intensification of armed struggle in other areas of AP like Nalamala, Guntur, Rayalaseema region. Guntur Nalamala became a guerrilla zone by 2002, and the attacks against the enemy forces increased considerably. In AOB, we achieved significant successes in our resistance against the state, foiled the enemy's attempts to destroy our GB area, took up several mass struggles on different issues of the people, and made some progress in consolidating the GB area. In this period, our party and the movement were further strengthened. During the period of talks, a wave of mass political mobilizations took place all over the state, which shook the reactionary ruling classes. The ups and downs in our movement during this period created great impact on the political scenario in AP. Thus, we have to understand the overall situation, i.e., the overall movement in AP, and not come to conclusions about the movement in the state basing on the situation or tactics adopted in any one zone. In spite of the ebb in NT, the movement in the state as a whole has created a good political impact. The movement as a whole has sustained, in spite of the massive fascist repression let loose in the three zones of AP, which is unheard of since the period of Naxalbari. There are several positive achievements in our protracted war in AP, along with the shortcomings on the part of the leadership in conducting the guerrilla war, in enhancing the role of the masses, and in carrying out consolidation. It is important to keep these positive achievements in mind while assessing the movement in AP and deriving appropriate lessons. It is important to keep in mind that while we should adopt the tactics of self-defense when the movement in a zone is in ebb, we should adopt different tactics in different areas of the zone in accordance with the conditions. While retreating part of our forces to strategically favorable areas, the remaining forces should put up active self-defense and resistance in some form or the other against the enemy, even in the condition of ebb. Otherwise, this will lead to flightism. While it is wrong to think of sticking on to the same area, even in face of white terror, it is also wrong to think that we cannot offer resistance in the ebb situation. We have to make plans to lure the enemy into our trap and also send smaller armed squads to other areas to hit enemy targets. At the present stage of our revolution, or the condition of our movement, we have to concentrate our forces relatively and intensify the guerrilla war in the strategic areas with the strategic outlook of building base areas, adopt appropriate forms of struggle and organization, and mobilize the masses in a big way for this purpose. Our forms of struggle and organization and work methods should be in accordance with the ebb and flow situations and also should have the objective of transforming the ebb into flow. We must intensify the class struggles and political struggles of the masses to create a new wave in the movement and properly coordinate these with military tactics and orient them towards the war. The situation in AP is quite complex, with sudden outbursts in one region and relative lull in another region, ups and downs, advance and retreat following one another in quick succession, movement receding in one region while regaining and expanding in another region, and so on. This will go on for a long time, till we bring about a significant change or qualitative leap in the PPW of our country. Our party should work in AP with this understanding. First, sufficient area for maneuver. Presently, there are 4 guerrilla zones in AP as a whole. While the GZ and NT is in EB, there are serious losses and problems in other zones too. Although we are able to sustain the movement and foil the enemy's all-out attempts to suppress our movement. Overall, the movement in the state has not regained the military initiative or made qualitative progress. The enemy's offensive, on the other hand, continues to be stepped up, with more and more coordination between the forces within the state as well as between the center and various states. The enemy has been trying to push us into smaller and smaller pockets, and thus limit our organizational hold over the masses. The serious losses of leadership and cadre have reduced our total area of work in the state. Our failure to allot forces for extension to new areas with a long-term perspective has also confined us to small pockets, though these are distributed over most of the districts in the state. There are gaps between areas within a zone and between the different zones, which is leading to serious problems in our movements from one zone to another. There is less room for the maneuverability of the PGA in face of severe attack by the enemy. Hence the task of fulfilling the gaps and achieving contiguity between the zones and within the zones remains an urgent task before the party in order to defeat the enemy offensive and keep our losses to the minimum. Given the present state of our subjective forces in the state, it is clear that this cannot be achieved fully immediately, but concrete planning should be made to achieve this goal over a period of time. In fact, our areas will shrink, and subjective forces will reduce in ebb situations. Party, PGA, and the people will face very difficult situation. Under such conditions, party leadership has to display utmost courage and confidence and adopt tactics with skillfulness and wisdom. In situations where we are confronted with huge enemy forces on a regular basis, we have to retain part of our forces to engage the enemy in guerrilla methods and send other forces to new strategic areas to open new battlefronts. We have to take up expansion while preserving our subjective forces and consolidating our movements to the extent possible. Basing on the existing guerrilla zones, we must try to extend to the vast surrounding plain areas and develop them into red resistance areas and guerrilla zones. Cadre should be sent to the guerrilla zones in the strategic areas in order to transform them into base areas, which will act as the rear for the defense of the movement in the plains and areas with relatively less favorable terrain. We should also plan expansion of our party to the urban and suburban areas so as to rouse the vast urban masses, build powerful political mass movements, and mobilize extensive support to the ongoing armed struggle in the rural areas. If this strategic understanding is lacking, then we will commit many mistakes in our tactics and plans and lead to setback in the movement. V. Offense, defense, and retreat. In protracted People's War, the question of retreat is both strategic as well as tactical. Just as defense is inseparable from the tactics of offense, sacrifice forms an integral part of destruction of the enemy forces. Retreat, too, is inseparable from advance. Though in general, advance, offense, and destruction of the enemy are the principal aspects of war, at times temporarily retreat, defense, and sacrifice may assume primacy in the war. Able leadership directing the war will never lose sight of one aspect while carrying out the other, and will always see their mutual dialectical relationship. This is even more relevant in our protracted People's War, where, for a relatively longer period of time, a weak force is pitted against a vastly superior enemy, and the war has to pass through several twists and turns. One-sidedness in understanding this relationship, i.e., flexibility in strategy or rigidity in tactics, will either lead to right or left deviations and harm the revolution. The problem of retreat is a problem confronted in all guerrilla zones. This applies not only to the plain areas, but at times also to the strategic areas. However, in strategic areas with favorable terrain, even when we retreat some forces temporarily in the face of massive enemy offensive, the all-out effort should be made to destroy the enemy by transforming the guerrilla war into mobile war and establishing guerrilla bases with the perspective of establishing base areas and base areas. Although in the present condition there is a vast gap in the balance of forces between the enemy and ourselves, and though our base areas might be relatively unstable, our effort and direction should be to establish stable base areas. The advance of the movement will depend on how skillfully the leadership grapples with the problem. The experience of the various guerrilla zones and the course of development of the revolutionary movement in AP and NT show that guerrilla war becomes the principal form of struggle shortly after we begin work in the plains or in areas with relatively unfavorable terrain where class contradictions are sharp. But at the same time, it also shows the importance of retreat of part of these forces from these areas to the strategic areas in face of white terror. It is wrong to think that we can maintain higher military formations for long in these areas or liberate these areas quickly. Failure to shift a significant section of the leadership and cadre to the strategic areas while maintaining secret forms of organization in these areas had resulted in serious losses in NT and AP. It showed the weaknesses in our understanding regarding the relationship between strategic areas and other areas and between advance and retreat. On the other hand, we must also have clarity that retreat does not mean absolute or permanent retreat, but is only the preparation for future advance, that we have to continue resistance in different forms in those areas even after retreating a section of the forces, that we may have to make seasonal retreats or very temporary retreats from the point of view of self-defense, and that we may have to send forces from the strategic areas to the plains and even urban areas when required. There is also a wrong understanding of the tactics to be adopted in ebb situation and initiative to resist the enemy is almost completely lost, and attempts to evolve new and creative forms of resistance are given up. This has a demoralizing effect on the party cadre and the masses. We must take the valuable lessons from our long experience and educate the entire party, PGA, and the masses about the relationship between retreat and advance and the strategic and other areas. Overall, we must realize that in AP, it is even more important to concentrate our forces on resisting the enemy in whatever form we can. However small the victories might be against the enemy, they will enthuse the masses and maintain the tempo of the movement as a whole. Absence of resistance will lead to further decline in the movement and increase in surrenders and degeneration of the cadre and demoralization of the masses. VI. Interrelationship between the three zones in AP and between different zones in the country. NT and AOB were separated from APSC in 1995 and 2001, respectively, keeping in view the objective and subjective conditions and the process of development of the movement in the three zones, the specific tasks of the three zones, and the problem of coordination between the three zones in the face of increasing enemy repression. These two regions were considered as special zones and independent SZCs were formed. These two committees worked under CRB in the period after the Congress. APSC was not included in CRB due to the difficulties in coordination under conditions of severe repression, as it has no contiguity with the other two zones, and keeping in view the political importance of the state. PB guided it directly. Until the merger in September 2004, when APSC was brought under CRB, The CC members of the three zones and the concerned PBSs met separately during the CC meetings and took decisions related to the entire state and coordination of the three zones. The decision to form a coordination committee with one SC member from each zone under the leadership of CCM for the purpose of building a statewide mass movement and political calls did not materialize. Throughout this period, the enemy stepped up his offensive with centralized plans and better coordination with the central and neighboring state governments. Under these conditions, the need for political centralization between the three zones, as well as coordination in military, party, and mass organizations, had assumed greater importance despite the unfavorable situation that arose due to the growth in enemy repression. In the concrete conditions of multinational India, the states have great importance. We have to take this aspect also when drawing up tactics and plans in the course of protracted people's war. We have to take into consideration the importance of the existence of the states and the conditions in the neighboring states while formulating the tactics, plans, and policies for any zone. We must give importance to the aspect of coordination of the various zones in a single state, as well as between the neighboring states for advancing the people's war. Only when we work in the various zones with this outlook, we can build the revolutionary movement with a strategic orientation, defend ourselves from enemy attack, and advance the people's war. Only by properly understanding this strategic question, we will be able to understand how the interrelationship between the three zones of AP or between AP and DK, OS, MRT, and KN should be. We can thereby draw proper plans, policies, and tactics in accordance with the changes in the situation. Failure to do so will result in lack of coordination in party, military, and mass organizational fronts and creates problem in evolving common political tactics, slogans, etc. for the entire state. This will also lead to the isolation of the movement in each zone. Hence, the CRB should take it as an important task to ensure political centralization as well as coordination between these three zones. Whenever needed, the CRB Secretary should have separate meeting of the concerned CCMs of the three zones and take the necessary decisions. Besides the coordination and political centralization of the three zones of AP, it is also very much important to achieve regular coordination between the zones in AP and DKOS and also make the necessary organizational changes and carry out regular military operations along the borders between them. The problems in coordination and political centralization have not arisen due to enemy repression, though it had aggravated them. The problem is mainly related to strategic orientation and outlook. 4. Strengthening the party. After Party Congress, the party was further steeled in all fronts through the sacrifices of hundreds of capable leaders, commanders, brave fighters, and able mass leaders and members. Our party lost SCMs, DCMs, ACMs, PMs in all fronts. Most of them are in two zones, APENT of APE. Overall, party strength of all levels declined in two zones of AP state. There is a significant growth in DK, considerable growth in AOB and BJ, and minimum growth or near stagnation in all other states. Overall percentage of growth in PRs and PMs is, and in spite of severe losses, degeneration, retreats of a large number of different committee members and PMs in parts of AP due to the heavy repression, we could not develop new structures. In fact, we had to even dissolve some of existing structures. We formed and strengthened GPCCs, LPCs, LGSCs, and various subcommittees of different fronts in some states. We increased the number of members in SCs, which became further consolidated. We can say most of DCs are relatively consolidated, but we should take the task of further consolidating them. In spite of the increase in the number of ACs and AC members still, there is utmost need to consolidate them as the strong pillars of the party at area or grassroots level. With the growth in the number of party cells and the number of part-time PMs, the local, village-level party leadership is becoming established among the people. In areas where the new people's political power has been formed, the local party committees are relatively better in providing leadership. In both rural and urban areas, where there is heavy enemy repression, and there are lapses in secret work, and in giving guidance to make the masses work actively, or lack of proper attention to this aspect, the process of building the cells, getting destroyed by the enemy, or becoming defunct is continuing. Building the local party in utmost secrecy and enhancing the quality of the members rather than number is a precondition for building and developing the movement in any front. We have to work with the slogan of building party cells in every front and provide leadership to the masses at the local level. In places where the number of party cells and PMs had increased, we must work with the slogan of enhancing their quality. We had achieved good results in those states where we took up the campaigns with the political slogan of recruiting the youth into the PGA in order to strengthen and expand it. There are also good results in some areas where we redoubled our effort to recruit the better leadership elements in the local party cells, militia, and mass organizations as professional revolutionaries. It is necessary to make all-out effort to enhance such recruitment in all the states. The party leadership should take it as a special task to achieve this by motivating the entire party. It is an urgent task before the party to develop party leadership in the most oppressed social sections. Workers, urban youth, students, and intelligentsia in order to bring about a change in the composition of the party and provide leadership to all fronts. This is an urgent task where in states where our movement is restricted to remote areas. There is improvement in the functioning of all party committees in general. Most of the SCs are stable, and their functioning is relatively better. The positive aspects as well as problems in the functioning of CC are also generally seen in SCs. In the party committees of various levels, there are shortcomings in varying degrees in firmly carrying out the central task and coordinating all other tasks with the central task, in making concrete plans to carry out the central task in the form of campaigns, in coordinating the open and secret work, and in building the movement by adhering firmly to the class line and mass line. This problem is relatively more serious in ACs. This problem is mainly due to the failure on the part of the leadership to give proper understanding to the ACs regarding party building and political organizational work, due to which more negative results are seen in the movement. The SCs and DCs should give political organizational training and guide these committees in practice by studying and solving the problems at the grassroots and thus overcome the problems. We must concentrate on the task of establishing leadership to the MOs, joint fronts, and UF at all levels by allotting cadre and planfully developing them. We must strengthen the functioning of the party committees by developing necessary staff and departments. Parties' leading committees must make special effort to check the surrenders/desertions from the movement, covert agents, police informers, and killer gangs from degenerated elements. In states where special bodies are formed for party education, the education of the DCs and ACs is relatively better. It is an immediate task of the CC to form a central political school and impart education in a systematic way to the entire party cadre, even under conditions of extreme repression. For this, we have to divide the party cadre into 3 levels for the backward, intermediate, and advanced elements, prepare the syllabus, and specially provide basic education in a simple style to peasant cadre. Likewise, we have to establish the necessary mechanism to provide education to cadre working in various special fronts. Also by improving propaganda in various fronts and ensuring that the magazines are educative and reach the cadre regularly in time, we can bring change in the party education. Today, there is an urgent need for developing strong literary cultural movements in all states and at all India level to disseminate communist culture, values and ideals, and to proletarianize the party. Keeping in view the growing countrywide enemy offensive and the serious losses that occurred in the period since Congress, we must pay utmost attention to protect the leadership at all levels, particularly the protection of the central and state leadership. For this, we should strengthen the secret mechanism in accordance with the conditions from time to time. We should strictly implement the decisions previously taken to rectify the weaknesses and take concrete measures to strengthen our present defense system. We should not forget that we paid dearly due to our liberalism in this regard, and that this had a negative impact on the development of the revolutionary movement. 5. Education and Rectification Campaign. The Ninth Congress identified subjectivism, liberalism, spontaneity as the main non-proletarian trends, along with economism, sectarianism, bureaucracy, and patriarchy in the party and the movement. Earlier in 1999, rectification campaign was completed in AP to purge the party of liberalism, subjectivism, spontaneity, and economism. The Ninth Congress gave the call for taking up rectification campaign in the whole party to purge the party of these non-proletarian trends. The CCM, which was held immediately after the Congress, made concrete plan for rectification campaign. In May 2001, 3 documents were released by the PB on rectification campaign. The first document dealt with the aim of the campaign, ideological and political roots of the non-proletarian trends, and the methodology of conducting the rectification campaign. The second document analyzed the ideological political roots and the concrete forms of manifestation of the main non-proletarian trends in the party: subjectivism, liberalism, spontaneity, economism, sectarianism, and bureaucracy. And the third document dealt with the trend of patriarchy. The ERC was taken up in AP, AOB, DK, MR, TN in 2001 and 2002. In NT, the ERC was completed by May 2003. The BJSC did not take up the campaign, though classes were held. The KNSC had originally planned to take up the ERC immediately after the state plenum, but it was delayed due to the crisis in the state committee and ensuing two-line struggle in the party. In AP, rectification was conducted on patriarchy from SC to the lower level. The rectification was mainly based on the 5 years practice. On this occasion, the members of various committees put forth their self-criticism regarding the patriarchal trends in them. The education and rectification campaign enhanced the consciousness of the party on the whole. In AOB also, the RC was conducted against the trend of patriarchy, since the RC on the other trends was completed in 1999 when it was part of AP organization. The SZC took up the education program on the central and state PORs and S&T from the DVCs to below first, and then the rectification campaign was taken from the top to the lower committees and then to the masses. Overall, the RC against patriarchy created a good atmosphere in AP and AOB and helped understand the issue deeply and identify the problems from an ideological outlook. It enthused the women particularly. In NT, the RC could not be taken up due to severe repression of the enemy during the summer in NT. A circular was released by the SZC in August 2002 to rectify the weaknesses and wrong trends that surfaced in the party and movement in NT. The campaign was completed by May 2003. In DK, ERC was taken up in DEC 02 Jan 03. A circular was released by the SZC giving the guidelines on how to conduct the ERC. The campaign on patriarchy was taken up separately. The ERC helped in rectifying the work style, enhancing the ideological political level of the rank and file of the party in DK, and enhancing the preparedness for advancing the People's War with the perspective of transforming the zone into a base area. In BJ, although circular on ERC was prepared in 2004, it could not carry it out in practice. In Maharashtra, the ERC was taken up after discussing the CC circulars in the SC in Feb 2002 and identifying the mistakes in the SC. The ERC was carried out between March-August 2002 throughout the state. In TN, the RC was conducted based on a review of the 10-year period of work from 1991 when the TN perspective was finalized. RC on patriarchy was taken up separately. The RC was conducted throughout the party from October 2001 to April 2002. The ERC was implemented in the states according to the concrete forms of manifestation and the degree of the non-proletarian trends that existed, and also depended on the severity of the repression and other problems and tasks that required urgent attention. On the whole, the RC had helped us in getting a better understanding of the ideological political roots of the problems and weaknesses that we have been facing, and had helped to rectify them and enhance the ideological political level of the party rank and file. It helped in our closer integration with the masses by enhancing our understanding of class line and mass line, and also in bringing a higher unity between the leadership and cadres. However, there has been formalism in some states, as adequate attention is not paid to carry it out in a serious manner. Due to internal problems or weaknesses in some states, it was not taken up or completed. Keeping in view the composition of our party, social conditions, level of the war, we have to take up rectification and education campaigns to fight against petty bourgeois and other alien class trends and ideology. We should raise the party's ideological political level by remolding the world outlook and enhancing class consciousness, and by actively taking part in the practice and collective life of the party. It is even more important to develop the proletarian base of the party and bring more and more party members from the working class, which will be an important factor for coming out of the influence of petty bourgeois ideology. The rectification campaigns should be taken up not only throughout the party, but also in particular states and districts. 6. Education. Ideological political education of the party rank and file was carried out through various methods depending on the levels and responsibilities of the comrades. First, education was taken up in most of the states on the Congress documents and classes. Study camps were held at various levels. At the central level, a scope was reconstituted immediately after the Congress, with the aim of imparting education by finalizing and releasing the pending study notes and preparing some new study notes for basic course. The scope could not do much work, and due to serious internal problems, it was dissolved in November 2002. Education departments and teams were set up at the state level in the states under CRB for imparting political education for the comrades at the lower levels. These are called by different names in different states. These departments and teams took classes, prepared syllabus and study notes in accordance with the guidelines of the concerned state special zonal committees. Then there are the academic education teams also in the states under CRB, which gave basic education to the comrades who are illiterate and have not completed even primary school education. Textbooks were prepared in these states, and basic education classes have become a regular and continuous feature. Education was imparted below by the SCs and DCs in all the states. Collective study camps were conducted in some states to solve the important problems. Party magazines and mass magazines played a good role in educating the entire party and the advanced sections among the people in ideological political issues. The various magazines in the national languages played a major role in educating the masses. However, there was weakness in bringing out the central theoretical organ of the party, People's War, regularly. We also published a series of books, study materials, and other literature on various ideological political topics. Education was given on the policy papers released by the CC, such as the Women's Perspective and Urban Perspective, but the latter was taken up only in a few states. In spite of these efforts, there still exist shortcomings in our ideological political education and propaganda. 7. Relations and Unity Process with MCCI, 1981 to 2004. The two major streams of the Maoist movement in the country, that of the CPI-L and of the MCC, are all set to merge into a single party, though with differing histories, as both seriously sought to advance the people's war in the country through the armed struggle for the area-wise seizure of political power. They are today on the brink of merging into a single entity. In the past 3 decades of history, the erstwhile PD and PU on the one hand and the MCC on the other have evolved into these two major streams, comprising today the CPI-ML, PW, and the MCCI. In these past 2.5 decades of association, the relations between these parties have seen many ups and downs, reflecting the varied shortcomings inherent in the revolutionary movement of the country. Learning from their bitter experiences, under the guidance of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism, the two streams have matured towards the formation of an all-India revolutionary communist party in the country. Marching along the path set by Naxalbari and the new path put forward by comrades CM and KC, the Indian Revolution has marched forward with significant strides. In this period, both streams have faced intense repression. Thousands of comrades have been martyred, yet both have advanced the people's war in the country to a level never witnessed before in our history. Steadfastly sticking to the path of protracted people's war, intensifying the armed struggle towards the building of base areas, and marching forward towards building the People's Liberation Army, and the two parties have laid a deep foundation for the new democratic revolution in the country as the first step in the long march to socialism and then communism. But in this process of growth, there have been certain dark spots which have, to some extent, tarnished the great revolutionary image of these forces. Particularly, the uncomradely relations that evolved between us at particular periods and the dark chapter, Kala Adye, of physical clashes entails that we do serious introspection of the flaws on our side in the maintaining of relations and unity efforts, in order that we may draw lessons and achieve greater political maturity. Though there were serious tensions between the erstwhile PU and the MCC from the early 1990s itself, tensions in an otherwise healthy and comradely relationship between them, these further deteriorated in the second half of the 1990s, particularly from 1997-99. The unity efforts and the mutual relations can be categorized broadly into 4 periods in order to better understand the problems in unification, the issues involved, and to make a proper self-critical evaluation of the entire gamut of mutual relations and the delay in the unity process. While traversing the history of the relations in this 2-decade period, we can now briefly trace this past in order to get an understanding into this experience, both its positive and negative aspects. Unity efforts between 1981 to 91. This period overall witnessed the initiation of the unity process between our two parties. Relations were established with the MCC in 1980 for the first time. From then till 1988, though regular meetings took place, they were primarily confined to exchanging experiences, having formal discussions, and maintaining fraternal relations. No serious efforts towards unity were made in solving the theoretical, political, and organizational differences. The growth in unity talks did not significantly increase in this period, partly due to the arrest of Commerce KS, death of the two top leaders of MCC comrades Amulya Sen and KC in a short span of 2 years, and a major crisis in our CC in 1985 with its dissolution in 1987. In the Feb. 1983 meeting itself, It was decided that issues of past history need not come in the way of merger of the two parties, and even went so far as to decide the documents to be prepared for the merger of the two organizations. The meeting decided that the two CCs can jointly prepare a common agreed document containing the basic tenets of the party program, constitution, strategy, and tactics, fundamentals of revolutionary style and method of work, and assessment of international and national situation. Though there were shades of difference as to the procedure to be followed towards the process of the merger, the two organizations agreed to meet as soon as possible to facilitate the process. In a letter dated May 1983, the then COC of the MCC sent some proposals to the CC of the then PWU for finalization of the unity process between our two organizations. They suggested that a joint committee be formed to prepare the earlier mentioned documents and circulate these amongst the rank and file of the party. They also suggested discussions with some other groups/parties and the completion of the whole process within 1984. In that letter, they said that our CC also decided that side by side this merger process, our CC will work hard to unite the other revolutionary forces such as COCPU, USU-CCRI, ML, led by Santi Ray and Satyan, group in a single party center. If it is not possible to unite any of them, then MCC and People's War will be merged into a center and declare the formation of a new revolutionary party. We have estimated to complete the whole process within 84. The CC of PW replied by end of June, making several suggestions to finalize the process of unity, including suggestions for taking concrete responsibility for the drafting of the two documents, proceeding for merger on a bilateral basis, not involving the other organizations suggested, and solving the organizational problems that arise in the course of the discussions for the merger. After Comrade KS came out of jail, a meeting was held in September 1984, and a joint resolution was made to complete the merger process at the earliest and to form a unified CC. The bilateral meeting reviewed the unity process of the preceding 4 years and actually decided on a time schedule for the preparation of the documents. The meeting actually resolved that the documents be ready by November 2004 and amendments be sent to the other side by Jan 15, 1985. This meeting also decided on the details towards the procedure for the merger of the two organizations, that the merged party be given a new name, and that it brings out two central organs, called People's War in English and Lal Pathaka in Hindi. Unfortunately, the developments within the PW after this meeting hampered the unity process for a while. The crisis that hit the CC of PW virtually paralyzed the functioning of the CC for almost 2 years, and in April 1987, the CC was dissolved. In the 3 years from 1987 to 1980, when the CC went out of existence, the APSE made continued serious efforts for completing the unity process with MCC. The basis for this existed as the MCC took a correct approach towards the crisis and continued relations with the APSC. At that time, the APSC also revived relations with the PU after the latter had openly condemned the CPC as revisionist. Due to the non-existence of the CC, the APSC gave responsibility to KS to continue the relations with MCC. But due to his subjectivism, he began arbitrarily changing his stand towards the procedure of merger, stating that the preparation of documents was a waste of time and suggested some new criteria. KS's limitations that had lately appeared were understood by both the APSC and also MCC, and so in the latter period, contacts continued between them. The MCC in July 1988 wrote that they planned their central conference in Mar/April 1989, where they will be discussing their summing up report, and suggested that all the documents decided on be prepared by November of that year for the proposed bilateral meeting. In April 1989, a bilateral meeting took place between the MCC and APPC of PW. The entire PC attended with the intention of completing the merger process. Both sides reviewed in detail the ongoing process of merger talks in the preceding 8 years and unanimously adopted concrete steps to materialize the merger of the two organizations into a single united revolutionary party. The following 5 documents were adopted as basic documents for the merger. 1. Political Resolution. 2. Resolution on CPC. 3. Party Program. 4. Party Constitution. And 5. Strategy and Tactics. 1002 and 4 were to be prepared by PW, while 3 and 5 by MCC. It was decided that amendments for the above documents should be sent to each other by the end of June 1989, and a meeting of Joint Commission consisting of 4 representatives of PW and 3 representatives of MCC is to be held in September '89 to consider the proposed amendments and finalize and adopt the documents. After adopting the finalized documents as above, the joint meeting will issue the declaration of merger announcing the formation of the new party. During the process of these discussions and bilateral meetings, the differences on 2 political points could not be resolved. That is, on the question of the principal contradiction in the world and the assessment on the danger of world war. Around the same time, 2 members of PW delegation also met the PU delegation, and both decided that together with MCC they should have a convention on the question of unity. In a letter to the MCC in April 1991, this was conveyed stating that the PU comrades had been asked to discuss with the MCC about the proposal for holding of the convention. This decision was taken by KS due to his subjectivism, and due to its impracticability, it never occurred. The decision was opposed by both the MCC and the COC of PW when they came to know of it. The unity process was to have been taken up in the bilateral meeting between MCC and PW that was scheduled for August 1991. This, however, failed to materialize due to the crisis in the COC of the PW, and the bilateral meeting was postponed to June 1992. The PW informed the MCC that due to some differences that had cropped up in the COC, it was not in a position to continue the merger talks until the differences were resolved. This was the time when the party faced an internal crisis, where the main leader itself was involved. The discussions with MCC in February 1991, after the formation of the COC, came to a standstill due to continuing differences. As the crisis broke out within a few months in our party, we postponed the unity talks and continued joint activities in all India mass organizations. The new leadership then asserted themselves and prepared new documents, including a 15 years review of the movement. We again started the unity talks from March 1993 after we prepared our new political resolution. Though both had different histories, in the process of the discussions in the 1980s, both parties came to a common understanding that they were traversing a similar path. Both had a similar understanding on the strategy and tactics to advance the Indian Revolution. Both were seriously involved in advancing the armed struggle, and the leadership of both were concentrating in the strategic areas and advancing the agrarian revolution with the aim of building people's army and establishing base areas as the central task. Although earlier there were differences in understanding on the past history of the CPI-ML, through these discussions both came to a common understanding on the historic significance of Naxalbari uprising and the 8th Congress of the party, as well as regarding the great role played by Commerce CM. Apart from this, there was oneness in acceptance of the leaderships of both streams. This laid a solid basis for future discussions between the two parties, including the present rounds of discussions and culmination of the merger. In this entire process lasting over a decade, the reasons for the delay, from our side, in the merger of the two organizations were, in the initial period, arrest of COM, KM, and the martyrdom of COM. KC hampered the unity process. The first crisis in the PWCC and the dissolution of the CC badly affected the unity process. Our wrong assessment on some important international political issues became major differences, which had become hurdle in achieving unity, and conducting the unity talks in a formal and non-serious fashion. Unity efforts between 1992 to 95. The bilateral meetings to discuss the question of unity suffered due to the crisis in PWW, though relations continued without any break. At that time, we decided that we would first solve the internal problem of the party and then resume unity talks with the MCC. At the time of the Central Plenum of the party, in August 1990, we decided to complete the merger process within 2 years. However, the MCC comrades could analyze the situation in the PW dialectically and took a decision to continue relations and advance the merger talks with the new leadership. But discussion of the basic documents had to be put off, as the COC of PW was to finalize the political resolution in light of the changes in international situation in the wake of the collapse of the Soviet superpower. A series of joint activities were, however, taken up by MCC and PW as well as with the PU and MRSC-PW. It was decided in early 1992 to hold a joint rally against growing state repression, imperialist globalization. Accordingly, a rally was held in April, which had a positive impact on the broad left and progressive forces. Later, this helped to form an all-India political mass organization. The unity talks began again in March 1993 after almost a gap of 2 years. That meeting decided that the PWW will send written amendments to the MCC on the following questions in the party program and strategy and tactics, on the question of fundamental and major contradictions in Indian society, on the question of all power to the Revolutionary Peasant Committee, on nationality question, on new democratic state, etc. And that PW will rewrite the party program wherever it is felt to be repetitive. The MCC comrades will prepare all their amendments to the political resolution, PR, both major and minor, by the next meeting in order to finalize the document. MCC will prepare amendments to the Constitution. Regarding the formulation on the Indian state as semi-feudal and semi-colonial state of neo-colonial type, MCC will send to PW the additional para which was mutually agreed upon in the earlier meetings. On the CPC document, MCC will send PW their amendment with regard to Commerce Stalin, which they had proposed earlier. There was a detailed and heated discussion on the character of the present era and on the definition of Mao thought given by the 9th Congress of the CPC. It was decided to further discuss these questions in the next bilateral meetings. In that meeting, the MCC placed a note explaining its stand regarding the international situation, the position of Russia, America, and other major imperialist powers, on the question of the danger of a world war, etc. The bilateral meeting of July 1994 arrived at a common understanding on the character of the present era and the historical significance of Mao thought and prepared a joint declaration. It was decided to educate the rank and file of both parties on this question. The CPI ML-PW delegation submitted amendments to the 2 documents of the MCC program and strategy tactics. The MCC delegation agreed to send its amendments to the 2 documents of CPI L-PW, Constitution, and Political Resolution, and also its opinions and amendments on the amendments of PWW to the party program and strategy tactics by the end of December 94. The 2 parties discussed the nationality struggles and the caste question, and arrived at a common opinion regarding the same. It was also decided by both the delegations to finalize the deliberations for merger in the next meeting, and that both sides should strive hard to merge into a single party, by resolving the existing differences between the two parties in the next meeting. It was also agreed upon to form a platform of revolutionary groups in case the merger fails to take place. Amendments were sent by the MCC by January 1995, but they explained that it was not possible to place amendments on the PR of the then PW because the entire outlook and explanation is quite different, as we maintain, especially regarding the position of Russia. In our March 93 meeting, we told you that we have to observe still some more time to come to a final conclusion on the present position of Russia. After observing near about 2 years, we are firm in our earlier position. So, until and unless we come to a common agreement on this issue, it will be worth nothing to put only few quotations of Come Dam Dot Lenin and from 9th or 10th Congress of CPC. A brief statement on the international situation was sent explaining their outlook and position. The two delegations met in May 1995 and discussed the differences thoroughly, but could not arrive at a common understanding. Finally, both sides identified the major political differences between the two parties, which stood in the way of unity. Hence, in that meeting, representatives of both the parties unanimously decided to postpone the unity talks for some time and to have mutual cooperation. Because even though we achieved single opinion on MLM, nationality question, and about the fundamental contradictions in our country, unity is not possible as there were differences on the following 7 points. It was decided that both sides will take the points of difference in writing to the party members, study the writings of great teachers in depth, and often discuss with each other the assessment on the international situation, so as to achieve a common understanding through this process in future. The major differences of opinion were identified with regard to 1. The assessment on economic, political changes in imperialism after the Second World War. 2. The definition of superpowers. 3. Today's status of Russia. 4. The condition of Japan, European unions, particularly Germany, in present-day world. 5. The role of people's struggle in the collapse of the status of a superpower within the imperialist forces. 6. Three-world differentiation in the present world situation. 7. The condition of the American superpower. The above-mentioned political differences were the actual cause for the failure in achieving unity at that juncture. However, after both the sides had come to the assessment that unity could not be achieved immediately, we could have simply noted down the differences instead of closing the bilateral political discussions indefinitely. This had contributed to the unnecessarily delay in the unity talks, and also had some negative impact on the future mutual relations. It is one of our shortcomings in the unity process. 1996-2000 period. Strained relations. The MCC had rejected the proposal placed by the then PW in 1994, when the unity talks were still on, to build a joint platform of communist revolutionaries with the three parties, MCC, PW, and PU, and to use the platform to coordinate the activity of the All India mass organizations and other anti-feudal, anti-imperialist, anti-state activities. Consequently, the plan to bring all other genuine revolutionary forces into a united platform also did not materialize. After the failure of the merger talks between the PW and MCC in 95, the PW in 1996 and 97 again proposed for a joint platform along with the then PU. But the MCC did not accept the proposal because of the strained relations between the then PU and the then MCC. But in 1996, due to serious differences on how to build the All India mass organization, MCC withdrew from it and cordial relations deteriorated. Yet bilateral meetings continued between the two. Meanwhile, in this period, joint activities and merger talks continued between the PW and PU. Even between the PU and the MCC bilateral meetings continued. mainly to settle local problems developing in Bihar. But in spite of all this, tensions increased and even drifted towards physical liquidations between the MCC and PU. At that time, both the CCP of the PW and CORM, in separate press statements, appealed to the two warring parties to stop the clashes and settle the issues through discussions. But these continued. Meanwhile, from 1996, the talks initiated with the PU earlier to exchange information and experience developed into a process of unity talks culminating in the merger of the two parties in August 1998. In the very first meeting of the joint CCP, a resolution was passed to unilaterally stop the physical clashes. Though we stopped all attacks on the MCC for a 3 to 4 month period, as we did not inform our decision or the ground realities to the MCC, the situation did not improve. The clashes continued with increasing intensity between the unified PW and the MCC. While on the one hand we were saying that the MCCI is in the revolutionary camp, at the same time, we wrote in our articles and propaganda material that a process had started in the MCCI, and if the type of elements it began to depend on and the non-proletarian methods adopted were not rectified, it could shift away from the revolutionary camp. Even in our party-to-party correspondence, we used provocative language against them. This incorrect approach to magnify some errors to paint a black picture of the MCC further increased the distance between the two parties. This was petty bourgeois short-sightedness in not considering long-term interests, treating non-antagonistic contradictions as antagonistic contradictions, despite having been closely associated with the practice of the MCCI for 2 decades. Not only this, we were also fully responsible for the failed bilateral meet in 1999, which aggravated misunderstandings, paving the way for increasing clashes between the two parties. Period from 2001 to 2004. Historic turning point towards unified party. The clashes between the two parties created revulsion amongst the ranks of the Maoists, not only in India but also abroad. There were strong appeals from the international communist movement to stop the clashes and unite to fight the common enemy. In this background, the MCC declared a unilateral ceasefire in January 2000. To this, in March 2000, we too answered positively and instructed all units to stop clashes immediately. However, while welcoming the move by the MCC in March 2000, we placed the onus of responsibility for the clashes on the MCC and declared that the clashes would stop automatically once the MC stopped its attacks. This was a serious mistake on our part, as it placed the entire blame for the clashes on the MCC without identifying the mistakes on our side. In March 2001, the 9th Congress of PW took place. In the Congress POR, we correctly mentioned that we should hold talks with the MCC and strive to maintain fraternal relations. However, we placed the blame for the clashes and the tense situation in Bihar, Jharkhand and the MCC and did not make any self-criticism for the mistakes on our part. We stated that the clashes were due to the antagonistic attitude adopted by the MCC and its attacks against the erstwhile PU for over a decade. But soon after this, Congress, the MCC, sent a letter of congratulations to the CC of the PW on the decisions of the Congress. Though attempts were made in the 1998-2000 period to hold bilateral talks, none materialized. Just prior to the Congress, though comrades from both sides came to the contact, it did not materialize due to the crisis in the MCC. Finally, after a long gap, the two delegations of both the CCs met in August 2001. This was a historic meeting that set the terms to stop the clashes forever. A resolution was passed to call the period of strained relations as a black chapter in the Indian Revolution, and both pledged never to repeat it. Both parties took responsibility for it and self-critically went before the public. This approach was welcomed by the entire masses of India, particularly of Bihar, Jharkhand, and West Bengal states, the rank and file of both parties, and the international communist movement. In this meeting, a decision was also taken to begin joint activities. A number of such activities had a positive impact, giving confidence to the cadres of both parties. Also joint meetings at the state level in Bihar-Jharkhand, and a number of interventions by both the delegations of SACMs, SCMs, and CCMs at the time of localized conflicts helped ease tensions below. In spite of such efforts, due to a long period of tensions stretching to about a decade, sporadic clashes occurred in some villages. Timely intervention by both the SAC, SC, and CC, to a large extent, helped diffuse tensions. After nearly a year towards normalization of relations, high-level delegations of the two CCs sat together in July 2002 to listen to each other's latest political positions and plan for merger talks. Finally, in a meeting in February 2003, the two high-power delegations met and clinched most of the political, ideological, organizational, and military issues and opined it was a historic meeting and a milestone in the merger process. At this meeting, which launched the first round of the merger talks, a comprehensive and wholehearted self-criticism was put forward by both the delegations. Though most political issues were clinched, the MCCI delegation opined that the formulation of the 9th Congress of the PW regarding the fundamental contradiction between the CBB versus broad masses would be a hurdle in the unification process. Keeping the larger interests of unity as paramount and the future of the Indian Revolution, the delegation of the PW took a bold decision to reserve it and not to include in the new documents and not to insist even in the Unified Party Congress. The next meeting was fixed for September 2003. In this meeting, we finalized the MLM document and prepared the draft outlines for the Strategy and Tactics Program and Political Resolution. The two delegations once again met in Feb 2004 and finalized most of the above documents. It was decided here to conclude unity in September 2004. In the present meeting of the two CCs, the stage will be set for the final merger. Self-criticism regarding the strained relations with the MCCI. Ever since the end 1970s and early 80s onwards, for a long period, there have been cordial relations between the three main revolutionary parties in the country, the PW, the MCCI, and the PU. At the end of the 70s, the then PU initiated to approach MCC and the then AP State Committee of CPI-ML, which was a major constituent of CPI-ML-PW formed in 1980, for establishing contacts and hold unity talks. All the three parties, applying MLM to the concrete conditions in India, put in serious efforts to develop protracted people's war. They waged a consistent fight against modern revisionism, right and left deviations within the revolutionary camp, and upheld the revolutionary lines of COMS CM and KC respectively. In the earlier period, the MCC General Secretary, Commercial KC, the erstwhile PU leadership, and the erstwhile Secretary of the PW, Kamarbias KS, had played an important role in bringing these parties closer. All the three sought to advance the Naxalbari line for the seizure of political power through protracted people's war. As a result, all the three emerged as the major vanguard organizations of the Indian Revolution. Though our party and MCC belong to two different streams of the Maoist movement in India, both focused on advancing the armed struggle in the country. There have been cordial and comradely relations between all the three parties, based on proletarian principles and MLM for the greater part of the period of the ongoing Revolutionary War. Serious efforts were made by all the three to unite and build a united revolutionary proletarian party in India. This self-criticism is a continuation of the self-criticisms first brought at the time of the bilateral in 2001, and taken down to the rank and file of the party and the masses. In 2001, it was an immediate self-criticism with the aim to stop the clashes. In 2003, after extensive discussion, a detailed and serious self-criticism was put forward by both the CCs in the meeting, the essence of which was taken down in the form of a pamphlet to the masses. We are placing our self-criticism in writing. The main reasons for the genesis and growth of tensions in BJ states between the then PU and the MCC was primarily on the following issues. First, while working in the same area, the approach and outlook in handling contradictions among the people and dealing with problems that arose in the course of practice. Second, the ideological and political differences between the two parties that were reflected in different practices. This resulted in growing tensions among the two parties from 1991, which became the starting point for the killings of each other, till 2001. These problems were not solved in time, and hence the tensions aggravated, culminating in bloodshed, killings, burnings, etc. by 1996. Later, when both our parties came together and initiated merger talks, even at that juncture, some sporadic incidents like threats and annihilations went on due to our leadership's lacuna in adopting the resolutions of the joint meetings and giving a class outlook to the rank and file. This wrong approach of ours, till 1997 erstwhile PU, later the new PW, resulted in bloodshed of our own class brothers, which was avoidable had we adopted the proper Leninist style of work and Maoist guidelines to rectify our own mistakes. Instead of this, we adopted forms such as killing the sympathizers and lower-level cadres, demolition of houses and destruction of the property of the village masses. For almost half a decade, people of this area lived in an atmosphere of terror due to the clashes from both sides. We did not realize the serious consequences in time. The Central Committee of the CPI-ML People's War owns its share of responsibility for the lapses that had taken place on its part in implementing the decisions, as well as for other shortcomings like narrow interests, deviations from the proletarian standpoint, and bypassing of the principles in resolving the friendly contradictions with the MCCI by basing on the Bolshevik model. In the period of strained relations that took place in BJ, we dealt with the clashes between our two parties more in local terms, without taking into account the negative impact it would have on the long-term interests of the Indian Revolution and overall fraternal relations between our two parties. In the later period, when the erstwhile PW and the PU merged into a single party in Oj, 1998, the CCP, in its very first meeting, passed a resolution to unilaterally stop all types of actions against the MCCI, as well as all kinds of propaganda that might aggravate the already tense atmosphere. On this, the CCP also convinced the Bihar State Committee, which was primarily involved in the problem. But the CCP's major failure was not to make this decision public by informing the press in Bihar and Jharkhand, other fraternal revolutionary groups, and not even the CC of the MCC. Though one of the reasons for not informing the MCC was the non-materialization of the bilateral meetings between the two. The responsibility for not giving the resolution to the MCC lies with us. We take full responsibility for this serious lapse and make our self-criticism. This had contributed to the continuing bloodshed between the two parties in BJ for 2 years, with disastrous consequences. At that time, we took a very casual approach, saying, "What can we do? We are only retaliating in defense." This was a serious deviation from the proletarian approach towards a fraternal party. For nearly half a decade, 1996, 2001, in the BJ, the class struggle against the class enemy was badly affected, when in fact both the parties should have waged united fight against the enemy by advancing the guerrilla war jointly. We were involved in killing our own comrades, always pointing the accusing finger mainly at the other. It was a dark chapter, Kala Adye, for the Indian Revolutionary Communist Movement. The erstwhile PU did some malicious propaganda through handbills in Bihar, and after the merger and the formation of the present CPI, PW, there were severe vituperative writings on the MCCI in our magazines and other propaganda literature. While on the one hand we were saying that the MCCI is in the revolutionary camp, at the same time we wrote in our literature that a process of degeneration had started in the MCCI, and if the type of elements it began to depend on and the non-proletarian methods it adopted were not rectified, it could drift away from the revolutionary camp. With this incorrect approach of magnifying some errors to give a black picture of the MCC, we sought to prove the above point. We ignored the overall revolutionary character of the MCC. This was petty bourgeois short-sightedness in not considering the long-term interests and treating non-antagonistic contradictions as antagonistic contradictions, despite having been closely associated with the practice of the MCCI for 2 decades. This was the result of a deviation from Marxist methodology in assessing the situation and the problem, due to our petty bourgeoisie class approach. Even when our own class people on both the sides opposed the retaliatory methods adopted by both parties, when intellectuals and progressive elements who support revolution appealed to us not to indulge in clashes, and different revolutionary groups and the ML parties of our country and abroad appealed to resolve the clashes and work together to advance the Indian Revolution, we did not respond initially. And when the MCC declared a unilateral ceasefire in January 2000, our CC, while welcoming the move by the MCC in March 2000, placed the onus of responsibility for the end to clashes on the MCC. This was a serious mistake from our part. Only after much damage did we stop the clashes and start a new chapter in our relations, which is now culminating to merge into a single revolutionary party of India. During this period, we too were responsible for not making serious efforts to hold bilateral meetings so that we could stop the ongoing clashes through discussions. This was because of lack of seriousness and sectarianism. Our specific self-criticism in this regard is: 1. We assume our part of the responsibility for the bloodshed, for inflicting trauma and economic losses to thousands of families, and also for the loss of confidence to some extent in us in the revolutionary camp during the Kala Adhyay. We assure the people and the revolutionary camp that we will, hereafter, never resort to such fratricidal onslaught against our own class brothers. 2. The killing of Commerce Satyanarayan Singh in the early 1990s, and some other mistakes too on our part, contributed to the souring of the relations between our two parties. This is a result of our political weakness. 3. We deeply realize the serious blunder in giving the slogan, "Wipe out MCC," in 1995 by the State Party Committee of Bihar. Though this slogan was withdrawn immediately by the then CC, it had a bad impact on the bilateral relations. The root cause of this lies in our impetuosity and sectarian approach. 4. The method of correspondence. The content of the articles and other propaganda material and the style in which we wrote these was incorrect. This wrong style arose because of our wrong assessment of the MCCI's character, which was the result of our subjectivism. 5. Our mistakes are less, and our retaliation is in defense. This was the sum and substance of our arguments and attitude. Instead of being self-critical, we showed our accusing finger towards the MCCI mainly. This was our sectarianism and non-proletarian approach to resolve the problem. 6. We got involved in the contradictions among the village masses. Basing on one group we used to attack the local MCCI's support base. Instead of solving the contradictions with a class approach with the aim of achieving the unity among the people and solving the contradictions in a non-antagonistic manner, we adopted a parochial and non-proletarian approach. 7. Instead of resolving problems through polemical debates, Time and again, we became involved in and gave priority to retaliatory methods. Due to lack of political vision on the part of the leadership, we trailed behind the arguments of the rank and file. To sum up, the ideological and political roots of these mistakes lie in our subjectivism, sectarianism, and a short-sightedness, where narrow local interests took precedence over advancing of the class struggle. This resulted in a deterioration of the relations between the two parties. In essence, the non-proletarian tendencies, to be precise, petty bourgeois tendencies, dominated our thinking and practice while dealing with this issue. As a result, instead of the dialectical approach to resolve such problems, we handled the contradiction in a wrong way. We aver in this context that we will strain every nerve to rectify these non-proletarian tendencies. For this bloodletting, we pay our red salutes to all those martyred in these clashes, and pledge that we shall learn from this negative experience and never again take up arms against our class friends, no matter how sharp may be the differences. Political differences must be settled by polemical debates and by proving correctness of our politics through revolutionary practice, but not through the gun. While reiterating our red salutes to all the martyrs killed on both sides, we realize our mistakes and beg forgiveness from all the families who have suffered as a result. We, the CC of CPI MLPW, ask the revolutionary masses of India, particularly the people of Bihar and Jharkhand, to forgive us for the past mistakes which we have committed. Though we realized late our serious blunders, we assure you not repeat these types of suicidal acts. We pledge to intensify the people's war, realizing the dreams of beloved martyrs, and apply the teachings of our great leaders, Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, and Mao, and advance the Indian democratic revolution to success, and then on towards building a genuine and sustaining communist society. We pledge to rectify our mistakes and remold ourselves as genuine proletarian revolutionaries. 8. Relations with the communist revolutionaries of other countries. The revolutionary communist movement in India is an inseparable and integral part of the world proletarian revolutionary movement. The Indian proletariat is a detachment of the world proletarian revolution. Though it is the revolutionary communist party of a country that constitutes the principal aspect for carrying the revolution in a country to victory, it is also essential to have active support of the proletariat and oppressed people of other countries. Maintaining live relations with fraternal communist parties that are leading the revolutions in various countries, exchanging the experiences of the revolutions of different countries, imparting mutual advice in a constructive spirit, and giving mutual aid and assistance, building solidarity movements, building united fronts, and conducting united struggles against imperialism, and world reaction unitedly, fighting revisionism and defending Marxism-Leninism-Maoism. Such are the international policies to be adopted by a communist party. It is only through such a practice that the Communist Party of a particular country really upholds proletarian internationalism. It is with this understanding that our party has been maintaining relations with fraternal parties abroad. Our initial relations were with the CPI Maoist, from long before the launching of the People's War in Nepal. Since long, we have been maintaining positive bilateral relations with them. The continuing People's War initiated by the CPI Maoist has created a positive impact throughout the world, and particularly in South Asia. In the spirit of proletarian internationalism, the two parties have supported ongoing People's War in India and Nepal, assisted each other in many ways, exchanged experiences, and have issued joint statements against Indian expansionism. The developing close coordination between the two parties finally resulted in the initiation and formation of the C-Composa in June 2001. C-Composa was formed as a platform of Maoist parties from the countries of Nepal, India, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka to target Indian expansionism. deepen the coordination amongst all Maoist forces in South Asia, to intensify the People's War in South Asia, exchange mutual experiences and aid, and express solidarity, propagate MLM, etc. It was also agreed that the forum will function on the basis of consensus, and not on the basis of democratic centralism. In spite of these guidelines, the CPI Maoist and some other participants of C Composite tried to impose their viewpoints on the others regarding the mention of the role and importance of RIM in the Common Declaration. It was only after a year of struggle that the original objectionable formulation regarding RIM was at last removed from the Declaration in the annual General Body meeting in July 2002. The various conferences of C Composa held until now had adopted the initial declaration and passed various resolutions. C Composa has been issuing regular statements and propagating on issues in all the above countries of South Asia. A bulletin is being brought out which carries the reports of all the Maoist movements of the region. Till 1995, our party had fraternal relations with only the parties of South Asia. In 1996, we participated for the first time in a meeting of the ML parties outside our country. Till then, the rightist and revisionist ML parties, who had been attending these forums, had given the impression abroad the PW was some type of terrorist organization. By participating in the May Day seminar held by the PTB of Belgium in 1996 and submitting a paper on armed struggle in India, Our Experiences, we introduced our movement to several fraternal parties working in various countries. Later in the same year, our party representative participated in a conference organized by the MLPD in Germany and placed a paper explaining our party's standpoint on the unity of proletarian revolutionary forces worldwide. Through these two events, we were able to dispel the incorrect impressions abroad regarding our party and revolutionary movement. By participating in these two meetings, we succeeded in establishing relations with some important Maoist parties of outside South Asia. We conducted an international seminar on Mao and People's War in December 1998, jointly with the Communist Party of the Philippines and the TKP-ML. Of all the international meetings held during the 90s, this seminar in particular has much significance since it had helped in strengthening the relations with the genuine MLM organizations. The resolutions adopted by this seminar are qualitatively better politically than the resolutions of several other international platforms. It declared clearly that MLM thought, or Maoism, as the higher stage of Marxism-Leninism. It placed People's War as the focus for the revolutionary agenda in the contemporary world. After the seminar, our party, along with the Communist Party of Philippines and the TKP-ML, decided to work more coordinately and make attempts to organize a meeting of all genuine Maoist forces in the world, specifically those leading people's wars, or those that are actively supporting them. Though there has not been much coordination since then, the three parties are jointly working in two international mass organizations, and one to fight for the democratic rights of people and forces of democratic and revolutionary movements. Second, to unitedly fight against imperialism, particularly U.S. imperialism throughout the world. The three international meetings and maintaining the bilateral relations in which we had developed understanding about the various revolutionary movements. A common understanding and coordination between Maoist parties leading People's War, some developed to some extent. The growth of our fraternal relations with organizations abroad has also helped in propagating our movement among the revolutionary forces and people in other countries. We have also propagated in our country about revolutionary movements of other countries. Relations with RIM. Besides developing fraternal relations by participating in the various international platforms on a principled basis, we also developed fraternal relations with the RIM. The RIM had played an active role in fighting revisionism and upholding MLM immediately after the capture of power in China by the counter-revolutionaries in 1976, following the death of Comrade Mao. However, it has an overassessment on the prospects of building an international without taking lessons from the Third International. It incorrectly considers itself as a new embryonic center of international based on democratic centralism. Thus, along with some other important political and organizational questions, we also have differences with the RIM on the question of the concept, feasibility, and method of building a new international at the present juncture. Our party thinks that trying to build a new international based on democratic centralism under the present conditions in the world is premature and impracticable. It is not correct to proceed with the formation of another international without a deep study and review of the reasons for the dissolution of the Third International in 1943, and as to why the CPC, under CPI Mao, did not form a new international. Moreover, we think that RIM's insistence on the principle of democratic centralism for the functioning of the forum and considering itself as an embryonic center of a new international will not help foster the unity of the Maoist forces worldwide and shows a sectarian attitude. International tasks and our role. Today, the Maoists of the world have two most important and urgent tasks before them. It is in both these that our party has to play a role in order to undertake its internationalist duties. Both will be facilitated by building a wide network of the party amongst Indians abroad. The first and most important task is for all the genuine Maoist forces of the world to come under one platform. This platform can exchange ideological political views, take up campaigns to defend MLM and socialism by countering all forms of revisionism and other alien ideologies, undertaking mutual assistance among the various parties, and conducting ideological political debates to raise the political and ideological level of the international communist movement. This core of genuine Maoist forces can act to polarize other revolutionary forces worldwide into the Maoist camp. The second important task is to help build and participate in the worldwide anti-imperialist movement and crystallize a correct orientation to it. If a core of Maoists is at its forefront, taking a clear-cut standpoint and actively leading the anti-imperialist struggles, it is only then that this would be possible. Though our party's role at the international level has been limited, we basically pursued a correct line in international relations and have helped facilitate the above two processes. We were able to do some propaganda about our movement at the international level and develop relations with genuine MLM forces. Yet there were some shortcomings primarily reflected in coordination with organizations abroad and in attaining sufficient details on the lines of the various parties abroad. An immediate task before us is to initiate effective work amongst the vast number of Indians residing abroad, building the People's Army for the seizure of political power. The overall development of our war since the 9th Congress, the positive and negative aspects of our PGA, the military commissions and command structures, the strong and weak points in our armed resistance against the Indian state, the role of the masses in the People's War, the progress as well as the problems that we are facing in the establishment of organs of people's political power and guerrilla bases, etc., should be seen in the background of the review that we made in the 9th Congress regarding these aspects. Understanding the weaknesses and shortcomings historically is necessary in order to objectively assess the military work during this period. The PGA was formed on 2nd December 2000, while the conditions for its formation existed at least from 1995. This lapse was identified in the 9th Congress. Even though we did not take up the task, it is also a fact that we offered fierce and relentless armed resistance against the state, inflicted much damage to the enemy, and foiled the enemy's offensives. And in the course of advancing the People's War, we lost several hundred comrades. Our failure to identify the tactics of the enemy in time and adopt correct counter-tactics had a retarding impact on the overall development of the People's War. The enemy began an all-round offensive from the beginning of 1997 by achieving coordination in all fronts. The central and state governments intensified their plans to suppress the revolutionary movement under our party's leadership. After the formation of JOC in April 2000, this plan was drawn up under the guidance of the U.S. imperialists as a part of their LIC policy. At the time of the Ninth Congress, the fascist forms of suppression that were being implemented in AP had spread to 9 states. In AP, our state and central leaderships could not gauge the intensity and depth of the all-round enemy offensive, and to formulate appropriate tactics at that time. As a result of this failure, we suffered serious losses. The leadership of the mass organizations became victims of white terror. The government itself set up and trained armed gangs to suppress our movement. An atmosphere of fear pervaded the state. The problem of covert agents had become quite acute within the party, PGA and mass organizations. Surrenders had increased. Under such difficult circumstances, we formed the PGA on December 2, 2000, the day of the martyrdom of comrades Sham, Mahesh, and Murali. It was in this background that the Ninth Congress was held in March 2001. The Congress reviewed the movement and adopted new tasks. It decided to intensify the guerrilla war with the aim of transforming DK into a base area. Intensify the guerrilla war with the perspective of establishing base areas in NT and AOB, to strengthen our subjective forces and intensify the guerrilla war in South Telangana and Balaghat. Gondia, to consolidate and develop the party and intensify the guerrilla war in BJ, with the aim of developing Magad, KK region, into guerrilla zone, to complete the preparations for the guerrilla zone in Nalamala, Guntur, Prakasam, Kurnool, Rayalaseema, and BJO regions. It also resolved to develop anti-feudal and anti-imperialist struggles in the country. We have been striving to implement the above tasks in the past 4 years. During this period, the central and state governments have further stepped up their counter-revolutionary attacks countrywide under the leadership of the JOC. We are making efforts to defeat these attacks and successfully implement the above tasks. Let us briefly examine the positive aspects achieved in the military front in the course of implementing the above tasks. Immediately after the Congress, we formed the CMC, SMCs, and subzonal regional commands in some states, district and area commands also in some states. The CMC and SMC sent some guidelines to the PGA. They concentrated on political, military education, military training, and directly led the PGA forces in the TCOCs. CMC brought out literature on military affairs. As the CMC and SMCs concentrated on specialization in military matters, our overall understanding of military matters has increased. The work of establishing the people's political power and the guerrilla bases and extending them to the entire guerrilla zone in DK and AOB in order to transform the latter into base areas has begun elementarily. Preliminary consolidation of the organs of people's political power at the village level, Revolutionary People's Committees, RPCs, and Revolutionary People's Government at the area level has begun. These are going on as part of the aim of forming the district revolutionary people's governments in the process of establishing base areas. In AP, the guerrilla zone preparations have completed in Nalamala, which has become another battlefront after becoming a guerrilla zone. In BJ, the SC declared that the Magad, KK region, had reached the stage of guerrilla zone in 1995 itself, and hence it drew up its plans to establish GBs. It carried out TCOCs with the aim of destroying the enemy forces and seizing the arms, and thus could confront the joint offensive of the various state governments led by the JOC. As a result of the recruitment campaigns of the PGA, the main, secondary, and the base militia forces had increased numerically. In the past 4 years, 900 arms were seized from the enemy, including 536 arms and 25,000 rounds in the military campaign in Koraput in February 2004. This has improved the arms position of our PGA. Our guerrilla attacks had increased in South Telangana and Balaghat Gondia, and BJO zone turned into a new battlefront as armed confrontation between our guerrilla forces and the enemy's forces became the main form of struggle. Expanding the PGA. We took up campaigns in DK and AOB for consolidation of militia and to enhance the recruitment. As a result, the main, secondary, and the base militia forces increased significantly in DK, while in AOB, the increase was considerable. In AP and NT, the enemy's multi-pronged attack continued intensively. Our mass organizations, village party cells, militia, and GRCs were hit very badly. Therefore, we could not take up the campaigns in NT. After the Congress, the serious losses in NT continued unabated, and the movement became further weakened and faced a situation of ebb. In AP, as we took up the recruitment campaign only once, that too in a formal manner, the expected results could not be achieved. Though there has been some recruitment in the normal course of activity, there was no planned effort or special drive for recruiting the better elements. Overall, in NT and AP, although there has been continuous recruitment in spite of the heavy enemy repression, the cadre strength and military formations further decreased as the total losses and surrenders surpassed the total number of recruits. However, since we could utilize the political situation that occurred in AP State, NT, AP, and AOB during the period of talks, the subjective forces increased. The recruitment into PGA increased rapidly in 2002 and 2004 in the KK Magad region of BJ. But the rate of recruitment dropped in 2003 and 2004 in the part of KK due to enemy repression. Due to severe losses and internal weaknesses, the platoons got reduced to half their strength. As there was no concentration on the base force, the militia could not develop to the required extent, although there is good potential for its development. In Balaghat, Gondia Division, recruitment campaign was taken up once besides the normal recruitment, and there is some improvement in the main and secondary forces. In BJO, there had been some recruitment initially, but the incidents in Chota Angaria and Lango had a demoralizing impact not only on the old cadres, but also drastically affected new recruitment. In the perspective area of Western Ghats in Karnataka, the formation of LGSs had begun during this period. Recruitment has also taken place to some extent. When we compare the results of our recruitment over the past 4 years with our goal, we find that they fall far short of our requirements. Let us analyze the reasons for this. In the continuous multi-pronged counter-revolutionary attacks of the enemy in AP and NT, our mass organizations, party, militia, and RPCs in villages suffered badly. As a result, class and mass struggles took place sporadically. The main reason for the lack of recruitment was the relative decline in the consolidated mass base due to constant enemy attacks and harassment. As the militia, the base force of the PGA, is not strong, the main and the secondary forces decreased considerably. It is only by building a strong militia and strengthening and expanding the secondary and main forces we can confront the counter-revolutionary offensive of the enemy. In AP, NT, AP, AOB, some of those who joined the PGA had surrendered to the enemy, or became inactive, or turned into renegades, or covert agents, or joined vigilante gangs. This had increased the confusion among the masses. One of the reasons for the losses that we suffered, and for the infiltration of the enemy agents into our movement, is lack of revolutionary vigilance in the party. That is, as the party leadership pursued a liberal attitude in undertaking deep study and investigation, lacked critical examination. It could not train the lower-level party committees to maintain the revolutionary vigilance. The problem of loose recruitment is also serious due to the liberal attitude of the party leadership. Lack of vigilance and the persistence of the political, organizational weaknesses were utilized by the enemy to convert the weak elements in the party as their covert agents. The losses and ebb in the movement, lack of understanding regarding the protracted nature of the PW, lack of clarity on maintaining and developing the quality of the party in general, particularly in periods of severe repression, the weak proletarian base of our party, petty bourgeois mentality that tends one to easily surrender to the enemy's deceptive tactics, lack of determination to confront tortures, lack of preparedness for protracted, difficult struggles and for self-sacrifice for the interest of the basic classes. All these can be said to be the main reasons for the surrenders and degeneration. It is only by firmly fighting against the alien class trends that emerge in the party, PGA, and mass organizations that we can overcome this problem of covert agents and surrenders. Ideological firmness, political clarity, organizationally consolidated mass base, and militarily undaunted courage will develop the PGA qualitatively to transform it into the PLA. There is lack of special effort or concentration on the part of the leadership to impart ideological, political, military training to the new recruits as well as the senior cadre. Whatever training is imparted is insufficient and does not meet the actual needs of the ongoing war. This is resulting in an increase in non-proletarian trends in these new recruits, vacillations, and lack of preparedness to face hardships. Communist revolutionary attitude is an essential prerequisite to work in any front. Overall, we gained rich experience in building and strengthening the PGA and learnt invaluable lessons during this period. Our commands, commanders, and fighters of PGA gained rich and diverse experiences. Hundreds of our fighters, commanders, and military leaders became martyrs. Many of them laid down their lives while fighting heroically with the enemy forces. Their sacrifices written in blood have given us invaluable lessons and have become an eternal inspiration to our fighting forces and the vast oppressed masses of our country. By advancing the war, we showed the people of the country the correctness of our party line of building the people's army, destroying the enemy forces, seizing the arms and arming the PGA, and establishing organs of revolutionary political power in the backward countryside. The heroic actions of the PGA and its role in defending the interests of the masses during these years has convinced the masses of the need for strengthening the people's army for achieving their liberation. Strengthening of military commissions and commands. In the state conferences held immediately after the formation of the PGA in December 2000, we formed state military commissions and subzonal military commands in DK, NT, AP, and BJ. CMC was formed in the CCM held immediately after the Congress. CMC sent some guidelines to the SMCs and the PGA. In AOB, there was Zonal Command until 2002, and then the ZMC was formed along with subzonal commands. Due to the multi-pronged attack of the enemy in AP as a whole, we suffered serious losses. The brunt of the enemy attack was borne by the comrades in NT initially, but after the Alapiri attack, the concentration of the enemy increased greatly in AP part also. We lost a good part of the leadership due to our lack of vigilance and the severity of the enemy offensive. As part of our plan to preserve our subjective forces, we made some drastic changes in the organizational forms in AP. Platoon form was adopted in AP from December 2003, as the state committees in AP and NT were reduced to shorter committees due to our plan of shifting a section of the leadership to other states. The SMCs were dissolved, and the SESZC looked after the military matters. In NT, the Secretariat too was dissolved. In BJ, we caused considerable damage to the enemy through our military attacks, but we too suffered serious losses, as we did not pursue proper methods, lacked regular functioning, and had shortcoming in educating the cadres. As we had the aim of transforming the PGA into PLA in the future, we tried to improve the functioning of the commissions and to increase the number of members. Though they improved to some extent, and military sense has developed, overall they are still weak, and it will take considerable period of time before they can develop to the extent of functioning independently. They are yet to set up the necessary departments and staff. Our central and state military commissions carried out the following tasks. They acted as the commands also in the concerned levels. In states where SMCs were functioning regularly, the situation is relatively better. There, the resistance to the enemy offensive was more planned and effective. Commissions provided direct leadership to the TCOCs. They carried out joint operations. They armed the PGA and tried to strengthen it. Military training was given to the PGA through Mobile Military School. They strived to bring about uniformity in the PGA. The CMC made attempts to specialize in studying military matters and to supply study material to the cadres. They played an important role in fulfilling the central task drawn up by the Congress and strived to intensify and expand the guerrilla war. Shortcomings. Although 4 meetings were held after the formation of the CMC, it has to develop collective understanding in political, military matters in accordance with the party's political, military line. Some SMC meetings were not held regularly. They have to develop as collective teams under the collective leadership of the state committees. Due to shortage of staff and communication material, proper coordination could not be developed between the in charge of CMC and CM's members, as well as between the CMC and SMCs. We are still lagging behind in developing the PGA forces and commands, in acquiring grip ideologically and applying it to practice, as we did not allot time specially for the study of MLM, military ideology. We are still lagging behind in strengthening the skills of the PGA by training them in combat methods, knowledge, skills, and abilities in a systematic manner, especially to suit the specific conditions of guerrilla zones and enemy movements. We haven't succeeded in developing the necessary political and military outlook in the PGA. We could not give training to all of our forces through military camps corresponding to increase in recruitment. Due to our failure in implementing and developing our military skills and guerrilla tactics in accordance with the situation, we are still lagging behind in destroying the enemy and seizing arms during TCOCs and separate actions. Mistakes are occurring in formulating appropriate guerrilla tactics in accordance with the situation, by understanding the strength of the enemy and the weakness of our subjective forces. Mistakes are occurring in taking daily precautions, during travel, while camping, in knowing the latest information about the enemy, and accordingly planning our movements, etc. Mistakes are taking place in facing the stronger enemy, in fighting in a winning situation, in planning to win, in planning in accordance with our fighting potential, in postponing the actions that may not lead to victory, in luring the enemy with the help of the local militia and attacking him in a place not suitable for him but suitable for us, dividing the stronger enemy units and attacking, in acting as if to attack on east but actually attacking in west, in facing the enemy with firm determination, in concentrating for the success of opportunity, deliberate, area and night ambushes, and in completely annihilating the smaller enemy units. Mistakes are happening in conducting the guerrilla war depending on the mass base, by integrating with and organizing the people, for our supplies, for collecting intelligence about the enemy, while not letting the enemy know about our presence, for medical treatment of the wounded guerrillas, for blocking the enemy's supplies and medical aid, for disrupting the enemy's communication lines, in developing the collective mass resistance, in arming the people with the view that the people's armed power will supplement in achieving our central task ultimately, and in evacuating the villages and protecting the people when the enemy attacks them heavily. Mistakes are occurring in implementing the principle that the enemy intruded into guerrilla zones must not get out without paying the appropriate price. Commands. Sub-zonal commands were in existence from the very beginning. Recently, some district commands and area commands are formed and functional in DK, AOB, NT, AP, BJ, and Balaghat. Gondia. Efforts are on to form such commands in the places where they are not yet formed. Meetings of the commands are being held regularly, in some places only. The newly formed divisional district area commands in BJ are yet to acquire experience in practice. Commands provided direct leadership in the TCOCs planned by state committees and SMCs in separate military actions, and in preparations for and conducting joint actions. They conducted camps to raise the military level of PGA commanders and fighters, to bring uniformity and for military training. There are weaknesses in firmly implementing the tasks formulated by commands. There is negligence in the study of theory to enhance the ideological and political strength. As a result, mistakes are occurring in solving particular problems in the light of theory. There is liberalism also in rectifying one's own mistakes, as well as in correcting the other's mistakes. We must put in more efforts to conduct the meetings of platoons and SGSs regularly, and thus to implement the party policies, military policies, decisions, and discipline. There is tendency to have subjective assessments about the enemy, particularly over-assessment of the enemy, thereby lacking initiative on our part. It is necessary to understand the enemy's position and tactics, and creatively chalk out guerrilla tactics to defeat the enemy in time. As we have not paid attention to the aspect of utmost secrecy in maintaining dumps of arms, ammunition, gelatin, chemicals, etc., some had gone into the hands of the enemy. People's militia. In the past 4 years, the militia units had increased in DK and AOB. The militia also participated in the resistance recently, utilizing the period of talks. The militia units were formed to some extent in AP and NT. In BJ, Balaghat, Gondia, militia units have not been built in a systematic way. Overall, due to enemy's fascist repression and lack of drive by the party committees, village-level militia units have not grown corresponding to the level of the movement. In many areas, militia units are yet to be formed. There is also neglect in arming the militia units that are already formed. Likewise, there is need for paying more attention to actively involve the existing militia units in actions to harass the enemy and resist in various ways. On the whole, as the base force, i.e., people's militia, is quite weak, our resistance to the enemy is also weak. The central and state governments are stepping up their onslaught on the revolutionary movement in the cruelest manner. It is instigating murderous gangs and vigilante squads. It is unleashing violent attacks on all people's movements. Hence, there is all the more necessity for the working class, peasantry, and the oppressed masses to arm themselves. Without the armed people's militia, it is not possible to defeat the murderous attacks by the vigilante gangs, police, and other forces. We have to form small militia units in the plains with utmost secrecy. In strategic regions, militia units could be built at various levels and should be armed. Arms and ammunition. Arms play an important role in enhancing the fighting capacity of the PGA and its ability to destroy the enemy forces. Enemy's armory is the armory of the PGA. As the enemy is the chief source for our arms, we should use the guerrilla methods of warfare in a creative manner, annihilate the enemy through ambushes and raids by effectively utilizing his weaknesses, and seize the arms, thereby enhancing the strength and capacities of the PGA. In order to defeat the counter-revolutionary offensive of the enemy and establish base areas, it is essential to improve the armed resistance and might of the masses. Although we seized some arms from the enemy in the past 4 years, we could not seize sufficient number of rifles of various types in accordance with the requirements of our struggle. This has imposed severe limitations on the firepower of our PGA. All levels of party committees should pay utmost attention to this aspect, inspire the PGA and people, and concentrate on destruction of the enemy and seizure of arms. All opportunities for the seizure of arms should be examined. We have not been able to tap the other sources for procuring arms. The method of assembling arms at the state level through our source is not sufficient to arm the masses. The village party committees, ACs, DCs, should take initiative to make country-made weapons locally with the available resources instead of looking to the higher committees. Only then it is possible to arm the militia. We should give primacy to this and organize manufacture of weapons by transforming the local handicraftsmen and part-timers into red mechanics. Thus, the states should become self-sufficient in arms through seizures from enemy forces, purchases, and production. CC and CMC should ensure that various models manufactured by our sources for meeting the growing needs of our war are sent to the battlefront in time. There is also the need to introduce different types of improvised weapons and models in the war in place of the existing ones. Politico-military training. We planned to develop a central instructors team in order to strengthen the capabilities of PGA forces in various ways by teaching them military knowledge, fighting skills and abilities, methods of combat and discipline basing on the training developed by the party. But full-time instructors of DC level did not come from AP, NT, and AOB. Later, we reduced the level and decided to include instructors from AC level. However, we did not succeed in forming the central instructors team as planned. The instructors teams in the states also could not yet be developed. There are only individual instructors. We have to select the best trainees in the military camps and allot them for the instructors teams by keeping in mind the overall interests of the movement. In December 2001, a central military camp was held for SMCs and sub-zonal commands. The positive aspect of this camp is that CMC conducted the training based on our own experience, knowledge, and abilities. After this, military camps were held in all states. In 2003, it was decided to impart political and military training through mobile military schools under the leadership of CMC and SMCs in order to transform the PGA into a powerful force that can achieve the goals set by the party. This laid the basis for developing the main and secondary forces into a striking force. CMC prepared the notes on the political military line and on our counter-tactics to defeat enemies' tactics. Decentralized camps were held in all states: DK, AOB, NT, AP, KN, MR, Beach, WB. Later, camps were also conducted at district and area levels. In areas where repression was severe, camps were held in mobile by reducing the number of days of training. 37 days camps were held for militia members. Shortcomings. Military weaknesses still persist in spite of the formation of CMC, SMCs, sub-zonal commands, and some district commands. PGA has not acquired the necessary political and military orientation yet. There is need to evolve new tactics and bring them into actual implementation while primarily concentrating on resistance. There is shortcoming in imparting the necessary political education along with military training. Due to the increase in new members and leaders in PGA, we could not train all the forces through the camps. The present phase is a crucial one when revolution and counter-revolution are locked up in a decisive war. At such a juncture, There is an urgent need to improve our military training, arms position, and prepare our forces mentally to confront and defeat enemy attacks. As we prepared the syllabus with anxiety to teach all aspects at once, we are unable to acquire a grip on the various aspects. Hence, in future camps, we have to concentrate on some aspects instead of all. If we have to teach more aspects, then we must run the camp for more number of days in mobile. Further development of PGA leadership and soldiers and strengthening their grip over the various aspects learnt by them is not taking place as they are not making enough effort during their regular life, both collectively and individually. There are also lapses in arming the PLGA with grenades and grenade launchers, and training it in the efficient use of communication sets and improvised explosive devices. Hence, many PGA members are not having confidence in using these and are facing problems when confronted by the enemy forces. Due to shortage of live ammunition, target shooting of the trainees is not up to the standard. Instructors should also pay more attention to the backward students and strive to develop them. CMC and SMCs should generalize the experiences of the People's War in various parts of the country and pass on this knowledge to the entire party and PGA. They should study the common tactics adopted by the enemy in various states as part of his all-round countrywide offensive, generalize the methods of countering the enemy forces militarily and inflicting damage to the enemy, and thus bring about an overall improvement in our methods of military training. At the same time, they should concentrate on specialization and improve the training methods to suit the varying conditions in different states by studying the specific tactics and preparations of the enemy, the level of the movement, fighting abilities, and the strength of our PGA in the given area or state, and such other features. There will be some limitations to our military training in the plain and semi-forest areas. We have to give training during nighttime. We should have less syllabus and more mobile type of training. Review of TCOCs. As the central and various state governments unleashed an all-round joint attack under the leadership of JOC, we took up a TCOC simultaneously in AP, DK, BJ, and OS soon after the 9th Congress. In CC2 meeting in 2002, we assessed the then prevailing condition of our movement in the various states and decided that TCOCs should also be taken up in the various states and even districts according to their needs. Thus, we also took up separate TCOCs in various states as well as separate military actions. In the past 4 years, we have intensified the guerrilla war in AP, DK, BJ, OS, and Gondaya BLG. We foiled the conspiracies of the reactionary ruling classes to suppress our movement by stepping up armed resistance heroically and in some places. We could retain the initiative by carrying out a series of TCOCs. However, we could fulfill only part of the aims through these campaigns. We seized some weapons and succeeded in breaking the initiative of the enemy to an extent by annihilating some enemy forces. In some areas in the guerrilla zones, whenever the enemy forces enter, our main and secondary forces and the people's militia begin harassing them immediately. However, the enemy is still permanently positioned within and around our guerrilla zones and around our guerrilla bases, and the task of destroying and throwing out these forces still remains a challenge before us. Although we organized some attacks, we did not succeed in destroying the enemy forces and seizing arms. We should have the goal of destroying the enemy forces during our attacks, even if the number of attacks is less. Our attacks should create good political impact. There are lapses in the selection of the targets, in concrete planning, and in taking initiative in countering the enemy tactics. Serious weakness also exists in enhancing the role of people's militia and coordinating with it. Our forces do not have the necessary mental preparedness to fight the enemy with initiative and courage during the TCOCs. That is why, even though ambushes were successful in many places, we did not seize the arms. We also failed to achieve the planned objectives during some raids. There are serious problems in the preparations, such as conducting recces and collecting information regarding enemy, arranging explosives and other materials, conducting rehearsals, before taking up campaigns and separate military actions. In some areas, lack of clarity regarding party organization and military organization, and coordination between mass work and military work is continuing. As it is, the party that provides leadership to the PGA, they are mutually interrelated and interdependent. All the party committees should assist the PGA units in solving the problems they face. It has been proved that we can successfully carry out daring and surprising actions such as Gidam, Anakapali, and Chodavaram and Koraput campaign if the party committees mobilize the PGA politically, explain the importance of the campaigns, and instill the spirit of self-sacrifice and revolutionary determination. This has been proved in the week-long PGA anniversary campaigns also. The daring actions on murderous police officers like Umesh Chandra, Gandhi, etc., and cruel political leaders and class enemies like Chandra Babu Naidu, Madhav Reddy, and Aram Naidu in plain areas and cities have created great enthusiasm and courage among our forces and the masses. In some areas of AP, AOB, and DK, we were able to successfully combine the attacks on the class enemies and the state forces with famine raids during the TCOCs. This showed the way for the solution of the problem of famine to the masses and boosted their morale. PGA should implement without fail the party's policies and methods, and pursue class and mass line during campaigns and other military actions such as actions against enemy soldiers, paramilitary forces, special forces, killing class enemies and informers, punishing the exploiting ruling classes, revisionist and other political leaders and cadres, destroying the vigilante gangs, punishing the armies of the landlords and other private armies and gangsters, punishing covert agents, and so on. Otherwise, the danger of being swept away by pure militaristic viewpoint exists. The actions being undertaken with a sectarian attitude cause grave damage to the party. In this regard, PB Letter No. 1004 should be followed strictly. PGA should implement a comprehensive policy and method in respect of sabotage, destructive actions. The danger of drifting towards soft targets such as buses, schools, and Mandel block offices always exists. Instead, we should concentrate on targets that will be of immediate help to the advance of people's war and the people's interests, and on targets that cause great damage to the class enemy. Our targets should be the properties of imperialists, CBE, feudal forces, die-hard political leaders, and government property such as roads, communications, coal, steel, electricity, information technology, and such other infrastructure that primarily serve the ruling classes. Masses should be mobilized in a big way for such actions. Distribution of the property, such as food grains, clothes, etc., to the people should be done wherever possible. Utmost care should be taken not to cause any damage to the people during these actions. Besides carrying out TCOCs at the central and state level in accordance with the decisions of the CC and SCESZCs, the DC-DVCs should also undertake such campaigns at the district/division level depending on the severity of enemy repression. The period of campaign should be determined basing on the strength and capacity of our PGA forces and resources available. The targets of these campaigns should be concretely worked out depending on our assessment of the position of the enemy and our forces and our needs in the concerned states. When the targets are clear, planning will be simple and concrete. Likewise, it becomes easy to coordinate the main, secondary, and base forces. If we have to successfully carry out TCOCs and separate military actions, the nature of our actions should be to make preparations with utmost caution and secrecy, and carry out the attack suddenly and swiftly. By taking the attack as principal, we can retain the initiative, planning, and control in our hands. Our victories will depend on how effectively and creatively we use guerrilla tactics in accordance with the actual conditions. Review of the work related to guerrilla bases. In strategic regions where guerrilla zones are formed with the perspective of developing into base areas, we decided to first establish guerrilla bases by building organs of People's Democratic Political Power, RPCs, in strategic pockets where our mass base is strong and the terrain is more favorable, and then extend these organs of political power to the entire guerrilla zone, turning it into a base area, by destroying the enemy state power, thereby achieving a qualitative development in our people's war. In accordance with the call of the Ninth Congress to build guerrilla bases as focal points in the guerrilla zones, we selected some areas with good mass base and favorable terrain in the 3 states were special zones under CRB and in BJ under ERB for developing into GBs. The area of GBEs was concretely decided in the CCEM and the concerned SCESEC, in accordance with the organizational and military strength at that time and other specific conditions of different areas. We selected some GB areas in DK, AOB, NT, AP, BJ, and commenced our work. Decisions were taken to strengthen party ACs, concentrate platoons, SGSs, build and consolidate LGSs, RPCs, party cells, GPCs, people's militia, cultural organization, and other mass organizations, etc. The concerned SCSZCs wrote circulars and made comprehensive resolutions and educated all the lower-level committees on building the GBs with the perspective of establishing base areas. In this period study, camps were held for the SZCs of DK and AOB in order to acquire a comprehensive ideological political understanding on GBs based on Mao's writings. However, immediately after the Congress, as we took up the task of conducting TCOC in all the zones of intense armed struggle as the first main task, we could not simultaneously concentrate to the required extent on building the GBs. Besides, our subjective forces were not that strong in many areas at that time, and we had to mobilize our limited forces in armed engagements with the enemy forces in a wider area throughout this period. DK. By the time of the first TCOC, the work of building GBs has begun at a preliminary level in most of the GB areas. This is because of the time required for making preparations and lack of plan to coordinate the TCOC with the work of building the GBs in 2001 ASO2. The work of building and consolidating RPCs, party cells, GPCs, and people's militia units and mass organizations has begun in several areas by the time of the CC2 meeting. The CC2 meeting reviewed the work and discussed the task of building GBs in detail and chalked out a concrete plan of concentration, political mobilization, destruction, construction, consolidation, military organization, coordination between various tasks, etc., in order to develop the GB areas. A time-bound target was fixed to form organs of political power at the area level and to form GB-level party committees in 2 areas. In light of the above review, the DK SZC stepped up its efforts after the state plenum. Party committees and divisional military commands were formed in the areas chosen as GBs. PGA platoons were deployed in the GB areas. Additional LGS were formed in the GB area, as well as in the contiguous area to provide support to the GB by expanding the area of guerrilla operations. In this period, consolidation work and the participation of masses and the PLGA in all fields of PW has developed significantly. The militia participated in a big way in the resistance activities in the TCOCs in the GB area. More than the growth in the number of the militia units, what is more important is the improvement in their fighting capacities and preparedness. They participated in the military activities armed mainly with their traditional arms. In several political military campaigns, like the 2 election boycott campaigns, mobilization for Pumkal, support to teachers' strike, etc., helped raise the political consciousness of the people. As a result of all these, people have become more conscious of the need to build their own organs of power. A company was also formed in accordance with the decision of CCM and CC2 meeting. The extended meeting of the SZC in May 2004 reviewed the situation in all the GBs and planned time-bound program and prepared the manifesto of Viplava Janathana Sarkar. In accordance with the plan, guidance and program given by this meeting, this work has been speeded up in all the selected areas, and within 1 year, 2 ARPCs were formed. Concrete preparations are being completed for some more ARPCs. CRB reviewed the situation and directed the SZC to consolidate the ARPCs, extend and develop them to build district-level RPCs as an inseparable process of building base areas. Overall, the situation in DK is quite favorable for developing organs of people's power to higher levels. AOB. In AOB, the SZC took the decision to build the GB and began to implement it immediately after the 9th Congress, basing on the understanding arrived at in the Congress. In accordance with this objective, various mass organizations and people's militia units were formed in the villages and at the area level. Some party cells and RPCs were formed. Revolutionary land reforms were taken up in some villages. In many villages, people boycotted elections. Cooperatives, health centers, and agricultural development committees were formed. The decision to form the GB Committee was taken in N 2003, but could not be done due to lack of leadership cadres. Plans were made to form higher-level RPCs. When seen as a whole, we find that the concentration of SZC is not in accordance with the needs. Although there was positive effort in developing the GB in the initial period, effort to develop it consistently has come down later on. There is a lot of limitations for the leadership cadre, ACMs and DCMs, in the GB. They are not able to make much progress in work due to poor abilities. We have to develop the GB by allotting the necessary leadership forces, and both SZC and CC should concentrate to fulfill this task. AP. In AP, there was delay in the selection of the GB areas until 2002. In the SC meeting of 2001, the SC felt that some concrete study and survey of the areas was needed before such a decision was taken, keeping in view the peculiarities of the GB areas of Nalamala, such as scarcity of the population, problem of supplies, sufficient agricultural production, etc. It was only in July 2002 that some areas were selected for developing into GBs and concrete plans were made. Each GB was allotted a PL, but due to the weak subjective forces these PLs had to be engaged even outside the GB areas. As a result, the work of destruction of the enemy forces and the consolidation of the people has not progressed much, though. In GB1 and GB2, consolidation and development work was taken up at last from the end of 2003 among the Chanchu Adevasis. There will be several limitations in offering long-term resistance to the enemy in the GBs of Nalamala due to the scarcity of the population. NT. By the time of the Congress, the movement in NT went into defense. In spite of this, we arrived at the understanding that we can form some GBs in the strategic areas. But with the intensification of enemy repression and severe losses of our subjective forces, destruction or weakening of the revolutionary and democratic mass organizations, and reduced mass base on our side, our resistance had weakened, and consequently, the situation became unfavorable for forming the GBs immediately. Without developing armed resistance and rebuilding local organization and mass mobilization, it is not possible to achieve the destruction of the enemy forces, and without this development, it is not possible to concentrate on the building of GBs in the present conditions prevailing in NT. Hence, the work of building GBs did not move ahead in the past 4 years. Though it will take some more time for our forces to regain sufficient strength and initiative and to build the GBs, it is important that we build RPCs wherever we are able to deal some blows against the enemy forces and consolidate our mass base, party, and the PGA. We have to continuously rouse the masses with the slogan of alternative power, which the people had enjoyed for some years before we suffered serious losses and are pushed into a situation of ebb. BJ Sao, CCEM resolved that BJSC should discuss the stage of the movement in BJ and the differences in SC on the question of completion of preparations for guerrilla zone. Later in 2001, final discussion took place in SC, and the SC and ERB arrived at the conclusion that guerrilla zone preparations were completed and that GBs have to be built as part of the guerrilla zone. To achieve this, we selected some areas for building the GPEs, allotted PLs and LGSs, and made some organizational changes. But although we had selected 3 areas for building the GBs and commenced work after the Congress, there was no sufficient preparation and concrete planning, and not much progress in completing the social investigation in the GB areas, or in forming new units of the various mass organizations, militia units, etc. This was due to spontaneity on the part of the CC and the SC. They did not provide clarity to the lower-level party committees and drive them in the work of consolidating the GB areas. To sum up, the CC and the SCCs have summed up this work from time to time, identified the shortcomings like spontaneity on the part of the leadership in linking up other tasks to the central task of building the GBs, insufficient concentration by the CC and SCs, shortcomings in developing guerrilla war, and their inexperience, which played a role in the delay in the planned work of building GBs. Establishing people's political power at the area level is the vindication of the overall advance of the People's War. But we must always keep in mind that the GBs may go into the hands of the enemy anytime, given the vast superiority of the Indian state. Hence, we must make greater efforts to destroy the enemy through our PGA and the consolidated strength, armed might, and active participation of the people. The party and the PGA should utilize the ARPCs and the GBs for their strategic tasks most effectively, consolidate these organs of people's political power and the GBs, and expand them into the surrounding areas in the guerrilla zones. Transformation of guerrilla war into mobile war and PGA into PLA is an essential condition for bringing about a qualitative leap in our People's War by consolidating and expanding the guerrilla bases, forming organs of people's power at higher levels, and establishing base areas. The consolidation and expansion should go on continuously. Only thus we can show to the oppressed people of India at large that the path of their liberation is the path of area-wise seizure of power. And it is only in this course that the political power in the area and district level will expand to the entire special zone. When base areas are established at the level of the special zone, then the party and the People's Army can utilize them for the strategic tasks as their bases in the real sense and qualitatively influence the revolutionary war in India. We can lay the basis for bringing about a change in the revolutionary situation and enhancing tremendously the role of the masses in the People's War and the balance of forces between the enemy and ourselves. But to achieve this strategic aim, we should courageously and with utmost consistency fulfill the task of building of the base areas. The establishment of base areas depends on our effort and successes in enhancing the active role of the masses in the political sphere, increasing our organized strength, defeating the enemy offensive, improving our striking capacity to destroy the enemy forces and capturing arms, strengthening and expanding the PGA and transforming it into PLA, developing the guerrilla war into mobile war, expanding the areas of guerrilla war, establishing and consolidating the people's power by destroying the enemy authority, on the successes in advancing the people's war in the adjacent GZ areas, and on developing the people's war by coordinating the war tactics, political tactics, and mass movements in the country as a whole. We have to carry out these tasks with conscious effort and utmost determination. Shortcomings to be overcome to transform the PGA into PLA. We have to overcome the following shortcomings in order to successfully carry out tactical counteroffensive actions, strengthen and expand the PGA forces, bring forth new military formations, and train them into effective combat forces, and thus intensify the guerrilla war as a whole, arm the masses, and involve them in the people's war. The active role of the armed masses in the ongoing people's war is not very significant. In some regions, it is nominal. Hence, we must pay utmost attention to the aspect of arming the masses and involving them in the people's war in increasing number. People's militia is the very basis for the people's war. Without the existence of a wide network of militia, it is not possible to actively resist the enemy, to harass and engage him continuously, collect intelligence about the movements of the enemy, and punish the local class enemies and police informers, and get recruits into the main and secondary forces of PGA. It is not possible to transform the PGA into PLA without building the base force of people's militia. Hence, we must concentrate on building militia units in all our areas of struggle in order to advance our war to the higher stage. Adequate preparations and intelligence gathering. Preparations and planning are very crucial for the success of any military action or campaign. Weakness in this aspect is still a serious hurdle for advancing our war. These have to be done with utmost secrecy. There should be concrete work division to complete the preparations efficiently and in the given time, conducting recces, gathering information regarding the movements and weaknesses of the enemy forces, and other intelligence reports gathered by the various party committees and the combat forces play the most important role in our military actions and campaigns. By making the necessary changes in our preparations from time to time basing on the information gathered, we will be able to retain initiative in our hands and make surprise attacks on enemy forces. Developing new tactics to counter the enemy. Enemy has been continuously changing his techniques in conducting operations against our forces, is constantly changing his formations and staying in fortified stations and camps. He is also using highly sophisticated equipment and technology, and is in a position to shift this to wherever he requires. Of late, the use of helicopters has also increased. On the other hand, we are still sticking to old methods and techniques in combating the enemy forces, in conducting our raids and ambushes, and in our formations. Hence, though we carried out several raids and ambushes during this period, we could not achieve the desired results. Likewise, studying enemy fortifications and collecting the necessary information is very important at the present juncture. We could not achieve success in breaking the fortifications until now. Hence, enemy forces are stationed within the guerrilla zones and around the GBs. We have to devise the means to break the fortifications and destroy the enemy. We are also using old equipment that is often unsuitable to the actual conditions in the field. The difference between the enemy and our forces in this sphere will no doubt remain for a very long period of time. Despite this fact, we must strive to use the available equipment and technology more efficiently and effectively. If we pay attention to use the improvised equipment and devices, we will be able to use them extensively. We have to use code while using communication equipment without fail. Necessary training should be given to our forces in the efficient use of these devices. 4. Concentrate on combat. We are more often using the main combat forces for protection duties during camps and meetings. The secondary forces, too, are engaged in non-combat work for long periods. The base force is weak in many states, as mentioned earlier. All these are having a negative impact on advancing the war. The party committees should ensure that the main forces of PGA should not be diverted from the principal task of engaging the enemy forces. The base force should continuously harass the enemy forces. Whether the situation is in ebb or flow, our forces should engage the enemy in one way or other. In unfavorable conditions, too, we should try to take up actions on a smaller scale and maintain utmost secrecy of our movements. Without relieving the combat forces from other work, it is not possible for us to undertake destruction or harassment of the enemy forces, disruption of his supplies, destroy roads and communications, properties of MNCs, CBB, etc., or effectively provide protection to our camps and meetings by stalling the enemy offensive in the surrounding areas. To achieve this with our limited forces, we have to reduce camps and meetings and hold them only when very much necessary. We must also conduct meetings while moving. We have to raise the political consciousness, fighting capacity and mental preparedness of our PGA forces and steel them through continuous engagement against the enemy forces. 5. Advance towards higher formations. Without company formation becoming the generalized form of our main force, it is not possible to cause serious destruction to the enemy forces, or consolidate and defend the GBs, or advance the guerrilla war to the higher stage. Without strengthening the PGA, it is not possible to expand the battlefront or bring a qualitative leap in the war as a whole. Hence, we have to undertake recruitment of youth in a big way and hasten the formation of more platoons and companies, train these forces politically and militarily, and engage them against the enemy forces. It is only in this process that we can transform the PGA into PLA. To sum up, we have achieved some victories in the period after the Congress in the military front by strengthening and expanding the PGA, confronting the enemy, and advancing towards the establishment of base area in DK. Although we faced a situation of ebb in NT, our resistance extended to new areas and new battlefronts opened during this period. Finally, after the merger of PW and MCCI, our guerrilla war expanded to the entire country. We formed some GBs and laid the basis for more. However, serious weaknesses are still persisting in the military front. Lack of mental preparedness exists in a considerable section of the leadership and cadre to work in the military front. Comrades working in fronts other than military are not evincing interest or paying attention to study the enemy's tactics and devise counter-tactics. Necessary attention is not paid to explore and utilize the available resources for fulfilling the military requirements and arming the people's militia. There is also serious shortcoming in allotting even limited forces for some special needs of war, enhancing the role of masses in people's war. The Ninth Congress self-critically evaluated our work among the masses in general and the various sections in particular. It discussed the weaknesses in our mass organizations and mass movements, and how to overcome these and involve the vast masses in the ongoing people's war. It had also provided guidelines for the forms of struggle and forms of organization that we have to adopt, keeping in view the specific conditions. Basing on the lessons drawn by the Ninth Congress, we made considerable efforts, in the period after the Ninth Congress, to overcome the weaknesses in preparing and involving the vast masses in the revolution, and to build more effective mass organizations and mass movements. As a result, there has been an overall improvement in our mass work in the various states. Secret, semi-legal, and legal mass organizations were formed among the various sections of the people with the principal emphasis on the secret structures at the local level, while more open structures were formed at the higher levels under different names. The general orientation of all these mass organizations was to mobilize the vast masses into broad-based political movements, and thus link up the mass movements to the ongoing people's war through various methods. We formed issue-based fronts at the All India, state, and local levels by uniting with other struggling forces. Through these broad united fronts, we mobilized various democratic organizations and individuals. We also organized various forms of political propaganda. Our political propaganda began immediately after the Congress with the huge rally in Kolkata, hailing the conclusion of the historic Congress. This was followed by the formation of Anti-Imperialist Forum at the All India level in 2001, which brought several anti-imperialist organizations together. We also joined the International Forum of People's Struggles initiated by the CPP, TKP, ML, and others. This forum took up activities not only in Europe, but also in India during this period. In 2001, we also took the initiative, along with the CPI Maoist and the MCCI, to form the CC Campus in order to build a people's movement against Indian expansionism. It took up campaigns in solidarity with the ongoing people's wars in Nepal and India, and conducted wide propaganda against the massive brutal military onslaught in Nepal and India. We took up a wide political campaign and mobilized the masses against the U.S. imperialist aggression in Afghanistan in 2001 and Iraq in 2003. But although these programs were taken up actively at the local level in some states, such as DK, AP, AOB, etc., the All India programs were poor shows. We could not take up effective campaign against the Hindu fascist BJP, RSS, VHP, Bajrang Dal Shiva Sena combine when the Gujarat genocide of Muslims took place. In the beginning of 2003, when the Asia Social Forum held its conference in Hyderabad, we mobilized the various organizations and held protest demonstrations exposing the hollowness of its slogan of another world within the present imperialist system, and its aim of diverting the masses from the revolutionary struggle against imperialism and for socialism. Likewise, in the beginning of 2004, we joined forces with hundreds of other democratic and anti-imperialist organizations and individuals against the World Social Forum, exposed it ideologically, politically, and programmatically, and made extensive propaganda about the real revolutionary alternative before the people oppressed by imperialism worldwide. Our political propaganda created a positive impact on the democratic forces and exposed the social democratic, revisionist, and the postmodernist NGO organizations. In DK, rallies were organized on political issues such as state repression, demand for separate Bastar, iron ore mines in Chargaon and Raogat, in support of the Iraqi people's just struggle, besides observing anti-imperialist days, July 28th, March 8th, etc. Bhumkal Divas were specially celebrated on February 10th, and the importance of Janathana Sarkar was widely taken among the masses. We did not take up the partial demands of the masses in a big way, except struggles for increase in rate of tendu leaf and bamboo and a few other issues. In AOB, thousands of Adivasis were mobilized in rallies at the village, mandal, block, and district level against state repression, POTA, LPG policies of the government, deaths due to disease, U.S. invasion of Afghanistan and Iraq, WSF, forest acts, imperialist culture, tourism, famine, for remunerative prices for agricultural produce, etc. Land occupation struggles and famine raids were also taken up. In NT, rallies were organized with thousands of people for implementation of 170, against the corruption in ITDA in Adilabad, against famine in Nizamabad and Karimnagar, land struggles, struggles against privatization, against POTA, U.S. imperialist warmongering, and on several issues of the people. Thousands were mobilized in the funeral processions of the martyrs and on Martyrs' Day. In Singareni collieries, 3 successful strikes of workers were organized on the demands for the settlement of the wage board, jobs for the dependents of the deceased workers, and against work burden. Seminars were organized against LPG policies of the government. In AP, there were rallies and struggles against the LPG policies, against U.S. imperialist aggression in Afghanistan and Iraq, against fake encounters and trampling of democratic rights of the people, famine, for the ban on liquor, for higher rates for the forest produce, for the Adivasis in Nalamala region, and on the many issues of the peasantry. Land occupation struggles and struggles against usurers were taken up. Special campaign was taken up against famine, and thousands of people were mobilized in over 10 famine raids in Guntur and 25 raids in other districts. Massive rallies were held during Martyrs' Week, and thousands were mobilized during funeral processions of martyrs. We had a very rich experience regarding the mass movements in the 3 zones of AP during this period. The enemy unleashed massive attacks against the mass movements that were suspected to have any link with our party. The open revolutionary mass organizations such as RWA were first targeted in NT and later in South Telangana and other parts of AP. Even those formed as broad fronts by involving other forces were attacked, their leaders arrested and harassed. Since the party was banned, the activists and leaders of the mass organizations were picked up on charges of secretly carrying out the work of the banned party or having links with it. They were forced to resign from the mass organizations and to report daily to the police stations. Worse still, the leaders and activists of the mass organizations had to face continuous threats and murderous assaults by the armed vigilante gangs maintained by the state. During this period, civil liberties leaders like Purushotham and Azam Ali were murdered by the state-sponsored Goundas. Activists struggling for separate democratic Telangana, such as Belli Lalitha, were killed. Leaders of organizations like the Ryotu Seva Samiti in Warangal, who took up many struggles of the peasantry on issues such as remunerative prices for agricultural produce, water for irrigation, and power supply for agriculture, against the exploitation by the unscrupulous traders in substandard and spurious seeds, pesticides, and fertilizers, were arrested and threatened with dire consequences. The organization became defunct due to the constant harassment of the police. Likewise, several teachers in the districts of NT, ST, and AOB were threatened, and numerous cases were filed besides the attacks by the state-sponsored armed militias. In all the 3 zones of AP, we took up mass struggles on the issue of famine, including famine raids, which had a great impact on the people at large. Several village-level meetings were held in AOB and AP on the famine issue, and open rallies, too, were held with a charter of demands for the drought-affected peasantry. Struggles were taken up on the issues of remunerative prices at several places. From mid-2003, attempts were made to mobilize the masses against the neoliberal policies of TDP government in AP, but we could not achieve any result until the beginning of 2004. Overall, at the tactical level, we could succeed to some extent in taking up issue-based struggles jointly with other organizations in the 3 zones of AP. We tried to adopt various forms of struggle and forms of organization during this period. There were purely open organizations propagating revolutionary politics, totally secret organizations, as well as those working as broad legal democratic organizations or inside existing organizations of other parties, trade unions, petty bourgeois organizations, sectional movements, etc. Through all these methods, we acquired varied experiences of working among the masses and building mass movements. Strategic United Front. During this period, we formed the Revolutionary United Front at the village level, mainly in DK, AOB, and parts of NT and AP. In DK, area-level UFs were also formed. All these are in the form of the underground mass organizations and RPCs only. The underground mass organizations of the peasantry and women have been able to mobilize the masses belonging to the various classes belonging to those sections. Weaknesses in our mass work and United Front activity. 1. Neglect or a casual attitude towards mass work. In spite of our repeated reviews of the weaknesses in mass work and the need to pay more serious attention to the mass organizations and United Front activity, the problem of neglect of mass work, non-allocation of the necessary subjective forces to the mass work, or lack of specialization still persist. Due to non-allotment of forces to the various fronts and lack of specialization on the part of the leadership, the growth has been quite slow, and the great potential that exists in some states and areas for launching significant political mass movements could not be properly exploited. The chief reason for this neglect is the wrong understanding still existing in our party, that mass work is unimportant, and that by advancing the war we can automatically develop mass movements, urban work, etc. Our party had no doubt taken as our guideline the following formulation of Comrade Mao regarding the relation between armed struggle and army with mass struggle and mass organization. War is the main form of struggle, and army is the main form of organization. Other forms, such as the mass organization and mass struggle, are also extremely important, and indeed indispensable, and in no circumstances to be overlooked. But their purpose is to serve the war. Before the outbreak of war, all organization and struggle are in preparation for war. However, the spirit of this famous quote of Mao is not grasped by our party committees still. It is an urgent task before us to make serious effort to prepare the masses for the people's war and mobilize them into mass political movements. And for this specialization should start immediately wherever it has not yet been taken up, and able party organizers should be allotted for this work. This task has acquired more urgency in the context of the attempts by the reactionary ruling classes to isolate us from the masses by initiating reforms and other measures to wean away the people from the path of revolution. 2. Failure in adopting appropriate forms of struggle and organization. In the 9th Congress, we recognized the above problem, and though this was solved to some extent in the intervening period, it still exists to a considerable degree. The tendency of trying to apply the forms of struggle and forms of organization mechanically is manifested in different forms, such as continuing the same old forms of struggle and organization rigidly or dogmatically, even when the conditions had changed, i.e., failure to change to new tactics corresponding to the changes in the conditions. Second, mechanically copying the forms of struggle and forms of organization prevalent in one state or region in another state or region, irrespective of the concrete conditions there. In spite of these weaknesses, it is also a fact that we were able to adapt to new situations and utilize them to our advantage, as seen in AP during the talks period in 2004. Forms of organizations change according to the changing conditions and stage of the struggle. Hence, it is very important for the various party committees and the mass organization leadership to acquire the skill to creatively apply the tactics to changing conditions and quickly changing from one form to another. The problem of engaging only in secret work and not utilizing the available legal opportunities is still seen in the main areas of armed struggle, while in other areas we find the persistence of legal style and methods of work. Hence, we have to acquire the skill of coordinating legal and illegal work, forming both underground as well as cover organizations in AP, NT, DK, Bihar, Jharkhand, and drive the open mass organizations in other states out of their purely legal style of work. We gained rich experience in running legal democratic organizations with non-party forces focusing on various issues in the 3 zones in AP. The enemy was able to attack some of these organizations due to serious mistakes from our side. Much of the leadership of these organizations was exposed, and some became inactive due to our indiscriminate use of these comrades for other clandestine works. Serious technical mistakes are occurring, such as maintaining minutes of the meetings of the fraction committees or the leading comrades of these organizations, writing letters in a language that is easily understood by the enemy. Letters to and from the leading comrades of these organizations falling into the hands of the police due to our carelessness, exposure of the open comrades to many squad members due to meeting them in our areas, and so on. As some were caught red-handed and the proof of their links with the banned party was established, they became defensive and inactive. We have to take lessons from these experiences and avoid the repetition of the mistakes in AP and elsewhere, and evolve proper methods of coordinating the legal and illegal from a long-term perspective of PPW. Any shortcut method would only lead to decimation of the legal democratic movements. 3. Non-proletarian trends in the mass organizations. The non-proletarian trends in the party and the movement that were identified in the 9th Congress were subjectivism, liberalism, spontaneity, economism, sectarianism, bureaucracy, and patriarchy. A rectification campaign was taken up throughout the party, and in some states it was taken up to the masses in the villages. However, in many states, as well as at the central level, we did not undertake the rectification campaign in the fraction committees and the leading comrades of the open mass organizations. Consequently, non-proletarian trends remain quite serious in the mass organizations. Bourgeois individualism, egoism, and anarchic trend are also quite deep, along with all the trends pointed out by the 9th Congress. The sectarian attitude is preventing us from expanding the membership of the mass organizations and to build broad-based fronts with non-party forces. Bureaucracy in the leadership has become a big hurdle for the development of the new cadres and winning over their confidence. The trend of economism was overcome to some extent. Sectarianism, bureaucracy, and individualism are leading to bitter relations at times between the leading comrades within a mass organization or between the comrades of different mass organizations. This is also leading to the formation of factions within the mass organizations or factional tendencies that hamper development. Liberalism in the leading comrades is preventing the leveling of criticism, even when serious mistakes and weaknesses are seen. The trend of patriarchy is also quite deep-rooted among some comrades. This unhealthy, uncomradely, and undemocratic attitude has become a hurdle for the development of the mass organization and building mighty mass movements. Conducting rectification campaign in the mass organizations is an urgent task before the party. The liberalism on the part of the CC and the state party leaderships in planning and implementing the rectification campaign is also responsible for the non-fulfillment of this task besides heavy enemy repression. It is not possible to rectify the deep-rooted non-proletarian trends in the leadership of the mass organizations through education only. Hence, as pointed out in the 9th Congress POR, it is necessary that the members of the mass organizations assert themselves and play an active role in both decision-making and in the execution of the decisions instead of leaving it to a few leaders. It is only through a continuous criticism by the members and the masses at large that the leaders of the mass organizations can overcome their weaknesses and deviations and become fit enough to lead the masses in class struggles. The mass organization leaders should go deep among the masses, integrate with the basic classes, and personally participate in class struggles in order to transform themselves. 4. Problem of building statewide mass movement in AP. In the three zones of AP, the mass organizations had undergone ups and downs even during this short period. The enemy's attacks on the mass organizations suspected to be having links with the party were very brutal, and hundreds of activists and members of mass organizations were arrested, tortured, and were forced to tender public resignations from the mass organizations. Private armed gangs were used to murder and harass the mass organization leaders. Several district and local units were dismantled as a result of this massive suppression campaign. However, organizations sprang up again in different forms, were destroyed, and once again revived under different banner. Such has been the history of development of the mass organizations in AP. The party in the three zones in AP had tried to evolve ways and means to build and run the mass organizations every time they were destroyed, and acquired invaluable experiences in building both secret as well as open mass organizations. The problem of coordination of the party and the movement in the three zones in AP is quite seriously felt during this period. In spite of making plans from time to time to overcome this shortcoming and achieve better coordination, the problem continues. This obviously has an impact on building statewide mass movement. There have been some attempts to overcome this problem by forming a subcommittee for guiding the mass organizations in AP in 2002, but this could not function properly after the martyrdom of two DCMs who were actually looking after the mass organizations under the guidance of the subcommittee in 2003. This was finally dissolved after the shortening of the SC and AP in December 2003 by transferring 5 members due to repression. There is a need to reconstitute the subcommittee of the mass organizations with members from the three zones. There was no member from NTSZC or AOBSZC in the subcommittee constituted earlier, and this also created problems of coordination of the mass movement at the state level. As the political conditions and the enemy tactics are similar in the three zones falling in AP, it is essential to specialize, organize, and guide the mass movement in the three zones under centralized direction. The CC should directly take the responsibility for this task. The CC and the SCs have to take up a campaign to rectify these non-proletarian trends, weaknesses, and shortcomings in the mass organizations and to orient them for the seizure of political power. They should impart education and training to the party committees and the cadre working in the mass organizations on how to orient their activity to advance the ongoing people's war, how to mobilize the masses on their partial demands, and, more importantly, on political issues, even under conditions of severe repression, how to coordinate the open and secret work, and how to increase mass resistance against the state attacks. The mass organization activists should be trained militarily and also armed so as to resist the armed attacks of the police, vigilante gangs, and other lumpen elements. They should be prepared for sacrifices without which no real mass political movement is possible, especially when confronted by state and state-sponsored repression. White terror will further increase throughout the country, and we should prepare our entire party and mass organizations to adopt various forms of struggle and organization, to build a powerful, militant movement of the masses, and play an active role in preparing and mobilizing the vast masses in the new democratic revolution. Assessment of the political situation. International situation. In the 2 years since the merger of the two parties and the formation of the CPI Maoist, the international situation has become even more favorable for the world revolution. Crisis has deepened further in the economic, social, and political spheres. At the time of merger, the U.S. imperialism had been aggressively waging a brutal war against the semi-colonial countries, oppressed nations, and people of the world in the name of global campaign against terrorism. Utilizing the incidents of 9/11, it had whipped up national chauvinism in the U.S., curbed the fundamental rights of the people in several countries, including its own people, waged the most brutal war on the people of Iraq and Afghanistan directly, and on the people of Palestine through its surrogate Israeli Zionist regime. It had targeted every revolutionary party, national liberation organization, and democratic organization, along with anti-U.S. Muslim fundamentalist organizations. Particularly in Nepal, it had interfered actively to protect the crumbling regime of King Gyanendra. However, the developments of the last 2 years had shown that the people's resistance had grown in direct proportion to the U.S. imperialist aggression, oppression, bullying, interference, and suppression. Massive protests are taking place all over the world against imperialist wars of aggression, particularly against U.S. warmongering. Iraq has become the focal point of the anti-imperialist resistance movement, particularly anti-U.S. resistance movement. Entire West Asia is seething with anti-imperialist, in particular anti-U.S. hatred and fury. Palestinian masses are waging a fierce struggle against the Israeli Zionist regime, compelling it to retreat from its terror tactics of destroying entire villages and civilian dwellings in towns. The fierce resistance by the Hezbollah in Lebanon had taught a fitting lesson to the fascist Israeli aggressors. In Afghanistan, even after 5 years of occupation, the U.S. imperialists and their NATO allies are unable to contain the resistance. The heroic resistance of the freedom-loving people of Iraq had compelled the U.S. to reconsider their plans of aggression of Iran, Syria, North Korea, and other countries. The rout of the Republicans, headed by Butcher Bush in the congressional elections in November, is the direct fallout of the heroic Iraqi resistance. People of Asia, Africa, and Latin America had not only intensified their armed struggle against imperialism, led by U.S. imperialism, but had also demonstrated their anger through various other means. Mass demonstrations are also growing against the imperialist policies of globalization, liberalization, and privatization all over the world. The working class in several imperialist countries, too, is coming out in strikes and other forms of protest against these policies, which are leading to the retrenchment of lakhs of workers. In South Asia, there has arisen a danger of a serious diversion to the People's War in Nepal in the name of 21st century democracy, due to their decision to work within the confines of the so-called multi-party competitive democracy. This is a matter of grave concern to Maoists all over the world. The developments in Nepal have, no doubt, come in handy for the reactionary ruling classes of India and the imperialists to denigrate the Maoist ideology, strategy, and its ultimate goal of communism. The revisionists and the reactionaries are rejoicing over the present stand taken by the CPNM and are calling upon the Indian Maoists to follow suit. The revolutionary people of Nepal, who had undergone tremendous sacrifices in the past 10 years of People's War, will certainly overcome the present difficult situation. In Sri Lanka, the ceasefire between the government and the LTTE of 2002 has broken down by mid-2006, and the war has again erupted between the Tamil National Liberation Fighters and the Sinhala chauvinist regime led by Rajapakse. The war is likely to intensify further. All these developments have intensified the contradictions between the various imperialist powers, particularly between the Anglo-American imperialist alliance and the rest of the imperialist powers. On the other hand, the internal contradiction amongst the imperialists is increasing. Of late, the contradiction between the EU and the US has increased. In addition, Russia, after recovering from its earlier weaknesses, has begun to assert its domination in the globe. Even China has risen as a competitor in the world, particularly in Africa. In this way, looking at the overall situation, the principal contradiction in the world, the contradiction between imperialism and the oppressed nations, and people and all other fundamental contradictions in the world are getting sharper with every passing day. As a result, the situation in the world is becoming more and more favorable for revolution, and this has creating favorable situation for the ripening of the subjective forces. Domestic situation. The imperialist crisis and the international developments are having an impact directly and indirectly on the domestic situation in our country. To overcome its growing isolation, the U.S. imperialists have been trying to rope in India by tightening its grip through signing the Indo-U.S. civilian nuclear deal in July 2005. The UPA government is carrying out policies that would push the country into the octopus-like grip of the U.S. imperialists. Ever since it assumed power, the UPA government has not only continued the so-called model of development of the preceding NDA regime, but also opened up the gates of India for massive inflow of capital, goods and technology from the imperialists. It had allowed the MNCs and the big corporate houses to snatch away the lands, including prime agricultural lands, to set up SEZs, mining, industrial and multi-purpose projects, information technology and software parks, multiplexes, shopping malls, etc. Overall, the pro-rich, pro-imperialist LPG Pisces had further aggravated the economic, social, and political crises in the country. Thus, in the name of development, it had pushed the vast majority of the masses into extreme poverty, hunger, suicides, destitution, disease, and insecurity. On the other hand, it had given even more concessions to the upper 10% of the bulging rich, facilitating them to amass thousands of crores of rupees at the expense of the poor. Thus, the gap between the rich and the poor had never been greater in the history of our country as at present. As a result, mass protests are gathering momentum against all these imperialist-dictated policies of the central and state governments. Whichever party is in power in the various states, Congress, BJP, BJD, Samajwadi Party, left front of the CPI, CPI-M, the same policies are pursued. The revisionists have become the biggest apologists of these policies of the UPA government, despite their occasional whimpering against privatization of the profitable PSUs, FDI in retail sector, retrenchment of workers, and other issues. These social fascists have shown that they can even surpass the Congress and BJP in wooing the MNCs and big corporate houses where they have the say, as in West Bengal, where lands are sold away for a pittance to the Tatas, Salem, Birlas, Ambanis, and others. Buddhadev has turned out to be a more reliable dalal to implement the policies of the World Bank. People everywhere are taking to the streets and waging battles with the state in defense of their jal, jungle, jameen, and izzat, and against displacement. The heroic struggle of Adivasis in Kalinga Nagar in Orissa against Tata Steel, in North Andhra against the bauxite mining project of Jindal, in Chhattisgarh against the mining of iron ore by the SRs, Tatas, and imperialist companies, in Jharkhand against the looting of their mineral wealth by the Tatas, Mittals, and others, in Khammam and other districts of AP, against their displacement due to the Polavaram project. People of Singur in West Bengal against the acquisition of land by Tata Motors given by CPI Eman Dalal government, struggles against Coca-Cola, Pepsi, and several other struggles have rocked the country in the past 2 years. In this way, the question of the displacement of the basic masses has risen as a major issue of the country affecting lakhs from the forests to the cities. Protest against displacement has risen as a wave in all parts of the country. A forest bill called the Scheduled Tribes and Forest Dwellers Recognition of Forests' Rights Bill was introduced with the aim of weaning away the tribals from the influence of the Maoist movement, mainly in Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Orissa, Andhra Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, and Maharashtra. by supposedly granting ownership rights over land to around 1 crore forest settlers. The massive displacement of Adivasi population from their traditional homelands and snatching away of their traditional rights makes a mockery of the above so-called reform. Peasant agitations in Rajasthan, Haryana, Punjab, Vidarbha, Telangana, and other parts of the country have increased in the 2 years. Dalits, suffering for thousands of years from caste oppression and repression, have intensified their struggle for self-respect with the hope for emancipation. With the massacre of Dalits in Karlanji and the breaking of the Ambedkar statue in Kanpur, this was reflected in the countrywide Dalit upsurge. The struggles of the working class, government employees, students, women, Dalits, and backward castes have grown stronger. Struggles against price rise, for remunerative prices for agricultural produce, for power supply to agriculture, etc., are becoming militant in many states. Despite the heinous attempts of the ruling classes to divide the people, the unity of the working class, peasantry, and other oppressed sections of society is growing stronger due to the adverse effect of the growing crisis. Nationality struggles are gradually picking up strength after a brief lull. Though the ceasefire between the NSCN and the government is still continuing, the Kashmiri people's struggle, Manipur people's struggle against the draconian Armed Forces Special Powers Act, the armed attacks by the PLA in Manipur, Ulfa in Assam have further escalated in the past 2 years. With the government refusing to accept the NSCN's proposal for a federation of India and Nagaland and Greater Nagaland, the situation in Nagaland has become fragile. Demand for separate statehood is fast materializing into an agitation in Telangana and is showing signs of revival in Vidarbha. The ruling classes are, however, trying to arrive at an understanding with the leaderships of the nationality movements to water down the struggle through deceptive promises. All the above-mentioned developments, especially the growing struggles of the peasantry, as a result of the increasing agrarian crisis, the increasing U.S. intervention, and the potential for political mobilization of the masses against U.S. imperialism. The growing anti-imperialist movements against increasing imperialist loot, and the struggles against the LPG policies, and the unification of our two parties, and the further advance of the People's War has enthused the people and created a favorable ground for political intervention in the Indian political scenario. Along with this, the intensification and sharpening of all the basic contradictions in the country have created a more fertile ground for advancing the revolutionary war in India. This is creating a most fertile ground for the development of the subject forces all over the country. If the opportunities are properly utilized and political mobilization of the masses is taken up with full initiative, it is certain that we can advance the guerrilla war to a higher level and spread the revolutionary movement countrywide. Ruling class response after the merger. The brutal state offensive that had been going on against the two erstwhile parties, especially on the movement in AP, had touched a new level after the merger. The attack intensified in several states in close coordination. It is very much necessary to understand the overall multi-pronged strategy of the enemy, the changes that had occurred in enemy's tactics in the past 2 years, and bring drastic changes in our counter-tactics, methods of work, and orient the entire party to meet the grave challenges before us. Hence, let us briefly see the enemy's response and measures initiated in various spheres to counter the Maoist movement. The response of the ruling classes to the merger was summed up in the statement of the Prime Minister in November 2004 that Maoists constituted an even greater threat to India than militancy in Jammu and Kashmir and the Northeast. National Security Advisor M.K. Narayanan howled that the Naxalites have created a compact revolutionary zone from Nepal to Andhra Pradesh, while Defense Minister Pranab Mukherjee described Naxal insurgency as the gravest threat to internal security. Within a month after the formation of the CPI Maoist, the Task Force on Naxalism was constituted in October 2004 to deal with the Naxal movement more effectively and in a coordinated way. The members of the task force comprise the nodal officers of the 9 states: Andhra Pradesh, Bihar, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Orissa, Uttar Pradesh, and West Bengal, and representatives of Intelligence Bureau, CRPF, and Sashastra Seema Bal. The center is providing most of the expenditure incurred in curbing Naxalism in these states. In March 2005, the central government announced that the Backward Districts Initiative (BDI) component of the Rashtriya Sam Vikas Yojana would cover 55 Naxal-hit districts in 9 states. Under it, an additional special central assistance of Rs 15 crore is sanctioned per year per district for a period of 3 years for developing infrastructure. An Army Corps group was formed to study the Naxal movement and to devise means to tackle it. And in April 2005, for the first time, an Army Commanders Conference had analyzed the state of extremism in the Naxal corridor, from Andhra Pradesh to Bihar to forest areas along the Nepal border, and is in close touch with the Ministry of Home Affairs. As an initial step, the Army has allowed one of its retired brigadiers and a few junior commissioned officers to train the police and paramilitary forces in a counterinsurgency and jungle warfare school in Kanker, Chhattisgarh. In the same month, an apex committee of chief ministers of Andhra Pradesh, Bihar, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Uttarakhand, Orissa, and Uttar Pradesh, and which later extended to 13 states, headed by Union Home Minister Shivraj Patil, was formed to deal with the Naxal problem by adopting a multi-pronged strategy. In its first meeting held in September 2005, the Standing Committee of the Chief Ministers decided to adopt a collective approach and pursue a coordinated response to effectively combat Naxalism, prepare an action plan to combat Naxalism on both security and developmental aspects in a time-bound manner, strengthen and upgrade state police as also the intelligence network, appoint nodal officers to deal with Naxal-related issues, BDI, Food for Work program, and employment guarantee schemes, high priority to effective implementation of land reforms, including distribution of surplus land to the landless and the poor in the Naxal-affected areas, and so on. In the April 2006 meeting of the Standing Committee of Chief Ministers of 13 states, plans for more coordinated joint operations, unified joint commands, setting up and training Greyhounds type of special forces in all Naxal-affected states, setting up a well-coordinated intelligence network and intelligence sharing between states, and special training in counterinsurgency warfare were drawn up. The Prime Minister, who chaired the meeting, warned that Naxalism is the single biggest internal security challenge ever faced by our country. On April 28, 2005, the U.S. imperialists placed CPI Maoist and ULFEA in the list of other selected terrorist organizations. A hue and cry has been raised by the Indian ruling classes and the imperialists that the influence of the Maoists is fast expanding and had spread from 9 states and 55 districts in 2003 to 15 states and an estimated 220 of the country's 602 administrative districts. It is clear that the specter of Maoist movement after the merger of the 2 Maoist parties has been haunting the ruling classes of our country and the imperialists. Besides the 210 lakh force, the CRPF has planned to increase its force to 2.75 lakhs. The deployment of CRPF in the 5 states had increased from 23 battalions to 37 battalions. Even the Director General's reserve battalions of the CRPF, which are meant for recreational duty and emergency situations, had to be deployed for counterinsurgency duty. Central assistance is provided for raising IR battalions in the states to fight the Maoist movement. The Karnataka government had deployed the special task force originally set up to hunt down Veerappan against the Maoists in Malnad region. Police personnel from several states are trained in counterinsurgency warfare by the AP Greyhounds in Hyderabad. A unified command comprising central and state law enforcement agencies is formed in some states to tackle the Naxalite movement. The Counterinsurgency and Jungle Warfare School in Aizawl, Mizoram, had trained the police personnel of the various states and the Central Paramilitary Forces in order to fight the guerrilla like a guerrilla. In March 2005, U.S. military personnel participated in the first joint infantry exercise between the two countries in counterinsurgency and jungle warfare. Retired police officers are recruited into the anti-Naxal force. Home guards are recruited from youth in big number. The Union government has permitted the use of Indian Air Force helicopters purportedly to ferry security forces and to evacuate injured security personnel during anti-Naxal operations in remote and inaccessible areas, but its aim is to launch aerial attacks when needed. The Cabinet Committee on Security, CCS, has regular consultations with the country's top security experts, including Chief of Army Staff Gen J.J. Singh and heads of intelligence services. It is thereby trying to arrive at a coordinated approach in carrying out a multi-pronged strategy to contain the Maoist movement along with the movements in Kashmir and Northeast. An empowered group of ministers, EGUM on Naxalism, including the Deputy Chairman of Planning Commission, was formed in September 2006, under the leadership of Finance Minister with a view to initiate socio-economic reforms in some areas to wean away the people from the Maoist influence. A special Naxal desk was also set up in the MHA. Although the Home Ministry's proposal in June 2006 to involve the Army in tackling the Naxal movement had been temporarily shelved due to the reluctance of the Defense Ministry, as it finds it difficult to disengage the Army personnel from the Northeast, Jammu and Kashmir, and the long border with Pakistan and China. The Union government is making preparations for deploying the Army in near future. It also decided to establish Marine police stations by sanctioning Rs 400 crores for establishing infrastructure. Several states like Andhra Pradesh, Jharkhand, and Madhya Pradesh have placed orders for acquiring unmanned aerial vehicles, UAV, from Israel, and the Okal HAL produced Laksha. The most diabolic ploy of the central and state governments is to pit one section of the people against another by recruiting local youth from the areas of armed struggle into the police and paramilitary forces, creating a network of salaried SPOs from poor Adivasis and other unemployed youth, creating Adivasi battalions, compelling the Adivasis to accompany the police to loot and burn villages, kill revolutionary activists and sympathizers, indulge in rapes and other atrocities, training and arming illegal private mercenary armed gangs, and so on. Naga and Mizo battalions, consisting of tribal Jawans of Northeast, are specifically brought to Chhattisgarh to pit them against Gond Adivasis, thereby to break the bond of solidarity between the Maoist revolutionaries and the national liberation fighters of the Northeast. The Union government has been projecting its brutal terror campaign cum reform strategy in Andhra as the model to be followed in other states for the suppression of the Maoist movement. While cruel suppression through military means is the main focus of the ruling classes, they had also unleashed a big Psy war against the Maoists through such means as counseling the parents of the underground cadres, adopting the stronghold villages of the Maoists, and giving financial assistance to the families, and adopting the children of the leading cadres, encouraging surrenders through various means, projecting Prachanda's so-called theory of competitive multi-party democracy as the ideal to be pursued by the Maoists in India. Besides biding an extensive informer network, covert agents, paid SPO network using private vigilante gangs in Latin American style to threaten, harass and kill anyone who dares to speak out against the police atrocities, etc. In AP, the fascist YSR regime is doubling the strength of the Special Anti-Naxal Greyhounds Force, even as it claims that Maoist movement is finished. Attractive incentives are given to the police forces and the informers to boost up their sagging morale, such as insurance cover of Rs 10 lakhs for 11,000 police personnel posted in Maoist strongholds in Bastar and Sarguja regions in Chhattisgarh. Rs 2 lakhs to the SPO's jobs to the kin of those killed in the war with the Maoists, airlifting the injured personnel within hours after attacks by Maoists, full protection to the informers, and so on. An important immediate reason for unleashing the most brutal war on the revolutionaries by the Indian reactionary ruling classes and their intensified military offensive in Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Orissa, AP, West Bengal, Maharashtra, and Madhya Pradesh, is the need to capture these mineral-rich areas and loot the wealth without any hindrance. We have to re-you of our work and the Revolutionary War led by us in the past 2 years, keeping all the above developments in mind. In order to defeat the enemy offensive and achieve greater advances in People's War, it is necessary to concentrate on all the above aspects along with the military aspect. 2. An overview. The merger of the two parties and the formation of the unified CPI Maoist had created a favorable ground for the intensification of the armed agrarian revolutionary guerrilla war and the expansion of the revolutionary movement and guerrilla war to new areas. It has led to a relatively better consolidation of the party committees, strengthening of the PLGA, provided greater opportunities for biting the mass movement in wider areas in a more effective manner, and laid the basis for building the Revolutionary United Front. The centralized planning at the CC, RB, and state level had helped in a more systematic advance of the movement and better coordination between the movements in various regions. Some of the centralized tactical counteroffensive operations planned by the CMC and executed by the PLGA in the past 2 years had enthused the masses of the Indian people and created an impact on the Indian political scenario as a whole. Together with these operations, by smashing of state power in some areas at the local level and the strengthening of people's power, and defended the people from enemy attack. In the past 2 years, around 315 police and paramilitary personnel had been wiped out in several big and medium and in hundreds of smaller operations of the PLGA across the country, and 485 arms, 16,000 ammunition were seized. Hundreds of feudal reactionaries, notorious political leaders, corrupt officials, informers, SPOs, members of private armies like Ranveer Sena, and state-sponsored private armed gangs and other counter- and revolutionary elements had been eliminated. People were mobilized into numerous struggles in all areas at various levels. All these activities had created a positive and deep impact on the oppressed masses of our country, who have begun to realize more than ever before that People's War led by our party is the only alternative before them. Due to this, there is significant development in the building up of the UF. In this period, we also suffered serious losses of 700 leadership, cadres, and fighters of PLGA, members of RPCs, People's Militia, revolutionary mass organizations, and sympathizers of the revolutionary movement. The losses of leadership were very serious in AP and NT, while in DK, we lost over 250 of our leaders and activists of various revolutionary mass organizations, members of our RPCs, People's Militia units, and people associated with our movement. In West Bengal and BJ, a significant section of leading cadres were arrested. In BJ, Chhattisgarh, Orissa, Karnataka, Maharashtra, 3U, and other states, Several leaders and cadres of our party, PLGA commanders and fighters, activists of mass organizations, either became martyrs or arrested. Prominent among those who achieved martyrdom during this period were PBM-Com-KS, 11 state committee members, including 3 state secretaries, Coms Saketh Rajan, Karnataka SCS, Burra Chinaya, alias Madhav, APSCS, Com Maimuddin, alias Ravi, 3 US Acts, Ravi Kumar, Sridhar, Samala Venkatasam, Sudar Shan, Raghavalu, Obulesu of APSC Com, Gautam of AOBSC Com Mangtu and Vikas of DKSC Com, Yadana of NTSS, and Kumpim, Pran, and Shravan of Chhattisgarh SC. We had lost DCMs. 11 are from NT Coms Ramesh, Babana, Sinu, Shrikanth, Ranjit, Salim, Giri Ravinder, alias Suryam, Jagadish, Malesham, Madhu, Padma. 12 from APE, comrades Raghu, Raju, Ravi, Mohan, Sinu, Ganesh, Ramohan, Naresh, Suresh, Murali, Kranti, Malikarjun, Prashanti, Comrade Manjit from BJ, Comrades Ajay, Shyam Bihari, Manas from CG, Comrades Raju, Tufan from OS, and Comrade Niam from WB. We lost several AC members and several party members and fighters of the PLGA, members of revolutionary mass organizations. Totally, we lost 628 comrades, 152 in AP, 89 in NT, 264 in DK, 30 in AOB, 53 in BJ, 5 in Maharashtra, 5 in Karnataka, 3 in 3U, 2 in West Bengal, 17 in CG, 8 in OS. A significant number of the martyrs are women comrades who had fought shoulder to shoulder with men and displayed exemplary valor and firmness in the war. Many of our senior comrades, SCMs, DCMs, and other cadres were arrested during this period, and some are sentenced to rigorous prison terms by courts. 5 CCMs, including 2 PBMs, were arrested. Barunda and Tapas were sentenced to 5 years and life term respectively by the fast-track court, along with 1 other comrade. In West Bengal, 3 other SCMs were arrested. In AP, 1 SCM was placed behind bars. In BJ, 4 SACMs were arrested and 1 each in 3U and CG. In spite of these severe losses of leadership in many states and at the central level, our movement as a whole had advanced in many fronts. At the same time, serious weaknesses and shortcomings have persisted in building and strengthening the party, army, and the united front. 4 major tasks. Now let us self-critically evaluate our experiences of the past 2 years. Synthesize these to draw valuable lessons in order to take the Indian Revolution to a great leap by utilizing the excellent opportunities arising from a highly favorable international and domestic situation. The first CC meeting took up 4 major tasks for the next 2 years. These were the principal task of developing and intensifying the People's War throughout the country, taking up concrete, time-bound plans to transform guerrilla zones into base areas, building and strengthening the organs of political power and the Revolutionary United Front, orienting all activities, including mass movement and mass organization, towards fulfilling the central task, strengthening the party, PLGA, and United Front, and, with the perspective of establishing liberated area, developing the areas step by step in this direction. And where struggles are at a low level, they have to be intensified and expanded with the perspective of building guerrilla zones. In order to fulfill this principal task, it directed the party's leading committees in various states to formulate concrete time-bound tasks and provide direct leadership in fulfilling these tasks. The task of completing the merger process at various levels, forming new party committees and reorganizing the existing ones, merging the two guerrilla armies and bringing uniformity in the military formations throughout the PLGA, setting up commissions and commands at various levels, and merging the mass organizations of the two erstwhile parties. The task of conducting education classes on the party's basic documents, unifying the entire party on the ideological political line of the party, encouraging debate on the documents, and holding state and lower-level conferences to further strengthen the party line and achieve higher unity, and completing the Congress to achieve unity of thought, unity of will, and unity of action at all levels in the party. The task of building and strengthening the party within the working class, building a militant working class movement, building broad-based mass movements on political issues in order to build and strengthen the United Front work as the third magic weapon of revolution. 3. Party Front. The CC, PB, CMC, RBs, and other central bodies and departments tried to concentrate on the above tasks and took some concrete decisions from time to time in the CC2 meeting, various meetings of the PB, CMC, and RBs to fulfill these tasks in order to advance the war in the country. While carrying out the above tasks, some wrong trends and deviations from the party line had also emerged in the past 2 years, such as the minorities' right opportunist line in Karnataka, merger and strengthening of the party committees at all levels. Immediately after the merger, we continued our efforts to unite the remaining revolutionary forces, tried to contact and hold discussions with revolutionary organizations and individuals who were associated with the revolutionary movement since long, with the aim of bringing them under our party's fold. A wide political propaganda campaign was taken up throughout the country in the second week of November explaining the significance of the merger. Meetings were held, press statements were issued, and wide propaganda was taken up. There was positive response from these forces to the merger, and some of them began to associate themselves with our party. The task of completing the merger process at all levels throughout the party was given the first priority in accordance with the decision of the CC. It took almost 1 year to complete the merger of the units of the two erstwhile parties at all levels. Our RBs and leading party committees in the states, special areas, special zones, were completely involved in this most important work for several months after the merger of the CCs. State-level plenums/special meetings were held, and the party units of the two erstwhile parties were merged, and party committees were reconstituted. In many states, SMCs and secretariats were formed, along with some subcommittees and departments. The respective military formations and mass organization units were merged. The merger had thus provided good scope for the expansion and strengthening of the party committees, formation of the various departments, and expansion of the party to new areas. In BJ, where tensions between the two erstwhile parties were serious in the years prior to the merger process was completed amidst great enthusiasm. Both sides undertook sincere and deep self-criticism, and the problems were resolved in a comradely spirit. BJB-SAC was reconstituted after the merger into BJ-SAC, and MBP area of West Bengal was separated from BJB and brought under WBSC. The areas of Orissa and Chhattisgarh, which were under BJ-ASAC, were also separated and brought under the leading committees of the respective states. The Basadara division under AOBSZC was separated and brought under Orissa SOC. A state committee was formed in Chhattisgarh and a SOC in Orissa. A new RB was formed to look after the states of Chhattisgarh and Orissa. The SAC in 3U and committees at lower levels were reconstituted. The prejudices and misunderstandings between comrades of the two erstwhile parties in UK were quite serious, and efforts were made to resolve these through in-depth discussion of the problems based on MLM and conducting criticism, self-criticism, in a comradely spirit. In Punjab, merger was completed early, but the necessary preparations were not made prior to the merger of the two state units. Hence, it took more time to resolve the political differences. In Haryana, Delhi, Kerala, and Assam committees were reconstituted. In Kerala, the committee soon became defunct due to the disruptionist activities of two members of the committee. To resolve this problem, a state plenum was held and a new state leading body was elected. In the rest of the states, old committees continued. Overall, our party committees from area level up to the state level have become more consolidated in the past 2 years. The committees were expanded, and in some of the DC, DVC, ZCs, secretariats were formed. Several new members were promoted to these committees, mainly from local recruits, Adivasis, and other oppressed classes, yet serious weakness remains. So also, there have been weaknesses in the development and promotion of women cadres to the higher committees. In some villages where we have more than one party cell, we also formed village party committees. Problem of oneness. Although the merger process was completed successfully, problem of oneness does exist in the party. The reasons for which were identified by the PB in its meeting in April 2006. PB had summed it up thus: in the past 18 months since the formation of the unified party, there has been a positive development of relations between the cadres of the two erstwhile parties at all levels. Overall, the spirit of unity has pervaded the entire party up to grassroots level. However, there still exist some problems in achieving oneness due to several historical, conceptual, practice-related, behavioral, and other factors. The PB resolution pointed out that a thorough education on the basic documents, concepts, historical development of the movements of the erstwhile parties is necessary, and that the utmost need of the hour is to unite our forces like an iron fist to defeat the ever-growing all-round enemy offensive. For this, the entire rank and file of the unified party must place the interests of the party, the oppressed people of our country, and the lofty aim of achieving a new classless society above everything else and stand as exemplary revolutionary models. Conferences at various levels. The third major task drawn up by the first CC meeting was to conduct education for the entire party cadres on the basic documents, hold conferences at various levels, and complete the Congress, thereby achieving unity of thought, unity of will, and unity of action in the entire party. Accordingly, classes were held on the basic documents of the party in most of the states. Conferences were held successfully at various levels in all states except 5 states. The conferences in 5 states could not be held due to the severity of the state offensive, continuous combing operations in our pockets, and losses of state leadership in recent months, problem of proper coordination within the RBs, and some organizational problems which arose in the state party. In spite of these lapses in holding the conferences in some states, overall, we were successful in completing the conference process in the midst of heavy repression, in bringing about a higher unity of thought in the party, and in educating the cadres to firmly grasp the party line. Political debates took place in a free and frank manner, in a democratic atmosphere, and several amendments were freely placed by the delegates to enrich the party documents. This had increased the enthusiasm in the party's rank and file. Concrete immediate tasks were drawn up for each state after a thorough review and discussion of the work. There were also some serious shortcomings in the conference process, such as lack of involvement of sufficient number of women delegates, not allotting adequate time for discussions in some instances, or allowing discussions on issues that were brought up suddenly in the conferences without prior circulation among the delegates, and not taking the opinions and amendments of comrades in some of the party units, such as the fraction committees in the mass organizations, some departments, etc. Weaknesses in party building. Although we had expanded our party committees by promoting several new cadres, These committees are still weak ideologically, politically, and organizationally. These are consolidated to an extent, but weaknesses are quite deep. A major weakness of our leading party committees is in understanding our ideology deeply, grasping the essence of our party's basic documents, especially strategy and tactics, and applying these to the concrete conditions in our areas of work. Hence, due to this ideological political shortcoming, they are not adequately equipped to provide able leadership in advancing the movement and in resolving the problems that come up in the course of advancing the movement. There is overdependence of the lower committees on the higher committees. It is of utmost importance for the higher committees to adopt correct methods to develop the lower committees to help them independently solve their own problems. Organizationally, our party committees lack the orientation and, to an extent, abilities to build party cells and train them up to lead the local party and the masses. This weakness is seen even with regard to building and functioning of mass organization units, militia units, and other organizations, in spite of the fact that our party and movement have a wide influence among the masses. We should make conscious and planned effort to bring them out of their shortcomings and consolidate them as strong and effective political committees that are fit enough to lead the war independently, even the most difficult circumstances. Our grassroots party organization is weak with insignificant party units at the village level. In some states, we formed the party units at the village level, but they are non-functional. We have to activize these units in order to transform these into real leadership of the party, capable of leading the masses at the local level. In many areas, our party activity is still squad-centered. This makes the masses passive supporters and dependent on the squads for taking up struggles and in solving the issues at the village level. We have to mold the party units into active leadership units at the village level and carry out all our activities through these units. Our squads and higher party committees should only guide them and not take up problems directly, as this kills the initiative of the party units. As we are building the party in a semi-feudal, semi-colonial society, it is but natural that some non-proletarian trends will be quite strong. Feudal ideology, culture, and ideas such as authoritarianism, bureaucracy, empiricism, narrow-mindedness, patriarchy, etc. are often reflected in our practice. Besides these, there is also the prevalence of bourgeois trends such as petty bourgeois individualism, ego, ultra-democratic trend, liberalism, dogmatism, impetuosity, romanticism, vacillation, etc. Hence, the role of the leadership and the leading party committees assumes great significance in educating and training the party cadres and rectifying these weaknesses. A strong proletarian party can emerge only through integrating with the oppressed classes, actively participating in class struggle, studying MLM, and through conscious and consistent struggle against these non-proletarian trends. One of the most important weaknesses in party building is our poor recruitment from the working class. Although there is some recruitment from the basic classes in the rural areas, weaknesses are serious with regard to promoting them into leadership committees. It is a foremost task before us to recruit more and more cadre from basic classes, especially from Dalits, women, Adivasis, landless and poor peasants, and the urban working class, and mold them as proletarian revolutionary leaders in the course of class struggle, unity talks, and our relations with other fraternal parties. During this period, we held bilateral meetings with CPI ML Naxalbari, RCCI MLM, Coordinating Committee, CPI ML, Second CC, CPI ML, New Line, and a faction of CPI ML JS, CPI ML Naxalbari, raised questions regarding Maoism, guerrilla bases, etc., and are not interested in unity with parties that are not part of RIM. Hence, they did not show interest in unity talks, and only propose joint activities. We asked them to send us the synthesis of their experiences and their concrete opinions on our basic documents. RCCI MLM explained that it will send its views on our documents and its opinion regarding the prospects for unity. We continued our bilateral relations with CPI ML-JS. As we consider the JS as a party pursuing a right opportunist line, since long, we decided not to go for unity talks with it until it makes a self-critical evaluation of its past line and practice and makes a clean break with the past. In fact, this has been the stand of the erstwhile parties even prior to the merger. Hence, we conveyed our opinion that it should prepare its POR and hand over to us after seeing which we can decide about unity talks. JS comrades assured us that they would send the POR at the earliest, but have not given it even after 2 years. Meanwhile, their organization had suffered severe losses, and a few months back their leader was arrested, delaying the unity process further. Overall, during this period, some groups joined our party. There is still scope for unity with other revolutionary organizations and with the revolutionary sections from other organizations. Hence, our party still has the task of uniting the genuine Maoist forces. Functioning of the CC. After the formation of the unified party, only 2 CC meetings were held. The first meeting was held at the time of the merger, and it mainly concentrated on issues related to the conduct of the merger process throughout the party, carrying out political propaganda about merger and changes in organizational structure in some states, etc. It helped in developing mutual understanding among the members of the erstwhile parties to some extent. The meeting had limitations, as some members could not attend it. The second meeting of the CC was held after a gap of 1 year, but that meeting had to be cut short due to technical problems arising out of enemy repression. It took up only the most important and pressing issues due to the necessity of completing the meeting in the shortest time possible. One more CCM who was released from jail was co-opted into the CC. It reviewed the reasons for the arrests of PBM, CCM, and several comrades in West Bengal, assessed the situation following the arrests, and issued directions on how to overcome the serious weaknesses and shortcomings in the party. It took some more important decisions, such as the setting up of the new RB for 2 states, setting up a study team on production relations in Punjab agriculture, criteria, plan and guidelines for the forthcoming Congress, etc., besides some organizational problems. Due to the problems in holding the CC meetings and limitations under which the 2 CC meetings were held, it is the PB and the RBs which had played a more important role during this period. The formation of the 5 RBs covering all the states had helped in collectively understanding the situation in their respective states, guiding the movement and resolving the problems in a better way. While 4 of the RBs functioned, the newly formed RB, before its full-fledged meeting, faced problems within a short period due to the arrest of the in-charge PBM. Overall, the RBs took decisions on political, organizational, and military matters in the areas falling under their leadership jurisdiction in the period between 2 CC meetings. But weaknesses and shortcomings still exist with regard to developing collective functioning, conducting polemical debates whenever deviations from party line arise in the party in the states, as well as with other parties, sending circulars on important issues promptly, and establishing proper mechanism for its coordination and safe functioning. RBs should strive to solve all matters in their areas independently, concentrate on studying the concrete conditions, and take up tactics in accordance with the conditions. They should set up foolproof mechanism for the smooth running of their bureaus and for coordination with the states even in the midst of severe enemy repression. There is still spontaneity and liberalism in this aspect. As regards PB functioning, it is relatively better and relatively more PB meetings were held during this period. However, only 2 meetings were attended by all members, Kombarunda was arrested in May 2005, and one meeting was held without him. The PB meeting in April 2006 was held without two more comrades. Comrade K.S. Samsher Singh Sherry passed away in end October 2005, and in end December 2000, Com Vijayda was arrested. Thus, the absence of three senior PB members who were associated with the party right from the time of Naxalbari, within 1 year after the merger, had a serious impact and the overall functioning of the PB and CC. The PB has to develop the necessary mechanism to strengthen the coordination between the GS and other PBMs, between PBMs and between PB and RBs. During this period, PB took some important decisions related to political organizational matters, attended the RB meetings, and tried to guide the RBs in resolving the problems of the movement in the states under their jurisdiction, tried to guide the subcommittees, issued circulars, brought out 2 issues of the People's War Lal Pataka magazine, issued calls for political campaigns, and tried to collectively understand the movement in the various states. To understand the movement in other states as well as to assist the in-charge PBM, some PBMs at times attended meetings of other RBs and states. This had helped the concerned RBs and SCs in understanding the experiences of other states from the PBMs on the one hand, and the PBMs, too, had learnt from the experiences of those states on the other. Even the PBMs have limited experiences of the movements which they are leading, and hence such interaction is very much essential for developing collective understanding in the PB regarding the movement as a whole, especially in the backdrop of the merger and the gap in understanding in the party's leading committees, including the PB, regarding the movements led by the 2 erstwhile parties. This had helped in developing an objective understanding of the situation and the state of the movement. Although PB had tried to give political direction and guidelines to the entire party and to resolve organizational problems that had come up in the period between the CC meetings, there are shortcomings in undertaking an in-depth study of the problems facing the party and the movement as a whole and the concrete conditions in various states. It is necessary to go deeper into these aspects in order to give correct and concrete guidance to the party committees in various states. There is also lack of concentration on training the entire party ideologically and politically. Even the magazine had not come in time as planned. Other tasks, such as merger task of holding conferences, had an effect to some extent on the concentration of PB on the problems of the movement in some states. Overall, due to the above-mentioned shortcomings, PB could not play its role effectively and could not give the necessary guidance according to the changing conditions. To sum up our weaknesses, the CC is yet to develop as a collective team. CC members have to grasp the problems faced by the party and the movement as a whole, have to enhance their theoretical and political level, organizational abilities, and study the concrete conditions in order to effectively lead the party and the people's war in the country. There is also narrow thinking among some CCMs who still consider themselves the representatives of a particular state rather than think as representatives of the entire party. There is empiricist and dogmatic thinking, too, that one's own experience is absolute or superior, and attempts to impose one's own experience mechanically over others. Hence, this provincial and compartmentalized outlook is creating hurdles in taking collective decisions in accordance with the needs of the entire party. This is reflected most sharply during assessments of the movements in the concerned states, special zones, special areas, transfers of comrades, extension to new areas, etc. There is still a subjective understanding regarding the actual situation and a tendency to present an exaggerated picture of the achievements in the states where the PBMs are in charge and to understate the weaknesses, mistakes, and shortcomings. This makes it difficult to get an objective understanding of the movement. Liberalism also exists in implementing the decisions taken by the CC and PB in the concerned RBs and states by the concerned PBMs. There is complacency after some achievements and laxity towards the enemy, and liberalism in strictly adhering to technical principles. We have to come out of these non-proletarian trends and consciously strive to objectively assess the situation, objectively understand the strength and weaknesses of the enemy and ourselves in order to arrive at correct tactics. Thus, subjectivism and liberalism in the PB had a role in the continuation of the weaknesses and shortcomings in the various states and in our failure to check avoidable losses. Functioning of CPB. The CPB had under it the work of bringing out the legal magazine and also the publishing of English and Hindi legal magazines. In these 2 years, the English version of the magazine came out regularly during the first year, while in the last year it came out virtually as a bi-monthly. The irregularity was primarily due to the lack of articles being written by EB members. Only one issue of the Hindi version could be brought out. This was a serious lacuna, as the readership in the Hindi belt is very large after the merger. Meanwhile, versions are coming out in 2 states regularly. In this period, there were 3 Hindi publications, 2 of which were linked to our movement. The EB of the magazine never functioned on a proper basis. For any communist party, the publishing unit is of much importance to carry the political line of the party and its standpoint as widely as possible. In a country like India, the central publishing house can play the role of publishing our stand and view on all international and all India developments. It is important that the CC gives it more attention. The functioning of the CPB was severely affected by the arrest of the head of the bureau after just 2 meetings. No serious attempts were made to improve the quality of the magazine, its circulation, and content. On the whole, though meetings took place, the bureau functioning needs to be improved. The functioning of the EB, too, needs to be improved much. Report of International Department. The department took up tasks at 2 levels. A. Coordination with and building greater unity with other genuine Maoist parties worldwide. B. Coordinating and building the anti-imperialist international mass organizations. Here, too, the department could not function as a proper department. As far as the international mass organizations are concerned, here, too, some growth could be seen. The 2 anti-imperialist fronts could not play much role, though one helped in taking up issues we faced here at the international level to some extent. Regarding international relations, there has been some progress with some Maoist parties, and particularly an improvement in relations with Rayam constituents in the recently. With the Maoist movements in a weak state, the work in this sphere is likely to go slowly, but it is important that we play our proletarian internationalist role in this sphere. Non-proletarian trends. Some non-proletarian trends, which prevailed in both the erstwhile parties prior to the merger, continued into the new party. The rectification campaigns taken up in various states in the period prior to the merger had some positive impact. But subjectivism, spontaneity, liberalism, sectarianism, individualism, and bureaucracy are reflected in various forms in the party committees, including the highest bodies of our unified party. Subjectivism is seen in matters such as assessment of the nature and scale of enemy onslaught, and changing our methods and style of work accordingly, study of the enemy's tactics, study of the concrete conditions in the different areas, and adopting the forms of struggle and forms of organization in accordance with those conditions. Mechanical implementation of tactics, irrespective of the concrete conditions prevailing. As a result, we suffered severe losses in West Bengal, including 2 CCMs within 9 months after the formation of the unified party, as we did not assess the severity of SOG attack. We suffered serious losses in AP in the last 2 years due to our subjectivism in assessing the condition of the enemy and ours, and in not taking up the correct tactics of retreating and measures for safeguarding our forces in time and evolving appropriate forms of struggle and forms of organization in accordance with the fast-changing conditions. Several comrades, including a PBM, were arrested, as we did not change our old methods of functioning even when the enemy had changed his methods and tactics qualitatively. In BJ, some comrades were arrested, including 4 SACMs and 1 CCM. In 3U, 1 CCM was arrested. The heavy losses in North Chhattisgarh were also due to the same reason. Spontaneity is seen in the functioning of the CC and various party committees, in their day-to-day planning, work style and methods, and drifting from one work to another without giving priority to the central task. Lack of proper planning in the CC, PBRBs, and individual CCMs, adhocism in decision-making, and allotting too many works to the committees and individual members is mainly responsible for spontaneity in functioning and lack of focus on the most important tasks. Absence of proper mechanism for the committees is also contributing to the spontaneous work style. Liberalism is seen in the CC and various party committees in taking timely decisions and firmly implementing the decisions taken, in not changing our thinking and methods of work, i.e., not molding the committees and members to the needs of the situation, not shifting cadres who are prone to enemy attack, casual attitude in assessing the betrayal of the informers, and the seriousness of the situation, in conducting rectification of wrong trends in time, in criticizing the wrong trends and deviations in the committees and members, in undertaking self-criticism of one's own weaknesses and shortcomings, in maintaining records with utmost secrecy, maintaining proper accounts, reducing expenses, and ensuring financial self-sufficiency, and so on. Liberalism on the part of the leadership has led to many serious losses during this period. Bureaucracy is clearly seen in committee functioning. It is reflected in imposing one's opinions on others, not listening to the views of others, not giving attention to cadres, dealing with them as employees or subordinates, blaming them and their work continuously, and adopting a negative attitude towards them, etc. Sectarian is clearly manifested in the sphere of organization. This takes the following forms: not uniting with those who oppose you, not relying on the rank and file of the people, but on a handful who agree with you, taking a negative attitude with those who oppose you, etc. This sectarianism disrupts the collective unity, also weakens our relationship with the masses. In this way, it separates the leaders from the rank and file and the party from the masses. We have had to face the negative results because of this attitude. Individualism is also reflected in various ways in our organization. For example, to always begin from self-centered thinking, attempting to impose one's opinion on the committees, and when not possible to get annoyed, to ding hankna, blow one's own trumpet, to always speak with self-satisfaction and self-praise, to maintain an attitude of hostility and revenge to those disagree with you, always demanding special benefits for oneself, and also not acting according to any committee and form, imopsing discipline on others, but putting oneself above any discipline, etc. This tendency is an obstacle to develop the collective initiative in the organization and developing unity of thought and action in the entire party. Although PB had tried to give political direction and guidelines to the entire party and to resolve organizational problems that had come up in the period between the CC meetings, there are shortcomings in undertaking an in-depth study of the problems facing the party and the movement as a whole and the concrete conditions in various states. It is necessary to go deeper into these aspects in order to give correct and concrete guidance to the party committees in various states. There is also lack of concentration on training the entire party ideologically and politically. Even the magazine had not come in time as planned. Other tasks, such as merger task of holding conferences, had an effect to some extent on the concentration of PB on the problems of the movement in some states. Overall, due to the above-mentioned shortcomings, PB could not play its role effectively and could not give the necessary guidance according to the changing conditions in some RBs and SCs. We can only defeat the enemy offensive, preserve our leadership, and advance the movement to the next higher stage if we rectify these weaknesses and wrong trends. A rectification campaign should be taken up throughout the party to get rid of these trends, and the process of rectification should be on a continuous basis, as such trends can re-emerge in different forms. 4. Military front. After the formation of CPI Maoist, decision was taken in the first CCP and CMC meeting to form commissions and commands at various levels, and to bring uniformity in the formations of the main, secondary, and base forces throughout the PLGA. Accordingly, the process of unification of the PLGA forces had begun, and the reorganization of PLGA formations was completed to a large extent in most of the states. Commissions were formed at the state, special, area, special, zone, and regional in BJ levels. Commands were formed at zonal, district/divisional, and subzonal levels. The process of forming area commands has begun in some areas. However, it is only in a few areas these played an active role. There is an urgent need to strengthen the commands and make them function effectively. Intensification and expansion of war zones. The CMC took up politico-military campaigns such as tactical counteroffensive campaigns, TCOCs, PLGA recruitment campaigns, PLGA Week, etc., as part of the principal task of intensifying and expanding the guerrilla war, transforming the PLGA into PLA, guerrilla war into mobile war, and guerrilla zones into base areas. As part of achieving the above principal task, we carried out several heroic counteroffensive operations, enthusing the Indian masses and sending shock tremors down the spine of the enemy. Some of these actions are historic: Chandauli, Madhubani, Giridih, Jahanabad, Udayagiri, Baniadi, Vinjaram, Padeda, Murkainar, Kothachervu, NMDC, Saranda, Bokaro, etc. In the past 2 years, our PLGA carried out 130 actions, big and small, annihilated 315 policemen, seized around 485 arms, injured several hundred police personnel. Hundreds of reactionaries, police agents, political leaders, etc. were punished. We succeeded in intensifying the people's war in DK and BJ. The guerrilla war that we are waging for the past 25 years in DK and BJ, especially in the last 1 year, has advanced. The forces centralized with the platoons and companies, acting as the mobilizing centers, are conducting centralized big actions, and the decentralized units are carrying out small and medium-level actions. With the higher mobilizing capacity, we are able to stop the enemy for hours together, able to do actions with an interval of very few days, deploying the centralized forces in different areas and coordinating them and carrying out big operations and attacks by centralizing them. The extensive formation of militia and participating heroically in the resistance actions against the police. All these higher level of experiences that we are getting in DK and BJ are the basis for developing the guerrilla war into mobile war. We have also expanded guerrilla war to new areas. We achieved some progress in our guerrilla activities in 6 states. PLGA units were formed in some more states. According to our CC decision, in AP, NT, and AOB, we tried to intensify the war, but failed as we suffered serious losses in the first 2 zones in the brutal enemy offensive, especially during the enemy's well-coordinated action plan since November 2005, and shortcomings in implementation. While performing its main role of destroying the enemy forces and seizing arms, Our PLGA also played an active role in carrying out strategic tasks such as defending the organs of political power from enemies' fierce attacks, protected the leadership, and assisted in conducting study camps, training camps, meetings of party committees, and other activities of the party. But for the alertness and heroic resistance of the PLGA, our party could not have carried out its activities successfully. It participated in agricultural production in some areas besides mobilizing the masses into production. While we tried to intensify and expand the guerrilla war during this period, we also faced the acute problem of sustaining the war in the three zones of AP. While the situation was relatively better in AOB in respect of losses suffered by our forces, we can say that our resistance has been overall weak in all three zones. Our one-sided stress on the intensification of the guerrilla war, instead of planning to retreat part of the forces while undertaking different kinds of planned actions through small guerrilla units and adopting flexibility in frequently changing the formations of our guerrilla forces according to the changing situation, molding our forces through training, education, and motivation, and involvement of the leadership directly in all these. Failure in expanding the area of armed struggle so as to gain maneuverability for our PLGA forces when faced with a heavy concentration of the special police forces. Failure to evolve secret methods of work and tactics for the plain areas, and several serious technical mistakes. And, most important of all, our inability to maintain regular organic links with the people in the midst of heavy repression and strengthening our mass base were the main reasons for the serious losses in AP and NT. Enemy was able to build an extensive network of informers and SPOs in the areas of armed struggle, gather precise information about the movements of our squads while our intelligence gathering was poor. There were serious weaknesses in some of the actions, such as the Madhuban multiple raid in North Bihar, Dula raid in DK, Dumaria raid, etc. Politico-military weaknesses were seen even during some successful offensives, such as Jahanabad jailbreak. There is an imperative need to take the lessons from these raids, ambushes, encounters, and other counter-offensive operations, so as to avoid such mistakes in future and undertake bigger offensives. Since the last 2 years, we have intensified and expanded guerrilla war countrywide. In the process, we have destroyed the enemy power at the local level and established the organs of people's power. Particularly in DK area-level power organs, ARPCs, have been built and have been strengthened. Based on this, we are moving ahead to build the higher-level power organs and the guerrilla bases. While defending the new power at the area level, we are advancing the guerrilla war and transforming it into mobile war in order to establish the base areas. Functioning of the CMC, SMCs, and commands. The CMs concentrated on carrying out the principal task of intensifying and expanding the people's war throughout the country during this period. It paid special attention to the task of forming higher-level military formations and increasing the strength and quality of the PLGA with the aim of elevating the guerrilla war to the stage of mobile war. It took up recruitment drive with the aim of transforming the PLGA into PLA, held some training camps for the PLGA forces, and sent guidelines for forming and training the people's militia units. It made efforts to arm the PLGA and upgrade the weaponry, i.e., improve the overall firepower of the PLGA. It attempted to undertake study on breaking enemy fortifications, smashing MPVs, destroying enemy forces through ambushes, etc. But this is insufficient. Besides, we had not seriously studied enemy's LIC strategy being implemented in AP, and there was also weakness in formulating appropriate counter-tactics. There is urgent need to concentrate on these important aspects, without which it is difficult to advance our war. It strived to evolve military tactics to defeat the enemy's brutal offensive, coordinated and directly led the PLGA in TCOCs and big military operations. It also tried to concentrate on raising the overall politico-military level of the PLGA through military training camps and classes, and by bringing out the military magazine Awam-e-Jung, 3 issues of which had come out, and other military literature in 2 languages. 2 MCs were held, one for instructors and the second for both instructors and a few commanders of platoons. Training was also held for PLGA members at various levels. A central instructors team was set up, which imparted training to PLGA forces. The concept of mobile military school has been introduced and also formed in some places with the aim of giving training in accordance with the requirements of the local areas. There is need to concentrate on this aspect of training in accordance with the local conditions and requirements. Commissions have not yet developed into collective bodies directing all military activities. Specialization in military affairs by the commissions is inadequate, and there is need to concentrate on specialization in war-related matters, particularly enemies' tactics based on concrete field study. Attempts to study enemies' weaknesses were made, but the experiences of PLGA in the various states in countering the enemy militarily have not been summed up comprehensively in order to derive the correct lessons. Such a synthesis of the experiences and transfer of knowledge obtained from the warfield in one state to another would be of great help in advancing the war and avoiding a repetition of the mistakes elsewhere. The commissions have to learn the skill of effectively coordinating the 3 wings of the PLGA. They should be able to maintain the tempo of war and not confined to some actions occasionally. After every TCOC and big military action, they should consolidate the gains and plan further. They should train up our PLGA and the militia to engage the enemy continuously in one way or another. Weaknesses and shortcomings in the military front. There are several weaknesses in conducting the war and in the military front as a whole. Firstly, our training is not yet in accordance with the present needs of countering the enemy's tactics. Enemy has fortified all the stations in the guerrilla zones, GB areas, and other areas of armed struggle. His movements are secretive and swift, and coordination of his forces is efficient and very much improved when compared to the time prior to the merger. Enemy has been resorting to surprise attacks based on precise information, but our training falls far short of the requirements. We have to train up our forces on how to break enemy's fortifications, annihilate the enemy in big numbers through opportunity and deliberate ambushes, ensnare the enemy through booby traps laid through creative methods. We have to practice fire and movement techniques to overpower and take the enemy by surprise. Our commanders should be politically further developed to analyze a difficult situation and take the necessary steps to inflict damage on the enemy by using creative methods. The fighting skills of the PLGA members should be enhanced. We can learn the art of war through war itself. We had derived a lot of experience in conducting the war, and it is now our foremost task to synthesize these experiences in the military front, accumulated over 3 decades of armed struggle, and evolve appropriate tactics and methods to counter the enemy in accordance with the specific conditions in each area, the strength of our subjective forces, and the nature and magnitude of the enemy offensive. Enemy's offensive has specific characteristics in specific areas. We have to study these and evolve our counteroffensives and tactics accordingly. Another serious shortcoming that is coming in the way of offering effective resistance and causing serious damage to enemy forces is our weak base force. Without a strong people's militia and consolidated strength and mass participation in the war, it is not possible to strengthen the main and secondary forces and achieve significant victories over the enemy. The experience of China and Vietnam should be the guide for us. We achieved relatively good results in DK because of our stronger militia units at the village level and the PMS units. We succeeded in forming militia platoons also in DK, Thousands of people have been organized into these militia units. The masses are taking active part in the TCOCs in coordination with the main and secondary forces. They are continuously resisting and harassing the enemy. In states where there is the absence of a wide network of militia units, our resistance is facing serious constraints. Moreover, wherever there are militia units, we are able to expand the main and secondary forces at a faster pace as in DK. But in other places, our forces are growing at a snail's pace. It is important to bear in mind that we cannot win the war through the main force alone. People's militia can work wonders in harassing and halting the enemy's advance by creating obstructions at every step. In modern-day warfare, besides the creativity of the human being, high technology and modern weapons also play an important role. Although we can never reach the sophistication and modernization of the enemy, we should not neglect this aspect of continuously modernizing our weaponry and firepower. Our efforts in this regard are inadequate. We haven't even succeeded in equipping all our fighters with the minimum weapons, and in many of our military formations, there is an acute shortage of arms and ammunition. In DK, where we achieved significant rise in recruitment into PLGA and a large number of militia units, we failed to arm these forces, which is showing an adverse impact on carrying out war on an extensive scale. In BJ also, the shortage of arms for our PLGA forces is acute. In the 3 zones of AP, where the enemy offensive is serious, the foremost task is to modernize the weapons and ensure an uninterrupted supply of ammunition. Besides arms, we have to also concentrate on equipping our forces with explosives, grenades, etc. The need of artillery is growing due to the need for breaking enemy fortifications. We have to attend to these problems immediately. Another problem is the lack of military sense in many party units, including the highest committees. There is a tendency to think that the military aspect is the duty of the CMC and SMCs, and the fighting will be done by the main force of the PLGA. Narrowness of thinking persists in the party committees when cadres are to be allotted for combat units like action teams, leadership for military formations, military instructors, and for various military works such as intelligence, arms production, storage, and transport, and other departments related to the military front. This narrow-mindedness and localized thinking has an adverse impact on our war and in strengthening the military front. To sum up our weaknesses, the first weakness is that our fighting skills are not up to the requirements of the war, and hence we have to improve the fighting skills of the PLGA, enhance the analytical abilities of our commissions, commands, and commanders, deeply study the enemy movements and tactics, and evolve counter-tactics to defeat him militarily. Secondly, our PLGA and militia are numerically weak and have not grown in a significant manner in the past 2 years. Weak militia and grassroots-level organization is the basis for the slow growth or stagnation in growth of the PLGA in many areas. Except in DK, in other states the growth of people's militia is not significant. In BJ, there is vast militia, but consolidation is weak. Without a massive growth of the militia units, it is not possible to transform the guerrilla war into mobile war. Masses should be roused, their class hatred should be utilized to inflict strong blows on the enemy forces. The latent potentialities and skills of the masses should be brought out in a creative manner, and the war should be transformed into a war between the masses and the state, and not just between our PLGA and the enemy forces. In some states, the existing PLs were also dismantled due to lack of subjective forces. Thirdly, our firepower is weak. Most of our forces do not have auto or AME auto weapons still. This has an effect on the quality of our resistance. Although our forces are fighting heroically and achieving some successes, we are also undergoing severe losses due to our weak firepower. We have to upgrade our weaponry if we are to inflict maximum damage to the enemy forces and reduce our losses. Fourthly, our training is not up to the mark. Fifthly, we are still following routine and outdated methods in countering the enemy offensive, although enemy had changed his tactics drastically. Hence, we are not able to achieve much success in ambushes, especially in areas where enemy had taken effective countermeasures. Specialized study is necessary to identify the weaknesses and loopholes on the enemy's side. By overcoming all these politico-military weaknesses, we must strengthen the PLGA and intensify the guerrilla war, thereby achieving a breakthrough in the armed agrarian revolutionary war. V. Mass organization, mass struggle, and united front. The fourth task drawn up in the first CC meeting, i.e., building and strengthening the party within the working class, building a militant and political working class movement, building broad-based mass movements on political issues in order to build and strengthen the united front work as the third magic weapon of revolution has been partially successful. In the past 2 years, we did not achieve much progress in the urban work. There is still problem of correct orientation in urban work. We have to finalize the policy paper on urban work and impart education throughout the party and give proper orientation to all the Perry committees. There is also the need to put in special effort to develop cadres with the abilities to work in the urban areas. All the mass work must be oriented to building solid organizations of the masses, oriented towards strengthening the armed struggle and strategic united front. The basic form of the strategic united front will be the united front of new people's power emerging in our GZs and guerrilla bases. GB's review. Prior to the merger itself, erstwhile PW took up the task of establishing GBs in the guerrilla zones in our strategic areas of DK and AOB, with the perspective of transforming the entire guerrilla zones into liberated areas. And there has been some progress in this work by the time of merger. Likewise, before the merger, erstwhile MCCI had its concrete planning for establishing guerrilla base areas in BJ, and after the formation of the Unified Party, the task was taken up in all the 3 strategic areas. The first CC meeting and the CMC of the Unified Party decided to study the concrete conditions in each of the strategic areas, to select some pockets for establishing GBs with the aim of establishing base areas, and begin work in 1 or 2 GB areas first, through concrete plan and concentration by the leadership. The perspective is to establish base area in each strategic area by first developing some GBs, which will act as focal points in the guerrilla zones, and then to use these to further strengthen our party, People's Army and United Front, and extend our power to the entire guerrilla zone. Accordingly, in every strategic area, GB areas were identified. 1 or 2 were selected for immediate concentration, and plans were drawn up to allot party cadres and guerrilla forces, mobilize the masses politically, and consolidate them, destroy the authority of the enemy, and establish people's political power. As a result of this planned work, we could establish some GBs, and are in the process of establishing a few more in the immediate future. We succeeded in forming RPCs in several villages in the GBs. Particularly in DK, the formation of RPCs not only at the village level, but also at area level is a significant achievement, and also a new experience in the history of the revolutionary movement in our country. The enemy's repeated offensives on our GB areas in DK and AOB were defeated through the active participation of the people led by our main and secondary forces and base force. In DK, our GBs were further consolidated by increasing our party units at the village level and even forming Gram Party committees, increasing our military formations, strengthening them, and taking them to company-level formations, bringing a greater number of people into the militia, politically mobilizing people on different political, military, and organizational campaigns, and expanding peasant, women, and cultural mass organizations on a wide scale and at the level of division and special zone, consolidating, expanding, and establishing people's authority in the form of RPCs and forming GB-level organs of people's political power as well as party committees. Several RPCs in West Bastar were destroyed in the counter-revolutionary Salwa Judum campaign, and these are being reconstituted. Although, to a significant extent, we could not build the party within the working class or build a militant working class movement, we achieved some results in building broad-based fronts and made some progress in united front work. In the mass front, there has been modest activity during the 2 years since the formation of the Unified Party. In accordance with the decision of the CCC, we initiated some measures to build united front organizations at 2 levels, one with a strategic outlook and another being of a tactical nature. Through these 2 fronts, we attempted to politically intervene in the burning issues of the day and succeeded to some extent. The party-led front had carried out political calls, such as the call for the unconditional release of political prisoners, campaign against Salwa Judum, against state repression, state-sponsored attacks on the revolutionary movement in AP, and observing important days. At the tactical level, attempts were made to forge a broad front comprising all those who are opposed to imperialist exploitation and loot, imperialist globalization, and the neoliberal policies pursued by the central and state governments, imperialist occupation of Iraq, and the warmongering acts of the U.S. imperialists, state repression, and the various Black Acts, displacement of Edivasis and the peasantry from the forest and agricultural lands by huge mining, multi-purpose, infrastructural and other so-called developmental projects, atrocities and attacks on Dalits and Muslims, and other such issues. While these are the positive aspects in our mass front, shortcomings and weaknesses are also quite serious. Both the central core bodies of the 2 fronts have internal problems and lack unity of thought and action. The Sukomo, which was formed for the purpose of coordinating and guiding these bodies, and the 5 AMOs, held 5 meetings during this period, and strived to guide the mass organization fractions and the newly formed All India bodies. But one major problem was the involvement of the Sukomo members in various works in the states, as well as in other activity, which acted as a limitation in giving guidance more regularly. Hence, only 3 of the Sukomo meetings were full-fledged. One major problem of Sukomo was in its coordination with the states. This has been a long-standing problem in spite of repeated circulars. Unless this is improved, there is little possibility to deepen the roots of the AIMOs. This also affected collective functioning and to arrive at collective understanding to some extent. In spite of the serious technical problems involved in guiding the open mass organizations and limitations of the members due to other works, it tried to be in close touch with the fraction committees and to guide them. One major lapse of Sukomo that it hasn't been able to give the necessary ideological political orientation to the leadership and to bring unity of thought by solving the long-standing internal differences within A3 and A4. Overall, the leadership of the mass organizations does not consider itself as real party leadership in the mass front and plays the role of job doer carrying out the decisions sent from above. We have to make serious effort to bring them out of this state of mind and mold them as the party's leadership in the mass front. Besides, we have to rebuild the AIMOs basing not only on mass leaders, but political organizers, and focus on building the organization and not merely on propaganda. Regarding A1, not a single step was taken to reorganize it by Sukomo. And decision taken could not be implemented. This sphere has enormous potential, and the lack of effort was yet another shortcoming. Regarding A2, Though a workshop was taken, it served little purpose, as the main aim of the workshop was for Sukomo to synthesize the experience to rebuild the student movement. The student movement is an important area of work and needs greater attention. Regarding A5, the main shortcoming was the incorrect assessment of the FCMs, most of whom have withdrawn. Yet there has been slow progress here, spreading the organization to a number OS states. Another weakness in the building of A4 was the seminar-type approach that was not very effective in consolidating the contacts. Besides, this had not included anti-feudal struggle in our tasks also. A3 lacked the initiative to intervene in the important political event occurring in the country. We should have concentrated on building a mass movement on a political issue by mobilizing various sections to build the broadest possible front. This could have brought focus on the issue, and the organization, too, could have become a rallying point for the revolutionary, progressive, and democratic forces. The weakness in building AMOs and mass movement at the all-India level should be seen in the backdrop of the overall weakness in the party in the mass front. Although we have considerable mass support and political influence, political mobilization of the masses, as well as mobilization on the day-to-day issues, is still not much significant. There was also shortcoming in coordinating with the nationality movements and implementing proper tactics. Our RBs and SCSAC-SZCs are not still drawing up concrete plans for political intervention by allotting sufficient able cadres for mass work. There is a serious problem from top to bottom in the building of a wide and solid mass base. This is also reflected in the building of the AIMOs at the central level. We are not building solid party leadership in the mass front and involving them in a democratic manner. All of these factors have an adverse impact on building the mass movement. It is essential to keep in mind the importance of unleashing mass movement, building solid mass organizations, with the orientation of forging the united front as the third magic weapon for achieving victory in revolution. Needless to say, without the political mobilization of the masses, there cannot be strong party, army, and the united front, for mass movement and mass work are the most important source for recruitment and support for the party, army, and the UF. The low level of recruitment at present is mainly due to the weakness in building a solid mass base, adopting a correct mass line and class line. In many areas, it is true that defeating the enemy offensive is an important condition for achieving a breakthrough in the mass front. At the same time, without the mobilization of the masses for war, both directly and indirectly, we cannot defeat the enemy offensive only through our PLGA. Even in areas where our military formations are relatively strong, and there exists some flexibility to organize the masses and to build MO units and to make these function on a regular basis, we haven't made serious efforts in this regard. As a result, there exists a big gap between the party's political influence and organizational consolidation. In AP, NT, and AOB, we have a wide mass base that has come into being due to the long history of numerous anti-feudal struggles and struggles on various people's issues. Lakhs of people participate in meetings and rallies whenever there is slight relaxation in repression. Even in the midst of repression, thousands are participating spontaneously in funeral processions and meetings. However, these have not been transformed into militant agitations against the state or organizationally consolidated. We could not bring them organizationally into the party's fold, though politically they are with the party. Hence, we failed to involve them actively in war. If this weakness is overcome, we can build a powerful mass movement in the three zones of AP. In BJ, we have a good mass base and support. Organizational structures are formed, but due to poor follow-up, we are not able to make the mass actively involved in the war or in political issues. We have an advantage as our armed formations are relatively strong in BJ, and in thousands of villages, KKC units exist. There is relatively more flexibility in the movement of the organizers in some areas, as the enemy does not dare to venture due to disadvantages on his side until now. Yet our work among the masses and initiation of mass struggles is poor. Our MO units are not active, and we are not able to make them function on a regular basis. In fact, our main weakness lies in the sphere of consolidation. There is need to consolidate the KKC from the village level to higher levels and to make them function independently by developing them ideologically and politically. We have to also strengthen the mass organization committees at all levels so that they can take the initiative. We have to deepen and consolidate the anti-feudal struggles in the old areas, besides taking up struggles on the day-to-day issues of the masses, as well as various political issues. In 3.U, our efforts in building mass movement and mass organizations are far short of the requirements. Especially being an area where big landlords rule the roost. Anti-feudal struggles should become the focus and backbone of our movement in North Bihar. Landless and poor peasants can be mobilized in a big way for the occupation of the lands of the landlords, seizure of crops, and against various feudal practices. Annihilation of some landlords might enthuse the masses, but cannot by itself create a militant mass movement or establish local leadership. In West Bengal, too, we had tried to intervene in some political issues, and our influence over the masses has grown. But our mass organization and mass movement are not in accordance with our political influence. Hence our weakness in building the mass movement and organizational consolidation at the local level has affected our recruitment, overall resistance, and in building a strong party, army, and UF in West Bengal. In DK, we have a relatively deeper and stable mass base, and in most of the villages, people are brought into the organizational fold of the party, which has helped us in countering the enemy effectively. There is relatively greater mobilization of the masses, both on the day-to-day issues and political issues. Increased membership of the MOs and greater organizational consolidation at the village as well as higher levels, and regular functioning of the MO units. We were able to develop these mass organizations at the level of the special zone. We also achieved some progress in forming joint fronts with the various sections, classes, and parties, and taking up united struggles. This continuous activity of the masses and their organizational consolidation has provided the basis for continuous recruitment into the party, army, and the UF. In the past 2 years, MO units had increased, and recruitment had almost doubled. It is this systematic work among the masses, combined with effective resistance against the enemy offensive, that had contributed to this leap in recruitment. In Karnataka, broad-based struggles and fronts were organized, which had a good political impact initially. However, due to the wrong line pursued by a section in the party calling itself the minority, the mass struggles were counterposed to the armed struggle, and the former were overemphasized at the cost of the latter. This ultimately had a negative impact on the movement in the state as a whole. The refusal of the minority comrades in Karnataka to associate the state MOs with the All India MOs and their insistence on maintaining an independent existence is also a reflection of their right deviation, which became crystallized finally into a row. In Maharashtra, where there exists a long history of mass movement and mass organization, the last 2 years had not seen much development. There were some successful attempts to form cover organizations among some sections of the people, and there has been some progress in UF activity. In Tamil Nadu, where we lost the majority of the cadre and a good part of the leadership following enemy's attack on a military training camp in end 2002, the work picked up gradually, and in the past 2 years, MO units were formed and are functioning secretly. The experience of Tamil Nadu in forming and working under the banner of cover organizations and recruiting cadres from these organizations, even if it is on a smaller scale, is quite useful for the entire party. In Haryana, There were good results on account of our mass work and mass movements, and there is relative consolidation of the mass organizations. In Punjab and Kerala, there has been some progress in the mass front, though it is not very significant. In Assam, the mass activity extended from 2 districts to 6 districts in the past 2 years, and some of the struggles had a good impact on the people. But overall, our mobilization of the masses and their consolidation into mass organizations is still weak when compared to our strength and political influence in the country. Without mass mobilization on their day-to-day and political issues, and the building solid mass organizations and basic work among the masses, it is impossible to strengthen the party, army, and the UF, or to intensify the war. All our party committees have to concentrate on building a strong mass base by taking up their issues and consolidating them into units. Our entire orientation should be to mobilize them into the people's war directly and indirectly. Cultural front. Some attempts were made to revive the cultural activities in the states. We were successful in building a mass cultural movement in DK and BJ by forming cultural units at the village and area level also. Workshops were held to train up the comrades working in the cultural front. In DK, hundreds of cultural units are presently working in the rural areas. At the all-India level, the progress has been poor, and there is a need to revive the activity with a proper plan, particularly in the context of growing imperialist cultural offensive. We have to concentrate on developing the cultural front in all states where our party is present. We have to prepare a perspective on the cultural work and educate the entire party. We have to ensure that the cultural army also grows along with the people's army. Our work in the women's front is still far from satisfactory. Recruitment in many states is poor. Selection, gradation, promotion of the women cadres is still not according to a systematic plan, and our efforts are inadequate given the immense potential and the necessity of building the women's movement and recruiting cadres and promoting leadership from the women. The trend of patriarchy is acting as a strong deterrent to our efforts in this regard. The participation of women in the party, army, and the mass organizations is relatively better in DK, BJ, the 3 zones of AP, Maharashtra, and Karnataka. But in other states, women's participation in the movement as a whole is poor. Special effort is lacking in many states to recruit, develop, and promote women cadres, and in taking up women's issues. There exist serious shortcomings in recruiting women into the party and PLGA and promoting them. Our leading party committees should concentrate on these aspects, and Mahila subcommittees should be formed in the states where our organization is relatively strong. Where this is not possible, at least one SCM should be allotted to specialize on the women's front. Patriarchal trends should be rectified through continuous ideological political education and encouraging more active participation of women in the movement. A subcommittee, CMSC, was formed in the first CCI meeting at the time of the merger to specialize in the women's front, look into the problems faced by women in the party, educate the women cadres, and help in building the women's organizations and movement, besides guiding the existing front organization among women. In the past 2 years, a preliminary discussion on the Women's Perspective paper was completed. Amendments were placed, but the paper could not be finalized. It took up some fact-finding activities, prepared notes, and contributed articles on the women's issues for the magazines, released video presentations, held classes for some women activists, gave organizational guidance, undertook grassroots-level study in some areas, and placed suggestions before the CC. Although CMSC took up some activities, it had serious constraints due to its composition, where most of the members were involved mainly in other works. Absence of subcommittees in most of the states and lack of information to the CMSC by the concerned CCMs in charge of states was another limitation on the part of CMSC in arriving at a correct assessment of the women's problems. To sum up, while the formation of the subcommittee has been a positive development and has contributed to the development of our work in the women's front, there is an urgent need to strengthen the subcommittee by inducting more full-timers and establishing greater coordination with the subcommittees and women's movements in the states. 6. A brief assessment of the movement in various states. In the past 2 years, we were able to sustain the movement as a whole, intensify the guerrilla war in DK and BJ, and expand to some new areas, however limited. But we suffered serious losses in AP and NT and stagnation in AOB. Overall, the movement in AP as a whole had entered temporary setback. When assessing the achievements and failures of the past 2 years, we must keep in mind the background of the most important task of completing the merger process at various levels throughout the party, especially the tremendous responsibility of BJSAC in this aspect, as well as another priority task of educating the entire party on the party's basic documents and completing the process of conferences at various levels and the Congress. Let us look at the overall position of the movement in order to arrive at the correct tactics. In AP, NT, AOB, we tried to utilize the situation during the period of talks. The mass political campaign during the period of talks until the end of 2004 had created a good political impact and increased our subjective strength in the 3 zones. But we began to suffer losses soon after the breakdown of talks from the beginning of January 2005. The enemy's plan of multi-pronged offensive, which was going on since 1996, was carried out at a rapid pace with the full assistance of the World Bank and imperialist aid. Combining reforms with repression, the enemy had redoubled his planned effort to isolate us by weaning away the masses through various means. He selected one zone after another and concentrated his forces on a massive scale for a certain period of time so as not to give breathing space. His aim is to destroy our leadership in each zone through a well-planned, well-coordinated strategy basing on his vast network of informers and other intelligence networks, and by carrying out surprise attacks based on precise information. Besides this, private armed gangs, covert agents, are also used on a considerable scale for eliminating the leadership. Fortifications of all stations, even multi-layered in many cases, in all our areas of armed struggle is making it quite difficult to inflict serious losses through raids. Civilians are often used as human shield by the moving enemy forces. Roads and communications are developed to a considerable extent with the help of the World Bank to suppress our movement. Enemy had developed extremely cruel methods in suppressing our movement. Any arrested comrade, whether it is a CC member or a squad member, is never produced before courts, but is eliminated in fake encounters. We did not adopt the correct tactics to counter the above tactics of the enemy in time. We suffered the heaviest losses in AP part during the period of enemy's action plan since November 2005, particularly February 2006. This led to gradual decline of the movement, finally resulting in a temporary setback in the state as a whole. The main reasons for the temporary setback are as follows. Firstly, we did not have a correct assessment of the timing and scale of the impending enemy attack during talks. Although we made some preparations militarily during the period of talks, these were not completed by December 2004. When the period of ceasefire was over in December 2003, we thought that the enemy attack may not be serious until another 2 months, i.e., till February 2005. As a result, we did not complete our preparations to face the brutal enemy offensive. This was one of the factors that had contributed to losses initially when the enemy began his massive onslaught by the beginning of January itself. But immediately we began to counter the enemy offensive, but due to the weaknesses that are persisting, since a long period of time we could not offer effective resistance. Second, we did not drive the entire party to preserve our forces while undertaking planned actions through various means. Third, we did not take up the tactics of retreat in AP part when the situation was clearly unfavorable to us. This shows the lack of deep understanding of PPW and its concrete application. Instead of talking a step back when the enemy was trying to encircle our pockets with the aim of wiping us out, we continued to plan intensification and continuous resistance. Fourth, we had to withdraw our guerrilla squads from the plain areas with increasing repression. We tried to adopt alternative forms of struggle and forms of organization in the plain areas, achieved some results, but these were not sufficient enough in the face of massive enemy repression. Fifth, we did not give serious thought to extend the area of struggle in the earlier period, which had a serious effect on the maneuverability of our forces as our areas had shrunk, particularly in AP. Most important of all, our intensification of war did not fetch the desired results, as the active participation of the masses had reduced gradually over the years. Although we have a wide mass support, we had failed to bring the masses into our organizational fold. We had been planning time and again regarding the involvement of the masses, but the increased enemy repression is making it difficult for us to involve them at a scale corresponding to the enemy attack. Moreover, we did not have proper plan to counter the enemy's multi-pronged strategy, i.e., reforms, incentives, war, and various other means besides brutal repression. Overall, lack of consolidated mass base had a serious effect on the scale and quality of our resistance. As a result, it became a war between our PLGA and the enemy forces. The CC, PBCRB, and the leadership in charge of the 3 zones of AP are mainly responsible for the failure in not taking appropriate tactics and preventing the losses. Today we can conclude that the situation in AP as a whole has received temporary setback. It is only by overcoming the above-mentioned shortcomings, building a consolidated mass base, and enhancing the active participation of the masses in the people's war through a systematic plan of work, painstaking effort, and creative methods of work in the midst of heavy repression, that we can regain initiative in AP. Tactics should be adopted in the 3 zones of AP in accordance with the specific conditions in each zone. In DK, we achieved a breakthrough in building organs of people's revolutionary power and establishing GBs, actively involving the masses in the war, building militia in large number, and successfully carrying out several tactical counteroffensives. Today, our revolutionary war is facing the counter-revolutionary war and coordinated attack by the combined forces of the state administrative machinery, Salwa Judum, various political parties and police forces on our movement. As the enemy's attempts to create a network of informers had failed, he has hit upon the strategy of destroying entire villages, following a policy of kill all, burn all, loot all, by using the terrorist organization of Salwa Judum to attack the people, and to use helicopters to quickly ferry the police forces to interior areas. The chief form of the enemy offensive since June 2005 has been through the so-called Salwa Judum campaign that is aimed at clearing up entire villages and herding the people into concentration camps in the name of providing relief, i.e., a policy of draining out water to kill the fish. Enemy has succeeded in pitting a section of Adivasis against our movement and creating a wedge between Koya and Muria tribes. Thousands of local Adivasis were forced to become SPOs and are pitted against our movement. Accompanied by the police and paramilitary forces, these gangsters enforce the cruelest methods of killing and torturing people in our stronghold villages and force them to join their counter-revolutionary campaign against us. Carpet security system was formed with police paramilitary camps in close proximity with the aim of destroying our party, PLGA, and other revolutionary forces. Pucca roads are being built. Communication network is developed at a rapid pace, and enemy fortifications are strengthened. Local adivasis are subjected to extreme economic distress and tremendous pressure due to the forcible closure of the weekly hayats. After starting the Salwa Judum campaign, a vast informer network is built along with the system of SPOs. We lost over 250 people in this mopping-up operation, unleashed by the central and state government of Chhattisgarh, along with the private armed gangs. There are shortcomings in controlling the reactionary forces and the enemy forces. We could not assess the situation in time and take prompt actions on the informers and reactionary elements who had fled from the villages and are organizing the adivasis against us. Due to our neglect of work in roadside villages, we could not exercise control over the Salwa Judum gangs. Initially, we could not assess the depth of the enemy's plan when he began the Salwa Judum campaign. Another major weakness of our movement is our insignificant presence among the various sections of people and weak base in urban areas. In BJ, according to the decision of the newly formed CPI Maoist, the Bihar-Jharkhand-Bengal Special Area Committee of the erstwhile MCCI and the Bihar-Jharkhand Joint State Committee of erstwhile PWW were merged to form the BJSAC. After the formation of the BJSAC, the merger process in lower levels was completed in a period of 1.5 years. Though there are still some problems in the unification, we can say that the oneness we have achieved in such a short period of time is quite significant. This is an important achievement for BJSAC because this was the area where the bloodiest conflict, which was identified as a black chapter in the history of the Indian Revolution, took place between the two erstwhile parties. 80% of area under the BJSAC has been identified as guerrilla zone. To implement the planning of the Central Committee, the BJSAC selected some places to build guerrilla bases within the guerrilla zone as a transitional process to achieve the immediate aim of building base areas. In order to face the enemy's onslaught, several counteroffensive programs have been taken, and historical actions like the raids on the Giridih Armory and the Jahanabad jail break operation were also taken up. In BJ, enemy had intensified his offensive by improving his intelligence mechanism, developing informer network, resorting to large-scale arrests, banning our revolutionary mass organizations, and carrying out combing operations in a big way and in coordination with the neighboring states. Fortifications of the stations has taken place to some extent. Fake encounters of arrested comrades are increasing and are becoming a general feature. Transporting of police forces in vehicles has drastically reduced, and our counter-tactics have to deal with enemy moving on foot. Another important tactics employed by the enemy in BJ is organizing private lumpen gangs and attacking our forces in the name of Sendra. In several villages, Gram Suraksha Samitis were formed by the police to counter our movement. Serious efforts are being made by the reactionary classes to pit one section of the people against another. Almost the entire police force is engaged in suppressing us. Several battalions of CRPF are deployed, and the Army too is kept in standby to enter whenever needed. Helipads are kept ready for using helicopters against us. Conducting long-range patrolling, LRP, concentrating on our strategic points and strongholds, making drastic changes in the departments of the state machinery, and such other measures are initiated as a part of enemy's countrywide strategic plan. With the planning and active assistance of the state, the degenerate, corrupt, and renegade elements had organized themselves into the Third Conference Preparatory Committee, TPC, who are openly acting as agents of the police and are also resorting to physical attacks and murder on us occasionally. In order to overcome this problem, we have also prepared a political and military plan basing on class line and mass line, and are proceeding in this direction. Consolidation of our forces, i.e., the mass organizations, militia, etc. at the village level is weak. The quality of our leadership in the party, PLGA, and mass organizations has to be developed further through education, training, and allotting independent responsibilities. There is also an urgent need for undertaking rectification campaign to get rid of non-proletarian trends in the party. In the second meeting of BJ-SAC itself, we had identified the strong presence of non-proletarian trends and attitudes. In order to conduct the rectification campaign, we had also identified the various alien and degenerate values, but could not take up this rectification campaign in a proper way. By overcoming these shortcomings, we can certainly intensify as well as spread the war to vast areas in BJ. We had selected areas for developing the guerrilla bases with the aim of establishing base areas and even identified them according to priority. In this context, we had also made some organizational changes. If we take up the correct perspective, concrete plan and program, we can achieve success in forming RPCs in the proposed areas speedily. We had also declared the aim of going for higher military formation within the first half of 2007. But due to the engagement in completing the long process of merger of the lower-level party organization and organizing classes on basic documents, we were unable to give appropriate attention to achieve this task. We also failed to take special drive to develop the organizations to a higher level and intensify in the proposed GB areas. All of these should be considered as the main weaknesses of the BJ-SAC area. We have to keep in mind the immense potentialities in BJ and evolve a systematic plan to utilize these to achieve a qualitative leap in the ongoing People's War. In Chhattisgarh, after the formation of CPI Maoist, the merger process in Chhattisgarh had been completed. State Organizing Committee, SC, Chhattisgarh was formed. In the process of completing the organizational tasks, repression campaign by the state has started in a big way. We did many TCOCs against this state repression. Some raids on police camps, ambushes were successfully conducted. But many actions failed also. Overall, we could not succeed in stopping the enemy's offensive. Meanwhile, on behalf of women's organization, centering on March 8th, there were small but several programs were held. In the enemy's continuous offensive, many comrades became martyrs. Bhim, Pran, and Shravan from Sai, Avadesh, and Shyam Bihari from Zonal Committee, Sagar, Narayan from Sub-Zonal Committee, and several commanders and PLGA comrades became martyrs. CC and SC comrades were arrested. The impact of this state repression was deep on the organization. As a result, conference could not be held. To develop the guerrilla warfare, there are ample opportunities. We have to plan and give programs accordingly to explore the potentialities. In West Bengal, after merger, we took up the task of concentrating on the preparations of guerrilla zone in BJO and completed it. The state conference held in August 2006 passed a resolution that in spite of some weaknesses, BJO has become a guerrilla zone. Mass struggles and mass resistance has grown in the 3 districts of West Bengal and 2 bordering districts of Jharkhand in the past 2 years. In the midst of massive state repression, people began to be mobilized into various struggles under the leadership of our party. As a part of this, band has become a form of struggle. Of special mention is the mass resistance in November-December against the police atrocities in Belpahari area. In Nadia, Murshidabad, Hooghly, and other districts too, people are being mobilized into mass struggles in the midst of continuous repression, with the perspective of developing guerrilla zones in the plain areas. On the one hand, we have to intensify the armed struggle, while on the other hand, we have to concentrate on extending the areas of armed struggle according to a concrete plan. Our mass organizations participated actively in the struggle against land acquisition from the peasants and giving away to Tata Motors in Singur. West Bengal is stepping ahead in the direction of strengthening the party army through development of mass struggles and mass resistance. In Maharashtra, after the formation of CPI Maoist, new forces are being attracted to the party. Efforts are being made to consolidate, and in this process work has developed in new centers. In Uttar Gadchiroli Gondia Division mass struggles, military resistance and recruitment has increased. But weaknesses in developing people's militia, in developing broad mass movements, and strengthening of leadership forces is becoming a hurdle. At the same time, the police forces of the three states of Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, and Chhattisgarh are jointly conducting an all-round offensive against our forces. They are killing people. But mass resistance of the people is also taking place. In the cities, the work is mainly amongst the working class. Apart from this, we have managed to make a breakthrough among students. Along with this development, there are joint front struggles and activities. In this manner, we took up exposure of pro-imperialist policies, exposure of Hindu fascism, and caste oppression through united fronts. Attempts are being made to develop work in the cultural front and women's front. There is weakness in building wide mass movements, enhancing militancy, and in strengthening the party committees. There is also weakness in integrating the Uttar Gadchiroli Gondia movement and the movement in the urban areas. Overcoming the above weaknesses mentioned, the main task in the coming period is to intensify the guerrilla war and expand it with a Vidarbha perspective. Along with this, we have to develop the working class movement and wide mass struggles and developing party leadership to achieve the above tasks. In 3U, before the merger, the CC of MCCI constitute a SAC in three northern Indian states of UP, Uttar Bihar, and Uttarakhand, bordering Nepal. The area was north of the river Ganga. After the merger, this committee was reconstituted and zonal, subzonal, and other committees were also reconstituted. The historical multi-raids of Madhuban on June 23, 2005 is an important event under leadership of the newly formed CPI Maoist. It generated the conscience cess of spreading people's war in the whole of northern India and terrorized the ruling classes. We lost 6 of our PLGA comrades, including leadership comrades from zone and subzonal level. After that, blowing the Rang Mahal of the brother of the extreme reactionary central minister Ram Vilas Paswan with dynamite, seizing of Jandaha Bank, though it failed, were important political and military actions. All these activities have led to a very favorable situation for developing agrarian revolutionary war in the stranglehold of feudalism of North Bihar. In continuous encirclement and repression campaign by enemy, Kamravi, became martyred, and many men and women comrades were arrested, and we faced serious organization losses. Still, we were successful in organizing zonal/regional committees and SAC through the process of conferences. In spite of the existence of party members in big number, we could not properly take up the task of organizational consolidation. Hence, it has become an immediate task before the party to strengthen and consolidate our cells, area committees, and subzonal committees. Give organizational form to people's militia forces, educate, train, and arm them. Increase the number and quality of LGSs. Build platoons. Develop various types of mass organizations, including KKC, at various levels, and develop land struggles and mass struggles on a vast scale on the burning problems of North Bihar, such as flood, famine, waterlogging, etc. It has also become our immediate task to extend the armed agrarian revolutionary struggle and revolutionary movement on various issues throughout the zone under SAC. We are confronted with the main task of developing agrarian revolutionary guerrilla war to a higher level, and, based on strong mass base and concrete work in the selected GB area achieve our aim. Along with this, achieving financial self-sufficiency is also an important task. Haryana is a small North Indian state with a predominant agrarian society. After the merger, some good developments have taken place. At present, there is a 35% recruitment from Dalits, 21.4% from backward castes, and 29% women comrades. Out of total PRs, 20% are women. In the leadership, also a significant number are from the Dalits. More clarity has been achieved regarding forms of struggle and forms of organization in Haryana, and we began to implement these. We also have more clarity today regarding land-class struggle. On some occasions, we have gone into armed conflict with the reactionary feudal forces, so we have received the initial experience of armed struggle in the areas of so-called Green Revolution. Party cadres have become more serious towards underground functioning. In some comrades, the trend of legalism has become a hurdle in the process of this transformation. Another trend which confused many comrades was out-of-form discussion. Because of change in our tactics, the enemy has also become alert. They are building 9 battalions of IRB to counter Maoist danger. A special intelligence has been constituted. In 2005, many were arrested. Fake cases were imposed. Today, Haryana is passing through a transitional period. Because of above developments, legal open activities are being replaced with illegal UG activities. It has put forward new challenges. Some of the comrades who could not adapt themselves according to the new situation became inactive. This process is still going on, but new recruitment is going on. In the last 2 years, concrete plans has made to develop organization in 100 villages. Tasks of 2006 Conference. 1. By bolding more laws, convert the present area into a contiguous area and develop class struggle based on the agrarian program. And 2. More preparation for GZ building in the prospective area. In Orissa, after merger, the State Organizing Committee, SOC, was formed. It was decided to develop 2 areas as GZS. There has been some progress in this direction. In this period, in the course of struggle, 9 comrades have sacrificed their lives, including 2 zonal committee members. Thus, it was not possible to achieve the aims in the time set. Yet, work has expanded in Kalinganagar and a few more towns. Took mass program against Salwa Judu and arresting of comrades. Also had mass movements on the issue of displacement and other issues. In Punjab, the merger process has been completed and the State Committee formed. Under the State Committee, there are zonal committees and some area committees are functioning. On the other hand, some forces have been sent to the prospective area. Work is going on in the peasantry, agricultural laborers, students, women, and working class. Some militant mass struggles are going on in the rural area. Considering the history of Punjab, there is a bright possibility of revolutionary movements and armed struggle in Punjab along with the neighboring states. In Assam, the repressive machinery is highly developed and on constant alert due to the nationality movement led by ULFA and the general sensitive situation in Northeast. Here it is very important that we work under greatest secrecy from the very beginning and concentrate on strengthening and consolidating the party organizations and developing mass resistance struggles centered around various mass issues, along with building people's militia and regular squads. It is also very much necessary to undertake large-scale political mobilization of the masses on the issues related to the nationality besides other issues. We have been trying to build mass base and mobilize the masses on issues. We expanded our work from purely tribal masses to non-tribal masses also in the last 2 years. Our tasks: consolidate party committees at various levels, Integrate with the people and organize them in various forms. Take initiative to launch mass movement and strive to forge broad-based UF on the burning issues of people in the state. Organs solidarity movement in support of the struggle for self-determination. Initiate struggle against state repression. Develop forums against communalization and ethnicity strife. Build up mass movement on land rights and forest rights. Build up organization within the tea garden, workers and oil refineries. In Kerala, the first conference of Keralam was completed in August. SOC was elected in the conference. The conference reviewed the problems of the movement and alien class trends in the party. The conference called for rectification campaign from SOC to the cell level. A serious review had taken place in the first SOC meeting, which identified the problems before the party to advance the movement. It was also decided to conduct ideological political education in all levels. At present, we have work in 9 districts out of 14 districts in Keralam. We are carrying on work among Adivasis, students, youth, working class, Dalits, cultural front, etc. Main weaknesses. As the conference and first SOC correctly reviewed that political education and consolidation is the main problem right from SOC to MOs. Due to the strong influence of the revisionist parties on the masses and the legalist style of work of all ML groups for over 3 decades, the development of PRs is a serious challenge before the party. The party is facing serious shortcoming in developing a leadership team having consistency and initiative. Tasks: 1. Conduct rectification campaign right from the SOC. 2. Consolidate SOC organizers, ACs up to cell level. 3. Build mass movement. Conduct militant mass struggle to create favorable political situation. Build various types of mass organizations. 4. Develop proper method of secret functioning. 5. Conduct social investigation. Karnataka. As per the decision of last Congress of erstwhile PW, we started work in perspective area of Karnataka. After starting work there, the right opportunist politics came forward and caused a lot of obstacle to the newly taken tasks and the development of the movement, ultimately leading to the desertion by a section of the leadership and some of the cadres supporting the right opportunist politics. The movement in the strategic area is still weak. Our mass base is also not very strong. There is serious shortcoming from the SC in concentrating on the area and consolidation. Although masses are organized in some struggles against the landlords and the forest department, there is need to develop into a peaceful movement. In urban areas, it was already facing the problem of functioning, lack of consolidation, not orienting towards class struggle. Now, with a considerable section is joined with the splitters, it has weakened further. Hence, the party is facing a serious challenge to rebuild the urban movement. State Conference took the task of advancing armed struggle in perspective area towards building guerrilla zone with the perspective of building base area. For fulfilling this, Conference took the tasks of building party, militia, PLGA, mass organization in perspective area, party, mass organizations, cover organizations, joint fronts in urban areas. It took the tasks of building urban movement complementary to the rural movement. After the birth of CPI Maoist, 5 comrades were martyred, including State Secretary. In TN, the movement could not achieve a qualitative breakthrough, fell into stagnation by the time of 5th State Conference held in 2000. After the 9th Congress, it was decided to carry out rectification campaign and develop the class struggle and armed struggle. But even as the rectification campaign was in the final phase, the party suffered a huge loss due to the serious mistakes committed in the holding the military training camp in 2002 November. After the loss, a new tactics was adopted under the guidance of SWRB. It was decided to temporarily withdraw the rural work and to concentrate in urban areas to develop our subjective forces and restart the rural work. The tactics and efforts to implement them have resulted in the revival. Fresh recruitments and advancement in few fronts have improved our position. For the past 1.5 years, the preparatory work to restart the class struggle and armed struggle is progressing in the strategic area. The plan for political, military, and organizational preparation is being implemented in the strategic area. Apart from the wrong trends identified in the 9th Congress of PDU, the main reasons for the stagnation and not achieving a breakthrough were the lack of collective thinking and collective functioning in SC and not developing into a leading body, the wrong style of work, not giving close guidance and spontaneity, and, of course, the low political level throughout the party. The 6th State Conference, held in July 2006, has put forward following tasks in order to achieve a breakthrough in Tamil Nadu: developing class struggle and guerrilla war with the immediate aim of developing guerrilla zone, to form a political front with party's initiative and to establish it among the people, to establish our work among working class as identified in urban plan, to carry out rectification, and particularly develop the political and ideological level of the party. 7. Conclusion. The protracted people's war in our country, which began with the outbreak of Naxalbari uprising, with armed agrarian revolution as its essence, has proved incontrovertibly the correctness of the Maoist political military strategy and tactics pursued by our party over the past 3 decades. These were further enriched in the course of the armed revolutionary war in this long period. By implementing the line of protracted people's war, we could build several guerrilla zones with the perspective of building base areas. People's Army came into existence in the form of PLGA. In some pockets in the countryside, we could establish organs of people's revolutionary power. We achieved several tactical victories by confronting the enemy, who is several times stronger. This has helped us to take our guerrilla war to the higher phase of mobile war. In the past 2 years, our unified party had continued the revolutionary legacy of the 2 erstwhile parties, implemented the party line of concentrating on the strategic areas, building red resistance areas, guerrilla zones, and establishing GBs with the perspective of establishing base areas. We tried to intensify the ongoing people's war with a firm determination to transform the guerrilla war into mobile war, PLGA into PLA, and guerrilla zones into base areas. We achieved some victories while suffering heavy losses. Although we suffered serious losses, there is a great potential to develop the guerrilla war to higher level. We have to derive inspiration from the achievements, take lessons from the failures, and draw concrete tasks in accordance with the objective situation and our subjective strength. Today, in the backdrop of the excellent international and domestic situation, and the positive impact of the victories in our people's war in the past 2 years, along with the long history of the armed agrarian revolutionary war led by us since the outbreak of Naxalbari, there is great potential to achieve a qualitative leap in the revolutionary war. We have to concentrate on the task of mobilizing all the forces against imperialism, CBB, and feudalism in order to build the 4-class alliance by advancing the people's war. We have to concentrate on the recruitment of countless youth from the basic classes and strive to transform the PLGA into PLA. We have to defeat the enemy's continuous offensive, mopping up operations, encirclement suppression campaigns, and various counter-revolutionary campaigns by creatively applying the tactics and carrying out tactical counter-offensive operations against the enemy forces. We must transform the guerrilla zones into base areas in the strategic regions by developing the guerrilla war into mobile war and establishing the organs of people's revolutionary power. We must develop new guerrilla zones and red resistance areas and spread guerrilla war throughout the countryside. Through this, we must create a high tide of revolution. While carrying out the immediate tasks, we must show strategic firmness and tactical flexibility. We must strive to transform the unfavorable factors into favorable ones through conscious effort of the leadership. We must develop our tactics by taking the enemy as a real tiger tactically and as a paper tiger strategically. Thus, we must strive to build and strengthen the three magic weapons, the party, army, and the revolutionary UF, throughout the country. Today, imperialism is facing unprecedented crisis since the time of the Second World War. All the fundamental contradictions in the world are getting further sharpened. People's movements, national liberation struggles, and revolutionary movements are breaking out against the exploitation, oppression, and loot by the imperialists and the reactionary ruling classes. Let us utilize this favorable situation to achieve a great leap in the ongoing people's war in the country, thereby further advancing the Indian Revolution towards the establishment of a new democratic society, and to achieve socialism and communism. 8. Immediate tasks before the party. The principal and central task before the party. While strengthening the three weapons of our revolution, the principal and central task must be to advance the guerrilla war to a qualitatively higher stage of mobile war and transform the PLGA into PLA in order to establish base areas in the strategic areas. Also, intensify the guerrilla war in other guerrilla zones, and develop red resistance areas in the perspective areas, and complete the preparations for building guerrilla zones in these and other areas also. To orient the entire party, PLGA, and masses towards this principal and central task. To achieve this, we must formulate the following political, military, and UF tasks. Political tasks. 1. Smash the countrywide multi-pronged, fascist armed offensive of the central and state governments led by the Joint Task Force and JOC. Concentrate on seriously studying enemy's counter-revolutionary LIC strategy and evolve appropriate tactics and measures to counter it. Fight back the counter-revolutionary attack by central and state forces and state-sponsored Salwa Judum, Sendra, Cobras, and other private mercenary armed gangs by firmly relying on class line and mass line and effectively mobilizing the PLGA forces and the masses. Carry out tactical counteroffensive campaigns to annihilate the enemy forces bit by bit throughout the guerrilla zones and other zones of armed struggle. 2. Intensify the guerrilla war in AOB and mobilize all forces to defeat the enemy's cruel offensive and to regain the initiative in war. Consolidate our party, strengthen the PLGA, expand our organs of political power, build broad-based mass fronts, and increase our overall subjective strength, and expand our area of armed struggle to help transform the guerrilla zone into base area. 3. Concentrate on surviving and reviving the movement in APE&NT. Pay attention to preserve our forces in the ongoing all-round brutal enemy offensive, while resisting the enemy in a planned way to the extent possible. Reestablish the relations with the masses, and concentrate on political mobilization and consolidation, and increase our subjective forces. Adopt strictly secret methods of organization throughout the zones. 4. Accumulate the subjective forces in BJO while carrying out attacks on the class enemies and reactionary classes and developing the guerrilla war to the possible extent. 5. Develop the Agrarian Revolutionary War in 3U, North Chhattisgarh, and Orissa. Concentrate on building a strong mass base. Consolidate the organization while continuing the attacks on the class enemies and the state. Complete preparations for developing guerrilla zones. 6. Concentrate our forces in the other states and perspective areas, arm them, and intensify the armed agrarian revolutionary struggles, and complete the preparations with the aim of building guerrilla zones. Build up strong anti-imperialist, anti-feudal, anti-comprador bureaucratic bourgeoisie struggles. 7. Link up the strategic areas between the main zones of guerrilla as a special strategic task with a time-bound program. 8. Have a direction to expand the guerrilla war to newer states and areas with proper balance between consolidation and expansion. 9. Develop, deepen, and widen the mass base. 10. Impart ideological, political education throughout the entire party. Intensify the struggle to rectify the non-proletarian trends in the party at all levels. 11. Step up wide revolutionary political propaganda campaign to counter enemies' vicious propaganda and disinformation campaign. Military tasks. 1. Study Maoist principles of PPW along with the experiences of other revolutionary and nationality struggles and apply it creatively in the concrete conditions. 2. To develop guerrilla war into mobile warfare and PLGA into PLA, in every GZ establish and consolidate commissions and commands. 3. To defeat the enemy offensive, develop our forces on a war footing and develop our striking capacity. 4. In order to transform the PLGA into the PLA, we have to establish auxiliary departments like intelligence, supply, communication, training, production, etc. 5. With the aim of forming higher formations in DK and BJ, develop companies on a wide scale as the primary unit of the PLA. 6. Build up militias on a wide scale and arm and train them. UF tasks. 1. Strengthen the strategic and tactical UFs. 2. While advancing the People's War in the main zones, develop the UF in the form of the four-class alliance and establish and strengthen RPCs from the local to the zone level. 3. Develop the widest possible UF against displacement and the associated imperialist model of development. 4. Unite with all forces who oppose the imperialist-dictated policies of globalization, liberalization, and privatization pursued by the traitorous ruling class parties in the center and the state governments. 5. Coordinate the PPW with the ongoing armed struggles of the various nationalities in Kashmir, Assam, Nagaland, Manipur, and other parts of the Northeast. 6. Build a broad front of minorities, particularly Muslims, against Hindu fascism. 7. Organize Dalits against all forms of caste oppression. 8. Mobilize women on a big scale against all forms of patriarchy and feudal/imperialist oppression. 9. Mobilize the masses into militant struggles against the fascist repression unleashed by the Indian ruling classes in all fields, and wage resolute struggles against all draconian laws. Organizational tasks. 1. Bolshevize the party ideologically, politically, and organizationally. Build up the unity of thought and action, and with iron discipline act as one voice. 2. Make the party committees self-reliant, with initiative and capable to lead successfully the movement in their areas. 3. Build a strong underground party with a stable nucleus of PRs and an extensive network of part-time units. Build a secret apparatus, which is impregnable to enemy attacks. Bolsheviks. The party by purging it of all alien trends. Concentrate on a recruitment drive to increase the party membership and the PRs to enhance the party's strength. Give special emphasis on recruiting party cadres from the basic classes and promoting them from the working class, poor and landless peasants, and from the special social groups like Adivasis, women, Muslims, and Dalits. Within the framework of democratic centralism, all committees must initiate political and military tactics in a creative and lively way, not merely depending on instructions of the higher committees, but using their own initiative. Urban tasks. 1. To get specialization in urban work, depute our forces and leadership in a planned way, with a time-bound program. 2. Build up a strong, develop the class struggles in the urban area by concentrating mainly on the working class. Develop the secret network in the urban areas and build a powerful movement of workers, specifically in the core sector. 3. Build a vast student and youth movement which will act as a big recruiting ground for the party. 4. Build up a strong urban revolutionary movement oriented towards people's war,